Chapter 28-26. At this moment, the experts of the four forces were completely at a disadvantage. They were surrounded by a large group of statues and were constantly being killed. Not to mention those below the heavenly god realm. Even the saints were in danger. The purple-robed youth and the third young master of the Ice Spirit clan were surrounded by several statues that were more than 10 meters tall. If Bingqing was not protected by the experts of the Ice Spirit clan, she would most likely be in danger. Lu Ming, you have walked into a large formation. These statues move according to the formation. Anyone who enters the formation will be killed. Bone Demon's voice sounded in Yi Futian's mind. How do we break the formation? Lu Ming quickly asked. It's very simple, super simple. Do you see those stone pillars? You just have to jump onto the stone pillars and walk on them. Bone Demon said. It's that simple. Lu Ming was stunned. Nonsense, it's that simple. You're just stupid and didn't realize it. Bone Demon said disdainfully. Lu Ming was speechless. Let's try it. Lu Ming had an idea and let Xianxia return to his side. He then struck with his spear with all his strength and collided with the statue. Borrowing the force, he quickly retreated. Then he stomped on the ground and soared into the sky, landing on a statue. When Lu Ming landed on the statues that were chasing Lu Ming seemed to have lost track of him. They looked around suspiciously and then attacked the others. It worked. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Brother Bing, quickly get on the stone pillars. The statues won't attack the people on the pillars. Lu Ming quickly sent a message to Bingqing and the others. Bingqing and the others' eyes lit up when they heard it. They then used all their strength to fight the statues and rushed up the stone pillars. When they rushed up the stone pillars, the statues did not attack them. Bingqing and the others were overjoyed. Third brother, everyone, quickly get on the stone pillars. Bingqing shouted and notified the third young master of the Ice Spirit clan. Rush up the stone pillars. After the Ice Soul clan's third young master repelled a statue with a palm strike, his figure flashed, and he also rushed up to a stone pillar. The other members of the Ice Soul clan also used their own methods to rush up to the stone pillars. Of course, there were also many who were killed by the statues in the process of charging. Originally, the Ice Soul clan had around 300 people, but in just a short while more than 100 of them had been killed. It was a disastrous loss. Stone pillars. Charge up the stone pillars. The members of the Mystic Academy, Invincible Kinzo, and Boundless Sacred Ground also came to a realization when they saw this scene. They all rushed toward the stone pillars. After paying a price, the people of the three major forces also rushed up to different stone pillars. Then, everyone leaped onto the stone pillars and rushed toward the big tree in front of them. Boom! Just as Lu Ming leaped onto a stone pillar, a sharp blade light slashed at the stone pillar beneath his feet. Boom! The stone pillar crumbled into pieces. This guy, Lu Ming looked around and realized that the person who had shattered the stone pillar beneath his feet was the purple-robed young man from the Mystic Academy. Go to hell. The purple-robed young man sneered. As soon as the stone pillar crumbled, the statues immediately sensed Lu Ming's presence. Dong! Dong! Immediately, several 10-meter-tall statues leaped up and attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Divine Dragon Aspect Technique. Lu Ming immediately used the Divine Dragon Aspect Technique. A 9-clawed dragon aspect flew out and rushed toward one of the statues. At the same time, 9 ice chains also flew out. Then, the 9 layers of crimson gold armor also activated. In an instant, Lu Ming used all his means, including Xianxia, to turn into a shield in front of him. However, the strength of these 10-meter-tall statues was too shocking. The divine dragon Dharma idol trembled and was directly shattered by a stone sword. The 9 ice chains also collapsed. Boom! Lu Ming was hit by several attacks in succession. His body smashed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a loud boom. Lu Ming felt that his body was about to split open. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming was already injured just now. However, the most fatal thing was that Lu Ming was the only one under the stone pillar. The number of statues was astonishing. At this moment, these statues rushed toward Lu Ming, trying to drown him. Brother Lu, Bing Qing was shocked. However, even if they wanted to help, there was nothing they could do. Haha, you want to fight me? Go to hell. The purple-robed young man laughed maniacally. On the other hand, the invincible Kinzo and the people of the immeasurable sacred ground were indifferent. They all hoped that Lu Ming would die in the hands of the statues. What should we do? At this moment, Lu Ming was in a desperate situation. There were statues rushing toward him from all directions. With so many statues, he would be reduced to ashes in one move. Dong! Dong! At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was beating rapidly. A mysterious aura spread out. The aura of the ancient god. Lu Ming's heart was the heart of the ancient god. At this moment, it was emitting a mysterious aura. When this aura spread out, the bodies of the statues froze. A few of the terrifying statues' attacks were about to hit Lu Ming, but at this moment, their movements couldn't help but stop. Good chance. How could Lu Ming miss such a rare opportunity? He became one with his spear, turning into a dazzling spear light. He jumped out of the way of a statue and rushed to the nearest stone pillar, dodging the attack. Damn it, what's going on? Why are those statues' movements so stiff? Seeing this scene, the purple-robed young man roared in his heart. His eyes flickered with ferocious, killing intent. The others were also stunned. They didn't know what was going on. Just a moment ago, they thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. Not to mention Lu Ming. Any other chosen would also die in such a situation. However, the statue's movements suddenly froze, giving Lu Ming an opportunity to escape. The heart of the ancient god. My heart of the ancient god has an effect on these statues. Lu Ming's mind raced. Not only that, Lu Ming even had a feeling that if he activated the heart of the ancient god, he could even control these statues. This world's bronze gate appeared in the sacred ground of the descendants of the ancient god. This world might be closely related to the descendants of the ancient god. That's why the heart of the ancient god can affect these statues. Lu Ming's mind was constantly thinking. His eyes lit up slightly. This guy, I will definitely take revenge for this. Lu Ming's cold eyes looked at the purple-robed young man. If it wasn't for the heart of the ancient god, he would already be dead. The purple-robed young man would already be on his kill list. Humph, Lu Ming, count yourself lucky. I hope you can be so lucky next time. The purple-robed young man snorted coldly, then turned and rushed towards the tree. Lu Ming sneered and also rushed towards the tree. At this moment, the fastest group of people had already rushed past the area of the stone pillars and directly rushed towards the fruit at the top of the tree. Chapter 28-27. Scram. The Mystic Academy was the one who discovered this place first. One of the Mystic Academy's experts roared. So what if you discovered this place first? If you want the treasure, let's see if you have the strength to do so. One of the invincible Kinzo-S experts sneered. Then I'll kill you. The Mystic Academy's experts charged toward the invincible Kinzo-S experts. Kill. Before the people of the four major forces could reach the tree, they had already started a chaotic battle. They were killing each other, and in an instant, someone was killed. Die for me. Kill. The battle was incomparably fierce. Everyone's eyes were red as they fought with their lives on the line. At this moment, the purple-robed young man, Lu Ming, and the others, who had been slightly behind, had also arrived. Their figures flickered, but they did not participate in the battle. Instead, they rushed toward the top of the tree. Just as they were about to reach the tree, another change occurred. Clang, clang, clang. The leaves on the tree shook, and the sound of swords rang out. Then, some of the leaves fell off and shot toward Lu Ming and the others like pitch-black swords. Pooh! One of the immeasurable sacred grounds experts was unable to dodge in time and was split in half by a leaf. Blood splattered everywhere as his corpse fell to the ground. Many people's eyes narrowed. Whoosh! There was also a leaf that charged toward Lu Ming. It was like a peerlessly sharp, divine sword. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless and stabbed his spear. Clang! When the spear stabbed the leaf, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The leaf was sent flying by Lu Ming, but the spear in Lu Ming's hand kept vibrating. Lu Ming felt a terrifying sword energy flowing along the spear and into his palm. Lu Ming felt a tearing pain in his palm, as if it was about to be torn apart by the sword energy. "Block it for me," Lu Ming shouted. The divine energy in his body surged and poured into his palm, pushing against the sword energy. Whoosh, 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 the sword chi was forced out of Lu Ming's palm and turned into streaks of sword chi that flew into the air and disappeared. What a terrifying sword chi! What a terrifying leaf! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. If even Lu Ming was like this, then those with insufficient cultivation were even worse off. More and more people screamed. Although some people managed to block the leaves, the sword chi entered their bodies and burst out, tearing their bodies apart. Even their souls couldn't escape. In an instant, dozens of people died. All those below the heavenly god stage, back off! The purple-robed young man roared. Those below the heavenly god realm would not be able to withstand the sword chi of these leaves. If they rushed forward, they would only die. Those below the heavenly god realm retreated one after another, not daring to charge forward. The purple-robed young man, the third young master of the Ice Soul clan, and the holy son of the invincible Kenzo, the strongest group of people, continued to charge forward. Their combat strength was astonishing, and they sent the leaves flying. Clang, clang, clang. As they approached the fruit, the entire tree shook even more violently. More and more leaves shook, emitting a dense sword hum. Then, more leaves fell, and sword chi soared into the sky, attacking the purple-robed young man and the others. The most shocking thing was that these leaves seemed to faintly form a sword formation with boundless power. The purple-robed young man, the third young master of the Ice Soul clan, and the other holy sons were blocked, unable to charge forward. Damn it! These people's expressions were unsightly. The treasure was so close, but it was blocked by some leaves. This tree is really strange. Lu Ming retreated a distance and did not charge forward. Looking at these leaves, he was secretly amazed. The leaves of a tree were like divine swords, and sword chi soared into the sky. They were incomparably sharp, and they could form a sword formation. This was really unheard of. Dong! Dong! At this moment, Lu Ming's heart began to beat faster. Lu Ming had a feeling that he could dodge the attacks of these leaves. It was a strange feeling. I'll try controlling the ancient god heart. Lu Ming's heart moved, and he controlled the ancient god heart, causing it to beat faster. A strange aura enveloped Lu Ming's body. This was the aura of an ancient god. Then, Lu Ming once again charged toward the crown of the tree. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, a few leaves whizzed out and charged toward Lu Ming. The sword aura whizzed, and Lu Ming's body tensed up all of a sudden. Is it useless? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he prepared a block. But at this moment, when these leaves were a distance away from Lu Ming, they suddenly changed direction and flew past Lu Ming. It really works. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Immediately, Lu Ming increased his speed and rushed toward the fruit at the crown of the tree. When the leaves rushed toward Lu Ming, they seemed to have grown eyes, and all of them went around Lu Ming. What's going on? The purple-robed young man and the other's eyes almost popped out. These leaves did not attack Lu Ming. Without the obstruction of the sword-shaped leaves, Lu Ming was only a few thousand meters away from the fruit. In almost an instant, Lu Ming had reached the fruit. However, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. While activating the ancient god heart, Lu Ming also set up layers of defense on the surface of his body. Then, he reached out to pick the fruit. To Lu Ming's surprise, Lu Ming easily picked the fruit. It was light as a feather, as if it was weightless. Lu Ming was overjoyed and directly put the fruit into his storage ring. Then his figure flashed, and he quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, he was out of the attack range of the leaves. Brat, hand over the treasure. The purple-robed young man's eyes were red. He roared and jumped away from several leaves. His figure rapidly retreated, and he chased after Lu Ming. You dare to snatch the treasure? You're courting death. Take it down. The invincible Kinzo's holy sun and the immeasurable sacred grounds' holy sun roared and chased after Lu Ming. At the same time, the other experts of the major forces also chased after Lu Ming. The agreement just now belongs to whoever obtains it. You want to go back on your word? The Ice Soul Clan's third young master shouted. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a cold palm energy blasted toward the immeasurable sacred ground's holy sun, blocking his retreat. The other experts of the Ice Soul Clan also took action, blocking the immeasurable sacred grounds people. However, the Mystic Academies and the invincible Kinzo's people did not stop them. Under the lead of the purple-robed young man and the invincible Kinzo's holy sun, they quickly chased after Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming had already rushed up the stone pillars. He leaped from the stone pillars and fled outside. Lu Ming, hand over the treasure. Otherwise, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will kill you. The purple-robed young man's voice was filled with killing intent. He kept increasing his speed and rushed toward Lu Ming. The invincible Kinzo's and the Mystic Academy's people also rushed into the stone pillars. The strongest group of people from the two major forces were far stronger than Lu Ming. Their speed was astonishing, and they quickly closed in on Lu Ming. Chapter 28:28. The purple-robed young man and the others were closing in on Lu Ming, but Lu Ming's expression remained calm. At this moment, he was activating the ancient god's heart to try to control the statues below. Thump, thump, thump. The ancient god's heart beat rapidly, and a mysterious and invisible aura spread out like waves, sweeping across the statues. At this moment, Lu Ming had a feeling that these statues were kneeling at Lu Ming's feet, obeying Lu Ming's orders. Move! Lu Ming tried to control a few of the statues, and they really moved. Their cold gazes swept across the purple-robed young man and the others. It really works? Very well. Then I'll send you on your way today. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then, Lu Ming activated the ancient god's heart to try to control the statues. He realized that he could control at least a few dozen statues. A few dozen statues were enough. Attack! Lu Ming's mind moved, and the dozens of statues suddenly rushed up, waving all kinds of weapons as they attacked the purple-robed young man, the invincible Kinzo, and the others. What's going on? The purple-robed young man and the others were shocked. Shouldn't they be fine if they were on the stone pillars? Why would the statues suddenly attack them? There was no time to think, and they could only resist with all their might. However, the statues' attacks suddenly changed. They no longer attacked the purple-robed young man and the others, but the stone pillars under their feet. Boom! Boom! The stone pillars under the feet of at least a dozen people, including the purple-robed young man, the invincible Kinzo, and the others, crumbled. Just like Lu Ming, when the stone pillars crumbled, a large number of statues immediately sensed them and charged at them. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bam! Bam! More than a dozen experts were sent flying by the statues and fell to the ground. A few of the weaker ones were directly killed. Then, even more statues charged at the purple-robed young man and the others. Screams rang out continuously as people were killed. Soon, only the purple-robed young man, the invincible Kinzo, and the other 8 strongest people were left. What's going on? Damn it! The purple-robed young man and the others roared and charged madly, trying to break out of the encirclement. However, there were too few of them, and there were too many statues. Lu Ming controlled dozens of statues, and they had no way to break out. Everyone's eyes. The young man. The purple-robed young man hollered. He looked at Lu Ming, his eyes full of malevolent, murderous intent. The purple-robed young man roared. That's right. I'm the invincible Kinzo's chosen son. If I die here, the invincible Kinzo will annihilate your entire family. The invincible Kinzo's chosen son roared. I'm so scared. Do you think I'm scared? Lu Ming yelled. His face was cold. Letting these people out would mean that the other party would seek revenge. How could that be? No matter what, the other party wanted to kill him. He would kill them back, regardless of which faction they were from. The large group of statues charged at the purple-robed young man and the others. Some of the statues were more than 10 meters tall, and their strength was astonishing. The people trapped by the statues were killed one after another. Soon, only the purple-robed young man and the invincible Xianxia's chosen son were left. Both of them were seriously injured, and it seemed like they would not be able to hold on much longer. No. I don't want to die. Lu Ming, I beg you. Let me go. The purple-robed young man was begging for mercy. However, Lu Ming's face was cold, and he was unmoved. The invincible Xianxia's chosen son's head was crushed by a 10-meter-tall statue, and he died on the spot. No. The purple-robed young man almost went crazy from fright. He screamed hysterically. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He regretted provoking Lu Ming. In the next moment, the purple-robed young man followed in the footsteps of the invincible Xianxia's chosen son. He was struck by a stone sword and died on the spot. The Mystic Academy and the invincible Xianxia's 2 chosen sons and a dozen experts were all dead. They had been killed by Lu Ming. The immeasurable Holy Land's chosen son had already stopped fighting with the Ice Soul race's 3rd young master. At this moment, his face was as pale as snow, filled with lingering fear. Just now, if the Ice Soul race's 3rd young master hadn't stopped him, he would have followed in the purple-robed young man's footsteps and died here. It was unknown what means Lu Ming had used to be able to control those statues. Lu Ming, you killed my Mystic Academy's chosen son. My Mystic Academy won't let you off. Just wait for your death. The invincible Xianxia won't let you off either. Roars came from the distance. At this moment, the other members of the Mystic Academy and the invincible Xianxia had already charged out of the range of the stone pillars. They roared as they flew. Courting death, Lu Ming said coldly. He controlled the statues to chase after those people. Those people trembled in fright and then did their best to charge out. However, flying snakes flew out of the forest and attacked them. They were even more frightened and did their best to charge out. Very soon, Lu Ming dashed past the area of the stone pillars. However, at this moment he stopped because he discovered that the dozens of statues had also persevered and did not follow Lu Ming out. They can't come out? Lu Ming frowned. He tried a few times, but it was to no avail. It seems that these statues can't leave this formation. What a pity. What a pity. Lu Ming sighed. These statues were very strong, especially those over 10 meters tall. They were much stronger than him. If he could bring them out, they would be of great help to him. He wouldn't have to fear the Tianhong's chosen son and Fuko Seiko anymore. If he had the chance, he might even be able to kill them. Unfortunately, he couldn't bring them out now. This idea was ruined. Lu Ming didn't chase after the people of the Mystic Academy and the invincible Xianxia. There were still many experts left. With Lu Ming's strength, he wouldn't be able to kill them. Instead, he would be killed by them. Brother Lu, you're amazing. Bing Qing and the others walked along the stone pillars and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. I don't know what's going on either. Lu Ming smiled and looked at the people of the immeasurable holy ground in the depths of the stone pillars. The people of the immeasurable holy ground didn't dare to step on the stone pillars. Brother Bing Qing, let's go. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming understood that if he didn't leave, the people of the immeasurable holy ground wouldn't step on the stone pillars. He couldn't kill them even if he wanted to. Bing Qing and the others nodded and rushed out together. When they rushed out of the forest, the people of the Mystic Academy and the invincible Xianxia were already gone. Chapter 28-29. Brother Lu, where are you going next? You've killed 2 saints from the Mystic Academy and the invincible Xianxia. I'm afraid those 2 forces won't let you go. Bing Qing said. She was worried about Lu Ming. Holy Sun-level characters were the top geniuses in any faction, and there would not be many of them. Every one of them had the chance to compete for the position of the future sect leader. Their future was limitless. Any force would be heartbroken if such a person was killed. The elites from the two forces would probably go crazy and hunt down Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming trained in the wild, the other forces would probably send a large number of elites to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He hadn't thought this through. It wasn't safe to return to the Kongxian school's base. The Kongxian school was only one of the top 10 sects in the Qin Tian galaxy. Although it was the top sect, it was still weaker than the three overlords. If the Mystic Academy and the Invincible Kinzo attacked the Kongxian school's base, the Kongxian school might not be able to protect him. Brother Lu, why don't you come with us to the Ice Soul Clan's base? The Mystic Academy and the Invincible Kinzo are strong, but the Ice Soul Clan isn't afraid of them. Bing Qing invited. That's right. You're the Ice Soul Clan's benefactor. We'll do our best to protect you. The third young master of the Ice Soul Clan said. Lu Ming had helped the Ice Soul Clan retrieve the Ice Jade Heart. This was a great help to the Ice Soul Clan. The Ice Jade Heart could help the Ice Soul Clan produce more prodigies. It was the hope of the Ice Soul Clan's rise. They were grateful to Lu Ming. Thank you, everyone. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. He thought for a while. It was indeed the best time to go to the Ice Soul Clan's base. The group immediately set off for the Ice Soul Clan's base. The Ice Soul Clan's base was built in a forbidden land. It was tall and majestic. A large number of Ice Soul Clan members moved around in the base. It had become a big city. When they arrived at the Ice Soul Clan's base, Bing Qing and the third young master of the Ice Soul Clan brought Lu Ming to meet the only God King of the Ice Soul Clan. They told God King what had happened. Little brother Lu Ming, you can stay here. If the Hybrid Demon Academy and the Immortal Sword Sect want to touch you, they have to go through my Ice Soul Clan first. The Ice Soul race's Divine King was extremely domineering. God King, of course. Lu God King. At this moment, furious roars could be heard from the bases of the Hybrid Demon Academy and the Indestructible Sword Sect. Lu Ming, how dare you kill the Chosen One of the Mystic Academy? How dare you? Men, come with me to the Kongxian school's base. A roar came from the Mystic Academy's base. Then, a large number of elites charged toward the Kongxian school's base. Similarly, a roar came from the Invincible Kinzo's base. Then, a large number of elites flew out of the Invincible Kinzo's base and charged toward the Kongxian school's base. The Kongxian school's base was bustling with people. Since the exit had disappeared and they could not leave, everyone was at ease. They stayed in this world and cultivated for the time being. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, the dull sound of war drums came from the Kongxian school's base. The war drums are beating. What's going on? Is a large number of demons attacking the city? It can't be. I've never seen them before. Many people were shocked. The Kongxian sect had set up war drums in their base as a precaution. If something big happened, they would sound the war drums and let everyone prepare for battle. But ever since the base was built, the war drums had never been sounded. Why would they sound the war drums now? There was no time to think. Everyone in the Kongxian school's base moved and flew toward the city walls. They flew up the city walls and saw a large group of elites in the distance. They were aggressively flying toward the base with murderous intent. The Mystic Academy. They're from the Mystic Academy. Why are so many people from a Mystic Academy heading toward the Kongxian school's base? I don't know. They don't look friendly. You guys, that's the Invincible Kinzo over there. The Kongxian school students were discussing among themselves. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone was even more shocked. Their faces turned serious because another group of people was flying toward them from another direction. These people were carrying long swords on their backs. They were from the Invincible Kinzo. The Mystic Academy and the Invincible Kinzo's army stopped outside the Kongxian school's base. Their cold aura and terrifying pressure spread toward the Kongxian school's base. Many people's faces changed. The two of you, may I know why you've come to my Kongxian sect's base? A deep voice came from the depths of the Kongxian school's base. Then, a middle-aged man appeared in the sky. Divine King. The Kongxian school's students calmed down when they saw the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the Divine King sent by the Kongxian school. Wu Wei, we are here today for one of the Kongxian school students. His name is Lu Ming. Hand him over. A cold voice came from the direction of the Mystic Academy. Then, a figure appeared in the sky above the Mystic Academy's students. He was surrounded by a divine light, the Divine King. It was also the Divine King from the Mystic Academy. What? They are here for Lu Ming? The Mystic Academy is here for Lu Ming. What did Lu Ming do to attract the Mystic Academy students? Even the Divine King is here. Upon hearing this, the people from the Xianxia sect began to guess. They were curious about what Lu Ming had done. What about you? The Xianxia school's Divine King, Wu Wei, looked in the direction of the invincible Kenzo. We are also here for Lu Ming. Hand over Lu Ming. Another figure appeared in the sky above the invincible Kenzo. It was the invincible Kenzo's Divine King. The God Kings overseeing the two major powers had appeared. The Xianxia school students were even more shocked. Both factions were here for Lu Ming. Lu Ming, what happened to you? Ouyang Qingxiang whispered in the Xianxia school's base. At the same time, Yuling Long, Wu Zifeng, and Hai, and Lu Chong were also there. They were worried. This time, both factions' Divine Kings were here. They knew something big must have happened. Lu Ming is merely a junior disciple of my Xianxia sect. What exactly did he do for the two of you to mobilize so many people? The Xianxia school's Divine King, Wu Wei, also asked curiously. It doesn't matter if I tell you. The Mystic Academy's chosen one died at the hands of Lu Ming in the dark battle. The Mystic Academy's Divine King said coldly. The invincible Kenzo's chosen one, Jian Xing, also died at the hands of Lu Ming. Lu Ming must pay with his life. The invincible Kenzo's Divine King's voice was sonorous. The Xianxia school's base was in an uproar. Almost everyone in the Xianxia school was stunned. The Mystic Academy's chosen one and the invincible Kenzo's chosen one died at the hands of Lu Ming? Is this for real? That was someone at the level of a saint. Could Lu Ming kill someone at the level of a saint? Chapter 28:30. Everyone in the Xianxia school was shocked. N? They were well aware of Lu Ming's abilities. Not long ago, he could only compete with the people on the real God ranking list. How could he possibly kill people at the level of Son of Saint, and two of them at that? How is that possible? The Tianhong Saint and Fuko Seiko were also resting in the Xianxia school's base. They shook their heads in disbelief after hearing the news. Could Lu Ming kill someone at the level of a saint? They knew the Dark Warrior Saint of the Mystic Academy and the Sword Star Saint of the Invincible Kenzo. They were as strong as they were. If Lu Ming could kill Dark Warrior and Sword Star, wouldn't he be able to kill them too? This Ouyang Qingxiang, Yuling Long, Wu Zifeng, and Hai, and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Wu Wei, the Divine King of the Xianxia school, was also stunned. This matter was also beyond his expectations. They finally understood why the two superpowers had mobilized so many people. Even the Divine King had come. The death of a saint was indeed a big deal. You two must have misunderstood. Lu Ming is just a new disciple of the Xianxia school. How could he kill two saints? Wu Wei said after sorting out his thoughts. If it wasn't true, why would we come here? The Divine King of the Mystic Academy said coldly. That's right, Wu Wei. Cut the crap and hand over Lu Ming. The Divine King of the Invincible Kenzo was even more domineering. The two of you, this is the land of the ancient god. There are always risks associated with killing outside. Death is a common occurrence. If Lu Ming really killed the two of you, it doesn't make sense for you to kill your way into the Xianxia sect, right? Many of the disciples of the Xianxia school died at the hands of the two superpowers when they were outside. Wu Wei's voice turned cold as he spoke in a displeased tone. It was normal to die while adventuring and fighting outside. If one was afraid of dying outside, they might as well stay at home and not go out. Humph, Wu Wei, are you mocking the holy son of the Mystic Academy for being weak? The Mystic Academy's godly king's voice turned gloomy as a powerful aura emanated from his body. If it was a normal battle, I wouldn't say a word if the disciples of the Mystic Academy were killed. But this time, it was your Xianxia school's disciple, Lu Ming, who used despicable means to harm our Mystic Academy's holy prince. and Zhan. Other than that, there were 8 other heavenly gods from the 1st to the 5th layer. Does that Lu Ming have the strength to do so? The divine king of the Mystic Academy questioned loudly. That's right. That Lu Ming also used despicable means to assassinate our invincible Kinzo's holy son and other experts. The invincible Kinzo's godly king added, I see. It was an assassination attempt. No wonder. Almost everyone in the Kongxian school believed the godly king's words. That was the only explanation. They found it hard to believe that Lu Ming had killed 2 of their holy sons in a head-on battle. I see. The Heavenly Hong Holy Son and Fuko Seiko heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. It turned out that Lu Ming had relied on an high to kill Zhan and Jianxing, and not his true strength. They were relieved. This kid dared to assassinate the invincible Kinzo, the Mystic Academy's holy son. This time, I don't even need to do anything. He's dead for sure. The Heavenly Hong Holy Son and Fuko Seiko cheered up when they thought of this. The Kongxian school's godly king, Wu Wei, fell silent. If that was the case, he had no reason to stop them. Wu Wei, hand over Lu Ming now. We don't have time to waste. The invincible Kinzo's godly king berated. Wu Wei frowned. He was also in a difficult position. Lu Ming was the Kongxian school's holy son. Naturally, he was unwilling to hand him over. However, he couldn't protect Lu Ming against 2 godly kings, even if he wanted to. The 2 of you have come at the wrong time. Lu Ming isn't in the Kongxian school's base. I can't hand him over even if I wanted to. Wu Wei's gaze shifted as he spoke. In fact, he didn't know whether Lu Ming was in the base or not. He had made up this excuse because he didn't want to hand over Lu Ming. I'll know whether he's here or not with my spiritual senses. The Mystic Academy's godly king said coldly. His spiritual senses burst out like a vast ocean and swept towards the Kongxian school's base. How dare you search the Kongxian school's base as you wish? Wu Wei's face darkened. His powerful spiritual senses also burst out and blocked the spiritual senses of the Mystic Academy's godly king. Wu Wei, do you think you can stop the 2 of us by yourself? Dream on. Let me take you on. The invincible Kinzo's godly king said. Then, a sword chime shook the 9 heavens. A dazzling sword ray suddenly appeared in the sky and stood tall between heaven and earth. It was unknown how long or how big it was, but it blotted out the sky and covered the sun as it slashed toward the Kongxian school's base. Wu Wei's face changed. Dazzling divine power burst out from his body. His body soared into the sky and turned into a rainbow light as he charged towards the gigantic sword ray. Boom! It was as if the entire world was trembling. The power of the godly king was terrifying. Both of them had controlled their divine power so that it did not leak out. Otherwise, the tremors would have been even more shocking. The 2 of them exchanged a blow and faced each other in the sky. A terrifying pressure emanated from them. As a result, Wu Wei no longer had the ability to stop the Mystic Academy's godly king. The Mystic Academy's godly king snorted coldly. He took a step forward and appeared in the sky above the Kongxian school's base. His powerful spiritual senses swept out, but after a while, his face darkened. As expected, Lu Ming is not here. The Mystic Academy's godly king said coldly. Wu Wei was relieved when he heard this. Ouyang Qingxiang, Yuling Long, and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Although they did not see Lu Ming in the base, they were still worried that Lu Ming might be in seclusion somewhere in the base. That would be dangerous. Not here. The invincible Kinzo's godly king's face darkened. I know. Lu Ming is not in the Kongxian school's base. He might be in the base of the Ice Soul race. Lu Ming is close to the Ice Soul race. A prodigy from the Mystic Academy shouted. This person was one of the prodigies from the Mystic Academy. He had seen Lu Ming being close to Bingqing and the others. The Ice Soul race. The Mystic Academy's godly king and the invincible Kinzo's godly king narrowed their eyes. The Ice Soul race was not something the Kongxian school could bully. The Ice Soul clan was one of the 2 most powerful clans in the Qin Tian galaxy. They were even more powerful than the Hybrid Demon Academy or the Immortal Sword Sect. Unless the two clans worked together, they would not be able to compete with the Ice Soul clan. However, they were unwilling to give up just like that. The two of them looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. It's useless even if he hides in the Ice Soul race. He must pay with his life for using despicable means to harm the saint of the Mystic Academy. The Mystic Academy's godly king said coldly, "Let's go. Let's go to the Ice Soul race and get him back." Then, he took the lead and flew toward the Ice Soul race. P.S. Dear readers, I'm a shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I'm recommending a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, zero ads, and multiple reading modes. Readers, please follow me. Chapter 28:31. The Mystic Academy's King of Gods led his men to attack the Ice Soul race. At the same time, the invincible Kinzo's King of Gods led his men to attack the Ice Soul race. Let's go and take a look. Let's go together. Everyone from the Xianxia school was curious and wanted to know the result of this battle. They followed the Mystic Academy and the invincible Kinzo toward the Ice Soul race. Lu Ming, I hope you're not in the Ice Soul race. Ouyang Qingxiang, Yuling Long, and the others muttered as they followed the crowd toward the Ice Soul race. Lu Ming, I hope you're in the Ice Soul race. The Great Sky Saint and Fuko Seiko's eyes flashed coldly. They both hoped that Lu Ming would be killed by the Mystic Academy and the invincible Kinzo if he was in the Ice Soul race. A group of people flew toward the Ice Soul race. When they got close to the Ice Soul race's base, the Ice Soul race's base was alerted and war drums sounded. Countless people from the Ice Soul race's base flew toward the city walls. It's the invincible Kinzo. The Mystic Academy and the Xianxia school are following them. What are they doing in the Ice Soul race's base? Looks like they don't have good intentions. Many people from the Ice Soul race whispered among themselves. Oh no, the invincible Kinzo and the Mystic Academy are really here. Hurry up and inform Brother Lu. Bing Qing's expression changed when she saw the invincible Kinzo and the Mystic Academy. She flew toward a stone house in the Ice Soul race's base. The Mystic Academy and the invincible Kinzo's people stopped outside the Ice Soul race's base. Why have you brought so many people to my Ice Soul clan in such an aggressive manner? What do you want? The Ice Spirit clan's divine king stepped out and came to the sky. His voice was cold. Brother Bing, we're here to ask the Ice Soul clan if a boy named Lu Ming from the Xianxia school is in the Ice Soul clan. The divine king from the Mystic Academy spoke. However, he was much more polite to the divine king from the Ice Soul clan. No comment. You can leave now. The Ice Spirit race's divine king said coldly. Brother Bing, this person used despicable means to kill our holy sons and other experts. We must capture this person. Furthermore, our people saw that Lu Ming was very close to the people of your Ice Soul clan. If that person is really in your Ice Soul clan, Brother Bing, it would be better for you to hand him over, so as to avoid damaging our relationship. The king of invincible Kinzo said. Hurt the harmony? Haha, so what if it hurts our friendship? The Ice Soul race's god king sneered. You, the king of invincible Kinzo's face turned ugly. He had been polite enough, but the other party did not give him any face. That Lu Ming must be in the Ice Soul clan. The third young master of the Ice Soul clan has returned. They were together before this. A disciple from the Mystic Academy shouted and pointed at the third young master of the Ice Soul clan. Brother Bing, it seems like Lu Ming is really in your Ice Soul clan. I think you should hand him over. The king of Mystic Academy said. I've already said that I'll tell you. Why are you still not leaving? Do you want to start a war with my Ice Soul clan? The Ice Soul race's god king was still domineering. The king of Mystic Academy and the king of invincible Kinzo's faces turned ugly. They looked at each other, and a trace of determination flashed in their eyes. Today, they had mobilized a large force to come here. If they were to retreat because of a few rude words from the Ice Soul race's god king, they would lose face. Moreover, they weren't afraid of the Ice Soul clan, even if they joined forces. Brother Bing, You have to understand that this is the ancient god world, not the Qin Tian starfield. Each of our forces can only send one god king here. The king of invincible Kenzo said coldly, "Are you threatening me?" The Ice Soul Race's god king's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying chill spread out. "I'm not threatening you. I'm just stating the truth," the king of invincible Kenzo said, and became aggressive. A sword light flickered around his body, and a terrifying sword intent seemed like it was going to explode at any time. "That's right. If Brother Bing really wants to be our enemy, we can only spar with you," the God King of the Hybrid Demon Academy said coldly. His powerful aura was faintly discernible. The Ice Soul Race's God King's face turned ugly. He had no chance of winning against two God Kings. This time, each of the major forces could only send one God King. Without a doubt, they were all powerful God Kings. This was especially true for the God Kings of Invincible Kenzo and the Mystic Academy. None of them were weaker than him. If they really wanted to fight, he wouldn't be able to stop them. As for those below the God King level, the difference between them and the God Kings was too great. There was no way they could compete. "Brother Bing, you'd better hand Lu Ming over so as not to hurt our friendship." The king of invincible Kenzo's sword light became stronger and stronger. A terrifying sword intent locked onto the Ice Soul Race's God King. "Lu Ming, get out here." At this moment, the king of Mystic Academy's roar shook the entire base of the Ice Soul Race. Previously, Lu Ming had been cultivating in a stone house in the Ice Soul Race's base and studying the stone fruit. The fruit was the size of a wash basin and was round in shape. There were strange patterns on it, but Lu Ming couldn't figure out the use of the fruit even after studying it for a long time. They also couldn't figure out the bone-seeking demon and the quantifying formula. Lu Ming could only put it away and slowly study it in the future. At this moment, Bing Qing rushed in hurriedly. "Brother Lu, this is bad." The people from the Mystic Academy and the Invincible Kenzo are really here. Even the King of Gods is here. Bing Qing said, "Even the King of Gods is here." Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect the other party to mobilize so many people. Even the King of Gods in the base was here. But don't worry. Even if their King of Gods is here, the King of Gods of the Ice Soul Race won't hand you over," Bing Qing said with a firm expression. "Lu Ming, get out here." At this moment, a roar came from afar and shook the entire base. Bing Qing and Lu Ming's expressions changed. "It seems that the other party is very strong," Lu Ming said. "Lu Ming, get out here. You won't be able to escape today." The roar came again. "Lu Ming, you can't go out. Our King of Gods will stop them," Bing Qing said hurriedly. "It's hard to say. It seems that the other party is very strong. Moreover, if the Mystic Academy and the Invincible Kenzo join forces, even the King of Gods of the Nobility Race won't be able to stop them. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Since that's the case, let's go out and take a look." Lu Ming was a decisive person. After saying that, he took large strides and flew out. Bing Qing followed behind Lu Ming anxiously. Soon, Lu Ming flew to the wall of the Ice Soul Race's base. "That's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is here." A disciple of the Mystic Academy pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. Everyone's gaze turned to Lu Ming. Some were ferocious, some were curious, some were filled with killing intent, and some were worried. "Oh no, Lu Ming is really in the Ice Soul Race's base." Ouyang Qingxiang and the others were worried. On the other hand, the Tianhong Saint and Fuko Seiko were overjoyed. Chapter 28:32. Seeing that Lu Ming had really appeared, the Skybright, Saint Sun, and Fuko Seiko were elated. Today, the Invincible Kenzo and the Divine King of the Mystic Academy were so powerful that they didn't even give face to the Ice Spirit race. Lu Ming was doomed. "Looks like this kid is really here. Get over here." The Divine King of the Hybrid Demon Academy hollered coldly. He raised his palm, and a powerful suction force erupted from it. It sucked Lu Ming in, wanting to suck him over. "Humph!" The Divine King of the Ice Spirit race snorted coldly as he took a step forward. A terrifying chill burst out and shattered the suction force of the Mystic Academy's Divine King. Brother Ice, are you determined to fight with us? The Divine King of the Mystic Academy said coldly. So what if we fight? The Divine King of the Ice Spirit race retorted. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to stop us alone. The Divine King of the Mystic Academy shouted angrily as a violent energy burst out from his body. Everyone in the area felt a strong pressure. At the same time, the Divine King of the Invincible Kenzo also released a terrifying sword intent that pressed down on the Divine King of the Ice Spirit race. The Divine King of the Ice Spirit race took a step back. Ha ha! Suddenly, Lu Ming burst out laughing. Kid, what are you laughing at? The Divine King of the Mystic Academy glanced coldly at Lu Ming. Two Divine Kings, it's my honor to bring so many experts to capture a junior like me. That's why I'm laughing. Lu Ming said loudly. Also, I'm curious. Why are the two of you here to capture me? You used despicable means to harm the saints of our two sections. Why can't we capture you? The Divine King of the Mystic Academy said. Despicable means? Harm? What a joke. Lu Ming laughed heartily, and Zhan and Jianxing led a group of experts to hunt me down. However, they were too arrogant. I took advantage of the terrain and controlled a large formation to trap and kill them. You call this despicable? You call this assassination? Do we have to rely on brute force when fighting for treasures outside? Intelligence won't do. Lu Ming asked continuously. Nonsense. The Divine King of the Mystic Academy shouted coldly. Why should I listen to his nonsense? Just take him down. The Invincible Kenzo said coldly. With that, he stepped forward to capture Lu Ming. However, at this moment, a powerful aura came from the sky and locked onto the Invincible Kenzo, Divine King. Wu Wei, you want to interfere too? The Invincible Kenzo, Divine King, looked up with a cold expression. Nonsense. Lu Ming is a disciple of the Kongxian school. How can I let you take him away just because you want to? Wu Wei stepped down, his god force surging as he locked onto the Invincible Kenzo, Divine King. Previously, he was alone and could not stop the other party. However, with the help of the Icy Soul race's Divine King, he had nothing to fear. Lu Ming has already said that he was chased first. Then, he controlled a large formation to trap and kill the two of you. He relied on his intelligence. How can you say that he's despicable? If he can't even use formations, why would he cultivate them? Wu Wei replied mockingly. The Invincible Kenzo Divine King's expression turned ugly at the Mystic Academy's Divine King. With Wu Wei here and the Icy Soul race's Divine King, they would not be able to gain any advantage. Phew! Ouyang Qingxiang, Yuling Long, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. With Wu Wei's help, Lu Ming would be safe. They were relieved. Damn it! Why is this kid so lucky? The Great Sky Saint, Fuko Seiko, and the others were unhappy. Everyone, please leave. The Icy Soul race does not welcome you. The Icy Soul race's Divine King waved his hand. Haha, this is the matter of the 13 sects of Qin Tian. The Icy Soul race is meddling in other people's business. Since that's the case, the Flame race will play with you. At this moment, a deep voice sounded from afar. As soon as the voice sounded, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a middle-aged man with a burly and muscular body. His skin was scarlet red and exuded a terrifyingly high temperature. It was someone from the Flame race. Moreover, it was a Divine King from the Flame race. The Icy Soul race's Divine King's expression turned ugly. Wu Wei's expression also darkened. On the other hand, the Invincible Kenzo, Divine King from the Mystic Academy, rejoiced. The Flame race and the Icy Soul race were mortal enemies. The appearance of the Flame race's Divine King would definitely not help the Icy Soul race. The two of you, I'll block the Icy Soul race's Divine King for you. If you want to take him, go ahead. The Flame race's Divine King sneered as a scorching aura spread towards the Icy Soul race's Divine King. Oh no, not only Wu Wei, but the Icy Soul race's Divine King's expression changed. Bing Qing, Ouyang Qingxiang, Yuling Long, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Originally, Lu Ming was already safe. Who would have thought that the Flame race's divine king would appear at this crucial moment and break the stalemate? The strength of both sides tilted once again. Ha ha! This kid is destined to die here. The great sky saint, Fuko Seiko, and the others laughed in their hearts. They were so happy that they could die. Wu Wei, let's see how you're going to block this. The invincible Kinzo Divine King released a powerful aura and locked onto Wu Wei. The Mystic Academy's Divine King was also preparing to attack. A battle was about to break out. Fight! Lu Ming gritted his teeth and decided to ignite his ancient god heart. He knew that with his cultivation, even if he ignited his ancient god heart, his battle strength was still worlds apart from a divine king's. There was no way he could stop a divine king. However, it wasn't his style to just sit and wait for death to come. Even if he died, he had to fight. Roar! Roar! At this critical moment, a roar suddenly came from afar. In the next moment, there were more and more roars, layer after layer, wave after wave. It was like a wave, and it was incomparably terrifying. What's going on? Many people's expressions changed drastically. Roar! 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 The sky shook and the earth shook. In the distance, a group of people flew over in panic. They were all from the Icy Soul race. It was obvious that these people had been adventuring outside and were now flying back in a sorry state. Oh no, it's the beast tide. It's the demon tide. Quickly enter the city. Those from the Icy Soul race screamed in fear. What? Demon tide? Many people were shocked. This was especially so for the few godly kings who had exceptional eyesight. They could already see that in the distance, countless fiendish demons were roaring and charging towards them. There were so many of them that it was hard to count. Among them, there were many terrifying fiendish demons. There were countless heavenly gods among them. So many demons. Even the divine king's expressions changed. At this moment, the divine kings of the Mystic Academy, Invincible Kinzo, Kongxian School, and the divine king of the Flaming Flame race received the news at the same time. Outside their base, they also discovered countless fiendish demons attacking their base. Chapter 28:33. Countless fiendish demons were rushing toward the bases. The godly kings could no longer remain calm. There were still many disciples in their bases. If the fiendish demons broke through, they would suffer great losses. Damn it, let's go back to the base. The Mystic Academy's godly king roared. At this moment, he could no longer care about taking down Lu Ming. On Lu Ming's side, there were Wu Wei and the Divine King from the Ice Soul clan. Even if they added the Divine King from the Flaming Flame clan, there would be 3 of them. However, if Wu Wei and the Divine King from the Ice Soul clan went all out to stop them, they would not be able to take Lu Ming down in a short time. If that happened, their bases would be in danger. Let's go. The invincible Kinzo's godly king roared. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to return to the base first. The Mystic Academies and the invincible Kinzo's godly kings rushed back to their respective bases with the elites of the 2 sections. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Let's go back to, Wu Wei shouted. A large number of fiendish demons had appeared outside the Kongxian School's base. He led the people of the Kongxian School back to the base. The Flaming Race's godly king flashed and disappeared without a trace. Only the people of the Ice Spirit race were left at the scene. Lu Ming did not follow them back to the Kongxian School. He planned to stay with the Ice Spirit race for the time being. The people of the Ice Spirit race outside quickly rushed into the Ice Spirit race's base. Pay attention to the defense. The Ice Spirit race's godly king ordered. Buzz, buzz. Numerous magical symbols appeared on the city wall of the Ice Soul clan's base, forming a grand defensive spell formation. Roar, roar. The roars became louder and louder. It was as if thousands of fiendish demons were roaring at the same time. It was a shocking scene. Rumble. Countless fiendish demons were running on the ground or flying in the sky. They were charging toward the base. So many. The people of the Ice Spirit race were shocked when they saw the number of fiendish demons. Lu Ming's face turned grave. There were too many fiendish demons. Moreover, the number of powerful fiendish demons was shocking. With so many fiendish demons, it would be difficult for the Ice Soul clan to fend them off with their current strength. Fortunately, they had Godly King experts. With Godly King experts guarding them, they were as stable as a fortress. The Ice Soul clan's God King was not in the formation. He was standing outside the base. Frozen World. The Ice Soul race's divine king shouted coldly. His body emitted a terrifying chill as he struck out with his palm. Crash! A terrifying wave of cold spread towards the group of demons and demons. In an instant, the ground and the sky were completely frozen. Endless ice appeared, and countless demons were frozen into ice cubes. Be it true God realm fiendish demons or heavenly God realm fiendish demons, all of them were instantly frozen into ice cubes. Bang! Bang! The demons flying in the sky were frozen into ice cubes and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. In an instant, at least tens of thousands of demons were killed. What terrifying strength! Is this the strength of a God King? Lu Ming was shocked. His current combat strength was already considered decent. He could easily kill a first-level heavenly god. He could even put up a fight against a second-level heavenly god. As for Xianxia, it could easily kill a third-level heavenly god. But compared to a God King, it was much weaker. You're ignorant and inexperienced. What's the big deal? Back then, I personally saw an expert controlling the ancient origin character Ice. With one move, he froze an entire galaxy. That's what I call amazing. The quantifying character formula said in disdain. Freezing an entire galaxy with one move? You must be bluffing. Lu Ming did not believe it at all. How vast and boundless was a river of stars. It was boundless and had no boundaries. Freezing an entire galaxy with one move? How was that possible? How could there be such a powerful existence in the world? Lu Ming did not believe it. He thought the quantifying character formula was bluffing. That's why I said you're ignorant. The quantifying character formula said in disdain. Great! At this moment, the people of the Ice Soul clan cheered loudly. The God King killed tens of thousands of demons with one move. They were relieved. With the God King around, he could stop those demons alone. No matter how many demons there were, they would not be afraid. However, no one noticed that the God King of the Ice Soul clan had a serious expression as he looked into the distance. Outsiders kill! A roar came from the distant sky. This roar caused the entire world to tremble. In the base of the Ice Soul clan, some of the weaker ones spat out mouthfuls of blood, even though they were protected by the formation. Their faces turned pale. Everyone saw a figure appear at the end of the world. It was a humanoid creature that looked very similar to a human. However, he was 100 meters tall, and his body was covered with a layer of orange scales. He held a huge mace in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. This living being was running through the void at a frightening speed. Every step it took caused the void to tremble. He's a God King. It's a God King. Many people exclaimed. The aura emitted by this living being was too terrifying. It was a divine king. This creature charged directly at the God King of the Ice Soul clan. Kill! The Ice Spirit Race's God King bellowed as he dashed towards his opponent. Boom! The two sides collided. Half the sky was covered in ice. Bam! Bam! Both the creature and the God King of the Ice Soul clan were forced to retreat. This move was evenly matched. How can he be so strong? Many people of the Ice Soul clan were shocked. One should know that the God Kings of the various factions who had entered the ancient God world were the best among the God Kings. They were very powerful and could easily defeat other God Kings of the same level. However, this creature was able to fight against the God King of the Ice Soul clan. Could it be that his level was much higher than the God King of the Ice Soul clan? Kill! Kill! The creature and the God King of the Ice Soul clan shouted at the same time and started fighting again. The two of them fought fiercely in the sky. The void shook as if two stars were colliding. It was difficult to determine the winner. Roar! 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 The fiendish demons charged toward the base of the Ice Soul Clan. These fiendish demons had different appearances. They were surrounded by demonic chi and a murderous aura. Attack! Kill these fiendish demons! Someone roared. Swoosh! 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 Above the base of the Ice Soul Clan, the experts of the Ice Soul Clan attacked one after another. The temperature of the area began to drop rapidly. Ice constantly appeared on the ground and in the sky. Many fiendish demons were frozen in an instant. However, there were too many fiendish demons. They kept charging toward the base. Some of the stronger fiendish demons were able to shake off the ice on their bodies. Some of the fiendish demons were killed, but more fiendish demons charged toward the base of the Ice Soul Clan. They attacked the array of the Ice Soul Clan. Boom! Boom! The array began to shake violently. The base of the Ice Soul Clan was only built temporarily. The array was also set up temporarily. Its power was limited and it could not withstand the attacks of the countless fiendish demons. The array kept shaking as if it would collapse at any time. Chapter 28:34. Kill. Block it. The Ice Soul tribe roared and attacked with all their might. However, they were still outnumbered by the demons and could not block all of them. Roar! A demonic ape that was over 1,000 meters tall rushed over from afar and punched the array. Boom! The array shook violently and cracks appeared on its surface. Terrifying! The demonic ape was extremely powerful and had probably reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. In fact, there was more than one peak heavenly god realm demon among the demons. Although there were peak heavenly gods in the Ice Soul tribe, they were not as numerous as the demons. Boom! On the other side, a giant bird that was surrounded by demonic aura and had a wingspan of a few thousand meters opened its mouth and spat out a black lightning bolt that struck the array. The array could no longer withstand the attack and started to crumble and explode. Roar! The demonic ape roared and stomped on the ground. It soared into the sky and charged towards the base of the Ice Soul tribe. Boom! In an instant, at least a dozen experts of the Ice Soul tribe were killed by the demonic ape. Finally, the demonic ape crashed heavily on the base, causing the entire base to explode. Debris flew everywhere and dust filled the air. At the same time, the other terrifying demons also attacked. Screams of agony filled the air and blood filled the air. The Ice Soul tribe was completely at a disadvantage. They were no match for the demons. Poof! Lu Ming killed a level 9 true god fiendish demon with one strike of his spear. He then dodged the attack of a celestial god fiendish demon. These demons would find their opponents based on their aura. The stronger demons would target the stronger experts, and the weaker ones would target the weaker ones. Lu Ming's cultivation was at the 5th level of the true god realm. Therefore, many true god realm demons attacked him. However, as Lu Ming killed more and more fiendish demons, the more powerful fiendish demons targeted Lu Ming. Some fiendish demons in the heavenly god realm had already charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was under more and more pressure. I can't go on like this. There are too many demons. Lu Ming thought of a countermeasure as he fought. Charge out. Spread out. Charge out. Run for your lives. The Ice Soul Race's God King roared. Given the current situation, this was the only way. Otherwise, all of the Ice Soul Clan members would die. Only by splitting up and rushing out could many people have a chance to survive. Now, all they could do was escape. Charge! Charge out! Immediately, all the Ice Soul Clan members began to charge in all directions. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, some were in groups of 2 to 3, and some were alone. Chaos! The scene was a complete mess. Lu Ming discovered that there were fiendish demons in all directions. It was a chaotic battle. At this moment, he had no idea where Bing Qing and the others were, or if they were still alive. Charge! At this moment, Lu Ming had no time to care about others. He randomly chose a direction and rushed in with all his might. The 9 ice chains danced in the air. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and executed the Garuda technique. His figure flashed continuously as he charged forward. Fortunately, His cultivation was only at the 5th level of the true God realm. Those truly terrifying demons did not target him, so he was not under too much pressure. After charging for a while, Lu Ming broke out of the encirclement and rushed forward. However, a large group of demons still targeted him. They roared and chased after Lu Ming. It was the same in other directions. Many Ice Soul Clan members also broke out of the encirclement and fled into the vast mountains. Behind them, a large group of demons chased after them. In fact, it was not only the Ice Soul Clan's base that was attacked. The bases of other sects, such as the Flaming Tribe, Invincible Kinzo, Wuliang's Sacred Ground, Mystic Academy, Kongxian School, and many others, were also attacked. The bases of these 15 powerful forces were all under attack. In fact, all of the bases were breached. Like the Ice Soul Clan, everyone scattered and ran for their lives into the vast mountains. Roar! Roar! Lu Ming executed the 9 Heavens Kuan Peng technique and flew rapidly in the forest. However, there were at least a few dozen demons chasing after Lu Ming. Most of these demons were in the Heavenly God realm. Some of them were extremely terrifying. Lu Ming did not dare to stop and fight, because if he stopped, he might attract more demons. Fortunately, Lu Ming was fast enough. Those demons could not catch up with him for a while. Lu Ming did not know where he was going. He only vaguely remembered that he was running toward the depths of the ancient God realm. After running for 3 days, he finally shook off the demons chasing after him. Phew! Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Then he found a place to sit cross-legged and meditate. After a few hours, Lu Ming's essence, qi, and spirit had recovered to their peak. I wonder how Ouyang Qingxiang, Yuling Long, and Wu Zifeng are doing. Lu Ming was a little worried. However, it was chaos now. He wanted to help, but was powerless. He could only rely on his own luck. Roar! Roar! In the distance, roars could be heard. There were demons whizzing past, chasing after others. Lu Ming retracted his aura and continued forward. Now, the rear was very unsafe, because there were a large number of demons and terrifying immortal kings who were hundreds of meters tall and covered in orange scales. If he were to encounter those creatures, he would probably be slapped to death. In the next few days, Lu Ming traversed through the wild mountains. From time to time, Lu Ming would be chased by demons. Fortunately, Lu Ming did not encounter demons that were too terrifying. Moreover, with Xiaoqiu's help, as long as he did not encounter demons above the 4th level of the Heavenly God realm, Lu Ming would not have to worry about protecting himself. Just like that, Lu Ming did not know how long he had run. Boom! 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 Suddenly, there was a violent boom in front of him, accompanied by the roars of demons. Clearly, someone was fighting with demons. I wonder who it is? Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming retracted his aura and carefully headed towards the battlefield. Lu Ming was afraid that if it was someone he knew, he could still help. If it was an enemy, he would not care. Soon, Lu Ming climbed up a mountain peak that was not too tall. He hid behind the trees and looked ahead. There was an open space in front of him. So people were fighting. That is, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. There were demons in the battle. The ones fighting with the demons were from the Flaming Tribe. What surprised Lu Ming the most were the other figures. These figures cooperated with the demons and attacked the Flaming Tribe. These figures were in human form, but they were about a dozen meters tall and covered in scales. They were very similar to the 100-meter-tall Immortal King that he saw before. The only difference was that the creatures here were much shorter, and the scales on their bodies were red instead of orange. What race are they? They don't have the aura of demons. They're not demons. Wait, that's the aura of an ancient god. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 28:35. Lu Ming was shocked. He felt the presence of the ancient gods from the creatures that were more than 10 meters tall and covered in red scales. Lu Ming had the heart of the ancient gods and was very sensitive to the presence of the ancient gods. He could not be wrong. What is going on? Are these creatures also descendants of the ancient gods? Legend has it that the ancient gods have huge bodies. If these creatures are also so huge, they might really be descendants of the ancient gods. Their bloodline is thicker than the descendants of the ancient gods on the ancient god planet. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The battle at the front was very intense. The few tall living beings and the demons completely had the upper hand, forcing the flaming tribe members to retreat again and again. Lu Ming naturally did not plan to fight. The flaming tribe's divine king wanted to kill him. He was more than happy to see the flaming tribe get killed. Lu Ming retreated quietly and left the place. A few hours later, Lu Ming came to a valley. Lu Ming was about to enter the valley to find a place to rest. But suddenly, a few figures flashed in the valley, and several figures appeared. Lu Ming. As soon as these figures saw Lu Ming, they emitted cold, murderous intent. The people of the Mystic Academy are so unlucky. Lu Ming frowned and turned to leave. Trying to leave? Die. You killed the Dark Battle Saint, and you still want to leave? Kill. The experts of the Mystic Academy roared and charged at Lu Ming. These few people were very fast. They were closing in on Lu Ming quickly. Such powerful cultivation. Lu Ming's face changed. These few people were all experts in the Celestial God Realm. 2 of them were at least at the 4th level Celestial God Realm. Lu Ming was no match for them. Lu Ming used the 9 Heavens Kuan Peng art and formed a giant Kuan Peng outside his body. It flapped its wings and moved forward quickly. However, the experts of the Mystic Academy were also very fast. Even if Lu Ming used the 9 Heavens Kuan Peng art, he was still slower than them. The distance between the 2 sides was closing. Kill! An elder in a black robe shouted and slashed at Lu Ming. The blade radiance slashed a few thousand miles towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed. The 9 layers of crimson golden armor appeared. At the same time, he used the divine dragon Dharma body art, and a 9-clawed dragon pounced on the elder. Bam! The divine dragon avatar bore the brunt of the attack, and was directly split into 2 by the saber gleam. The saber gleam did not stop and continued to slash toward Lu Ming. Bam! Bam! The 9 ice chains shattered, and the blade radiance landed on Lu Ming's body. At the critical moment, Xianxia wriggled and turned into a set of armor that covered Lu Ming's body. It formed a double layer of protection with the 9 layers of crimson golden armor. Even so, Lu Ming was still sent flying by the blade radiance, crashing into several ancient trees. Puff! Lu Ming spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, he did not dare to stay any longer. His figure swayed, and he flew forward again. The elder's strength was beyond his imagination. He was at least a level 5 heavenly god, which was much stronger than him. Even Xianxia would have killed him if it wasn't for Xianxia's protection. Kid, you actually have a metallic life form to protect you. But how many slashes can a metallic life form withstand? The black-robed elder snorted and turned into a streak of blade radiance, chasing after Lu Ming. There was another person whose speed was on par with the black-robed elder. He was obviously an expert of the same level. Lu Ming was in danger. However, at this moment, a few roars were heard. Ferocious chi filled the air. A few gigantic fiendish demons swooped down from the sky and stared at Lu Ming and the rest with their sharp eyes. Roar! Roar! The aura of the people from the Mystic Academy was too strong. A few powerful fiendish demons targeted the experts from the Mystic Academy and pounced on them, ignoring Lu Ming. The heavens are on my side. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He sped up and rushed forward, only to hear the angry roars of the people from the Mystic Academy behind him. The people from the Mystic Academy were frustrated. They were about to catch Lu Ming when a few fiendish demons blocked their way. They could only watch as Lu Ming left. Lu Ming did not stop. He flew forward, carefully avoiding some fiendish demons. He flew for more than 100,000 miles. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. A gigantic figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Lu Ming. It stomped on the ground, creating a huge crater. It was a gigantic creature that was more than 30 meters tall. Its body was covered in red scales, and its muscles were like dragons. It looked very powerful. Lu Ming's pupils contracted. He quickly retreated and was on full alert. However, the creature did not attack Lu Ming. Instead, it looked at Lu Ming curiously and said in a deep voice, "Little guy, which tribe are you from? You're only a level 5 true god, but you're running around. Do you know that there are outsiders who have come to destroy our environment? It's very dangerous now." The gigantic creature spoke. Its language was exactly the same as Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming was stunned. He was a little confused. What did this creature mean? From its tone, it seemed to treat Lu Ming as one of its own tribe. Could it be because of the ancient god's heart? Lu Ming's heart moved. He had condensed the ancient god's heart, and his body emitted a strong ancient god aura. This creature also emitted a strong ancient god aura. It was possible that it treated him as one of its own tribe. However, the difference in size between them was too big. However, something happened that made Lu Ming stare at it. The gigantic creature's body shrunk rapidly. The scales on its body also disappeared quickly. Soon, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man of about 2 meters tall appeared in front of Lu Ming. He looked no different from an ordinary human. Could this be his real body? Did he use some kind of secret technique just now to have such a huge body? Lu Ming couldn't help but guess. "Little guy, why are you in a daze? I'm asking you a question," the middle-aged man asked. I'm not from any tribe," Lu Ming replied. He had no idea about the situation here, so he could only make things up. "You're not from any tribe? Are you the descendant of the ascetic cultivators?" The middle-aged man widened his eyes and asked in surprise. "Yes, I'm the descendant of the ascetic cultivators." Lu Ming nodded hurriedly. At the same time, he stared at the other party cautiously. If the situation went wrong, he would run away immediately. "You're really the descendant of the ascetic cultivators. I've only heard of the ascetic cultivators before, but I've never seen one. No wonder you dare to run around alone. However, things are different now. Now that outsiders have arrived, this area will become very dangerous. I think you'd better follow me for the time being. You can look after me," the middle-aged man said with a smile. His eyes were very gentle. It seemed that he really treated Lu Ming as one of his own tribe. Chapter 2836. "All right. Thank you, Senior." Lu Ming pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. It would be more beneficial for him to follow the middle-aged man. Lu Ming was surrounded by enemies. The Mystic Academy, Invincible Kenzo, Flaming Tribe, etc. He also had to avoid the demons. At least he would not have to worry about the demons if he followed the middle-aged man. Even if he encountered the Mystic Academy and Invincible Kenzo, he would have helpers. "I'm Guhangshan. What's your name?" the middle-aged man asked. "I'm Lu Ming," Lu Ming replied. "Lu, there's such a surname in our tribe, but you ascetic cultivators are a bunch of perverts. It's normal for you to use a different surname." Guhangshan mumbled, but did not think too much about it. Lu Ming was relieved. "Senior, what's the situation with the outsiders? What's the situation now?" Lu Ming pretended to ask as he wanted to know more about the situation. "The outsiders are from beyond the heavens. As soon as they came in, they destroyed our living environment and plundered all the treasures here. They even killed many of our people. So this time, all the tribes have joined forces and mobilized a large number of experts and Divine King experts to join forces with the demonic clan to attack the outsiders. However, there are many experts among the outsiders. Although we killed a group of them, most of them ran away and are now hunting with our tribe in the barbaric mountain range," Guhangshan explained. Lu Ming nodded. He could roughly understand. The other party had considered them to be invaders. That was why they had attacked them. This was normal. When they encountered an invasion, they naturally had to fight back. The descendants of the ancient gods have been living in this world since ancient times. We have never fought with anyone. I didn't expect the outsiders to come this time. It might be a disaster for our tribe. Guhangshan sighed. The descendants of the ancient gods. They are indeed the descendants of the ancient gods. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. These people were indeed the descendants of the ancient gods. He wondered how they were related to the descendants of the ancient gods in the ancient gods mountain. "Lu Ming, let's go." Our tribe is besieging a few outsiders not far away. I'm going to help. Come with me. Gu Hongshan said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded and then rushed in a direction with Gu Hongshan. Gu Hongshan's cultivation was very high. He was afraid that Lu Ming could not keep up with him, but when he looked back, he saw Lu Ming was behind him. He sped up and Lu Ming could keep up with him. Haha, as expected of the descendants of the ascetic cultivators. Gu Hongshan said with a smile. He was very straightforward. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not say much. In front of him, the sound of swords humming continuously reverberated as streaks of sword light soared into the sky. It was the people of the invincible Kenzo. At this moment, a few invincible Kenzo elites were fighting with a few burly descendants of the ancient gods. The descendants of the ancient gods were all burly. They were about 10 to 20 meters tall, and their bodies were covered with red scales. They were very strong and had great combat strength. The invincible Kenzo elites were forced to retreat. Lu Ming, stay here and watch. I'll go and kill those outsiders. Gu Hongshan said to Lu Ming. Senior, be careful. Lu Ming reminded him. Haha, don't worry. I don't care about those outsiders. Gu Hongshan smiled and took a step forward. His body rushed out. As he charged out, his body began to grow rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, he had transformed into a giant that was more than 30 meters tall and covered in red scales. Oh no! The faces of the invincible Kenzo elites changed when they saw Gu Hongshan. Die, outsider! Gu Hongshan rushed over and threw out a punch. Boom! The void shook violently as if it was about to explode. Gu Hongshan's punch shattered the sword light of one of the invincible Kenzo elites and landed on his body. The invincible Kenzo elite screamed as his body flew out and exploded in the air. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. So powerful. That invincible Kenzo elite was at least a level 5 heavenly god. However, he was killed by Gu Hongshan with a single punch. Boom! Boom! Gu Hongshan was very brave. He continued to throw out punches. The remaining invincible Kenzo elites were all killed by Gu Hongshan. Ha, Gu Hongshan, you came just in time. However, even if you didn't come, we could also take care of these outsiders. The other giants laughed. Then, their bodies quickly changed to the size of a normal person. The 2 burly men and 2 burly elders were no different from normal people, except for the strong ancient god aura on them. Gu Hongshan also turned into the size of a normal person. I met a young man on the way. Otherwise, I would have come earlier. Come, let me introduce you to someone. He is the descendant of the ascetic cultivators. Gu Hongshan said. What? The descendant of the ascetic cultivators? I have never seen the ascetic cultivators. Where are they? The others looked around and then looked in the direction of Lu Ming. They could sense Lu Ming's aura. Lu Ming stepped forward. What a strong ancient god aura. The few descendants of the ancient gods sized up Lu Ming, and there was a look of surprise in their eyes. Come, let me introduce you. This is Lu Ming. Lu Ming, this is Gu Yuan. Gu Hongshan introduced the place to them, and Lu Ming greeted them politely. Lu Ming, I can sense the strong ancient god aura on you. Have you formed the heart of the ancient god? One of the elders sized up Lu Ming and said in shock, What? The heart of the ancient god? Gu Hongshan and the group jumped in fright. They looked at Lu Ming with a shocked expression. Yes, I have formed the heart of the ancient god. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, he manipulated the heart of the ancient god, causing it to beat faster. Crimson rays of light were emitted from his chest. It was as if a heart had emerged. A rich ancient god aura permeated the air. The heart of the ancient god. It is really the heart of the ancient god. Genius, genius. What a rare genius. Gu Hongshan and the others mumbled to themselves. Brother Gu Hongshan, is the heart of the ancient god rare? Lu Ming asked in surprise. Of course. You are an ascetic cultivator, so you might not know much about it. In our tribe, the strength of the ancient god bloodline determines the talent. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the talent. Only when the bloodline of the ancient god is extremely strong will the heart of the ancient god be formed. Let me put it this way. Those who can form the heart of the ancient god are extremely rare in our tribe. Each of them is a rare genius. Their future is limitless. Gu Hongshan explained. Chapter 28:37. I see. Lu Ming nodded. He could see that the descendants of the ancient god mainly cultivated their divine body, and their divine power was secondary. All of them were powerful. The heart of the ancient god could improve their divine body continuously. It was normal for them to be peerless geniuses among the descendants of the ancient god. Lu Ming, you haven't cultivated the ancient god skill and awakened the ancient god body, have you? The elder, Gu Yuan, looked at Lu Ming and continued. Ancient god skill? Ancient god body? Lu Ming was curious. He thought for a while and shook his head. No, it's normal that you haven't awakened the ancient god body. After all, to awaken the ancient god body, you have to enter the blood pool and absorb the energy of the blood pool. You're a descendant of the ascetic cultivators. How could you have a blood pool? Gu Hongshan laughed. Yeah, once you awaken the ancient god body after condensing the heart of the ancient god, it will be terrifying. At least you can awaken the orange armor ancient god body. It's even possible for you to awaken the yellow armor ancient god body. I'm looking forward to it. The others were also discussing animatedly as they revealed looks of envy. Yellow armor, ancient god body. Orange armor, ancient god body. Lu Ming was even more confused. Lu Ming, come back to the 8th tribe with us. Soon, the tribe will be preparing to send a batch of people into the blood pool. At that time, you can enter the blood pool together and awaken the ancient god body. That way, your strength will be enhanced by another level. Gu Hongshan said, Ancient god body, is it the giant body that they transformed into? Their strength has increased tremendously. At the thought of this, Lu Ming was excited. Just now, he also saw that when Gu Hongshan and the others transformed into the giant state, their battle strength was indeed extremely powerful. Be it in terms of strength or defense, they had improved tremendously. If Lu Ming could cultivate this secret skill, his combat ability would increase tremendously. Kid, say yes to them. This is a great opportunity for you. Bone Demon shouted in his sea of consciousness. Well, okay. I've been wandering outside for many years. I'm looking for a tribe to rest for a while. Lu Ming nodded. Gu Hongshan and the others were overjoyed. Lu Ming was so talented. If he could join the 8th tribe, the 8th tribe would have another peerless genius. Of course, they were happy. All right, let's return to the tribe first. Gu Hongshan said. Big brother Hongshan, wait a moment. I have something that I want to ask you for help with. Lu Ming suddenly said. What is it? Gu Hongshan asked. I was hunted down by a group of outsiders and almost died at their hands. I have to take revenge. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He wanted to use the descendants of the ancient gods to get rid of the master from the Mystic Academy who was chasing after him. Lu Ming was not the kind of person who would not take revenge. Since he had a grudge, he would take revenge as soon as he had the chance. Outsiders? Where is it? Gu Hongshan, Gu Yuan, and the others had cold looks in their eyes. It's in a valley over 100,000 kilometers away. However, with just a few of us, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Lu Ming said. Previously, Lu Ming had sensed that there should be many masters from the Mystic Academy gathering in the valley. Those who were chasing after him were only a small part of them. That's easy. Let's contact some of our tribesmen and kill them all. Gu Hongshan said. Then, they took out a strange stone that looked similar to the communication jade talisman outside. However, it looked much older. They sent out the message and waited quietly. Soon, several figures flashed over. They were all from the 8th tribe of the descendants of the ancient gods. Not long after, a group of ancient gods' descendants gathered here. There were more than 30 of them. Gu Hongshan introduced Lu Ming to them. Everyone was shocked. Everyone, please follow me, Lu Ming said. Then, he led Gu Hongshan and the others to the valley where the Mystic Academy gathered. The valley was hidden. If one did not look carefully, it would not be easy to find it. Lu Ming had come here by accident. They stopped at a place not far from the valley. There was indeed a figure flashing by at the entrance of the valley. Obviously, the people from the Mystic Academy were still there. They had even sent people to guard the area. "Let's kill them directly," Gu Hongshan said ferociously. "No," Lu Ming stopped him. "We don't know how many of them there are. It's dangerous to kill them directly. Moreover, they have people guarding them. If we kill them directly and they run away immediately, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill them all." "Brother Lu Ming, do you have a better idea?" Gu Hongshan said. "I'll lure them here. They tried to kill me before but failed. Now that they've seen me, they'll definitely chase after me. The rest of you should lie in ambush in the surroundings. When they catch up, you can attack and kill them in one fell swoop. Once their strength is weakened, you can charge into the valley and kill them all." Lu Ming said. "Good idea. It's really a good idea. That's right. Let's do it." The other descendants of the ancient gods nodded. "Brother Lu Ming, you have to be careful in this," Gu Hongshan reminded him. "Don't worry. I have a plan." Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming was confident that he could lure the other party to a certain distance. Gu Hongshan and the others immediately set up an ambush. After they set up an ambush, Lu Ming moved and flew toward the valley in front. "Who is it?" A loud roar was heard. Lu Ming was discovered as soon as he got close. "It's Lu Ming. It's that guy again. Take him down. This time, don't let him escape." Suddenly, there was a loud roar in the valley. Lu Ming turned around and ran toward the place where Gu Hongshan and the others were lying in ambush. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 figures rushed out of the valley. They were all elites from the Mystic Academy, including those who tried to kill Lu Ming last time. "Let's see where you can run to this time," one of the elites from the Mystic Academy said ferociously. They had sent more than 10 elites this time because they were afraid that Lu Ming would run away due to the interference of the fiendish demons like last time. This time, they had mobilized more than 10 people. They wanted to see where Lu Ming could run to. "Let's be careful. This guy came back. He might be tricking us." "That's right. If he runs to some strange place, we'd better not chase after him." There were also some people from the Mystic Academy who were cautious. Lu Ming was hunted down last time, and he ran back this time. They were afraid that Lu Ming would lead them to some perilous place and use the power of the perilous place to kill them. However, they would never expect that Lu Ming was not going to use the perilous place to kill them. Instead, he was going to use the power of the descendants of the ancient gods. Therefore, Lu Ming naturally would not go to places with wonderful terrains. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, they arrived at the place where the ancient gods were lying in ambush. Chapter 28:38. The place where the descendants of the ancient gods were lying in ambush was only a little complicated. That was why the people of the Mystic Academy weren't too cautious. Whoosh! Lu Ming, who was running away, suddenly stopped. "Kid, why aren't you running away? Since you know that you can't run away, I'll send you on your way." The old man in a black robe who caught up with Lu Ming last time said coldly as he slashed at Lu Ming with his blade. "You're the ones who will die." Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Boom! A huge fist suddenly came from behind Lu Ming. The fist was covered with red scales, and it shattered the blade of the old man in a black robe. Bam! Gu Hongshan's huge body appeared behind Lu Ming. Bam! Bam! Many huge figures rushed over from all directions and surrounded the dozens of elites of the Mystic Academy. "Oh no! We've been tricked! Retreat!" The people of the Mystic Academy screamed in fear and wanted to retreat. They didn't expect that there would be so many descendants of the ancient gods lying in ambush here. But why would Lu Ming be with the descendants of the ancient gods? "Kill!" Gu Hongshan roared and charged at the people of the Mystic Academy. More than 30 descendants of the ancient gods all transformed into huge ancient gods and charged at the dozens of people of the Mystic Academy. Even though there were some elites in the Mystic Academy, they were no match for Gu Hongshan and the others. Screams could be heard as they were killed one by one. The old man in a black robe who was chasing after Lu Ming let out an unwilling roar, before he was shattered into pieces by Gu Hongshan's punch. It was a massacre. The dozens of elites of the Mystic Academy were all killed in an instant. Haha, great. Gu Hongshan laughed. Let's not waste any time. Let's go to that valley and kill them all. Lu Ming said. Kill. Let's go. Immediately, they charged toward the valley. In the valley, there was indeed a group of people from the Mystic Academy. Their cultivations varied. The weakest ones were only at the true God realm. There were about 30 of them, but none of them were too powerful. When Gu Hongshan and the others arrived, there was another massacre. Not long after, all the people from the Mystic Academy in the valley were killed. The Mystic Academy, this is just the beginning. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. The Mystic Academy had forced him into a corner, and they were irreconcilable. Lu Ming was going to uproot the Mystic Academy and Invincible Kenzo sooner or later. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lu Ming followed Gu Hongshan and the others to the 8th tribe. Following Ancient God's Mountain and the others, they did not have to worry about being attacked by demons. Their speed was much faster. However, after more than 10 days of traveling, they finally crossed the boundless wild mountains and arrived at the 8th tribe. The descendants of the ancient gods, the 8th tribe. It was a huge city. The entire city was built with a type of stone. This stone was very hard. There were many magnificent stone buildings in the city. These buildings had one thing in common. They were very big. Because the descendants of the ancient gods practiced the ancient god tactics, they would transform into the ancient god body. If the buildings were not big enough, they would easily be destroyed by their huge bodies. Along the way, Lu Ming learned a lot about the descendants of the ancient gods in this world. The descendants of the ancient gods in this world were divided into 10 tribes. Each tribe had hundreds of thousands of people, and some even had millions of people. The 8th tribe that Gu Hongshan was in was below average among the 10 tribes. It only had a population of about 500,000. The descendants of the ancient gods mainly practiced the ancient god tactics. The descendants of the ancient gods could enter the blood pool and awaken the ancient god body. Then, with the help of the ancient god tactics, they would be extremely powerful, especially the divine body. However, not everyone could awaken the ancient god body. Some people whose bloodline was not pure enough could not awaken the ancient god body. Only those with pure bloodlines could awaken the ancient god body. The ancient god body was divided into 7 levels. They were divided by color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The first level, which was also the lowest level, was called the red-armored ancient god body. Gu Hongshan, Guan, and the others had awakened the ancient god body at this level. In fact, most of the descendants of the ancient gods had awakened the red-armored ancient god body. Those who could awaken the second level, the orange-armored ancient god body, were few and far between. For example, the ancient god king that Lu Ming saw in the base of the Ice Spirit clan was 100 meters tall and covered in orange scales. He had awakened the orange-armored ancient god body. As for the third level, the yellow-armored ancient god body, it was even rarer. It was simply the rarest of the rarest. Of course, this was only the level that had just awakened the ancient god body. In fact, the descendants of the ancient gods could also level up the ancient god body by practicing the ancient god tactics. However, it was extremely difficult. It was only possible if they were extremely talented. After hearing this news, Lu Ming was even more excited. When he arrived at the 8th tribe, the people of the 8th tribe knew that Lu Ming was the descendant of the ascetic cultivators. They were all very polite to Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had stayed in the 8th tribe for a few days. Brother Lu Ming, the blood pool of the 8th tribe will open in a few months. You should stay here for the next few months. When the blood pool opens, you can enter the blood pool and awaken the ancient god body. Gu Hongshan said. Brother Hongshan, where are you going? Lu Ming asked. He knew that Gu Hongshan was going to go out again. It's all because of the outsiders. I'm going to hunt them down. A cold light flashed in Gu Hongshan's eyes. Brother Hongshan, I'll go with you. Anyway, the blood pool will open in a few months. During this time, I have nothing to do. Lu Ming said. He planned to go with Gu Hongshan mainly because he was worried about Ouyang Qingxiang, Yuling Long, and the others. If he met them, Lu Ming could find a way to save them. That's good. Gu Hongshan nodded and took Lu Ming with him. In the next few months, Lu Ming, Gu Hongshan, and the others shuttled through the barbaric mountains. However, after a few months, Lu Ming didn't meet Yuling Long and the others. He didn't even meet any of his acquaintances. This made Lu Ming quite worried. Moreover, as time went by, fewer and fewer people came from the Qin Tian Star area. In the end, they didn't even meet one person for a few days. Gu Hongshan and the others speculated that the outsiders had found a place to hide during this time. This world was incomparably huge. It was difficult to find the people from the Qin Tian Star area who had found a place to hide. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, after a few months, the experts from the 10 tribes of the ancient god descendants slowly withdrew from the barbaric mountains. For a time, the world returned to its former tranquility. Chapter 2839. Lu Ming stayed in the 8th tribe, waiting for the opening of the blood pool. Every tribe of the descendants of the ancient gods had their own blood pool. However, they couldn't open it whenever they wanted. Because the energy of the blood pool was limited, there was a fixed time for it to open. It would only open once every 100 years. Lu Ming wandered around the 8th tribe. Unknowingly, he came to a wide open space. At this moment, his path was blocked. More than a dozen burly and dark-skinned young men blocked Lu Ming's path. They were the experts of the younger generation in the 8th tribe. Lu Ming, I heard that you're the descendant of an ascetic cultivator? A 2-meter-tall young man with a square face stared at Lu Ming and asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. It said that every ascetic cultivator is extremely powerful and far surpasses their peers. I wonder if this is true. Today, we'll see for ourselves. The square-faced young man said with a strong fighting spirit. It turned out that these young men wanted to spar with Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced around and found that the square-faced young man was only a LV7 true god. He shook his head and said, You're no match for me. Lu Ming was telling the truth. A LV7 true god was indeed no match for him. How arrogant. Your cultivation is obviously lower than mine. How do you know that I'm no match for you? We haven't awakened our divine bodies either. My cultivation is higher than yours, and I can suppress you. Come, let's fight. The square-faced young man was very persistent. His fighting strength was strong, and he forced his way toward Lu Ming. The other young men also stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He knew that he had to fight today. In the legends of the descendants of the ancient gods, the ascetic cultivators were extremely powerful. These people were curious and doubtful. They wanted to test Lu Ming's strength. Figures appeared around them. They were the descendants of the ancient gods. Gu Hongshan also appeared. However, that didn't stop them. Instead, they looked on with anticipation. The descendants of the ancient gods were very belligerent. They also wanted to see how strong Lu Ming was. All right, let's spar then. Lu Ming nodded. His body soared into the air, hovering in the air. Bang! The square-faced young man took a step forward and soared into the sky, standing face to face with Lu Ming. Boom! The square-faced youth was the first to move. Facing Lu Ming, he did not dare to be careless. He directly used his full strength. The power of a 7th-level true god erupted completely, and a fist rumbled towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming also punched out. With this punch, Lu Ming activated the battle character's secret art's double combat power. Dong! The two fists collided, and a violent explosion erupted. Then, the square-faced young man's body violently shook, and he was blasted away like a cannonball. He flew for over 100 miles, and his face paled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The square-faced young man looked at Lu Ming in shock. One move, just one move, and he was defeated. He was not Lu Ming's match at all. Impressive. He is indeed the descendant of the ascetic cultivators. His cultivation is 2 levels lower, but in terms of strength, he completely overpowered him. Gu Hongshan exclaimed. Indeed, and I feel that he did not use his full strength at all. I wonder how strong he will be if he uses his full strength." The others exclaimed, and they were even more curious. "Thank you." Lu Ming cupped his fists at the square-faced young man. "Impressive, indeed impressive. I admit defeat." The square-faced young man sighed and flew down to the ground. Bang! After the square-faced young man flew down, another young man flew up and stood in front of Lu Ming. "My name is Guzhua, and I am a 9th level true god. I would like to spar with you." The young man cupped his fists and said, "Please." Lu Ming raised his hand. Since the other party wanted to spar with him, he would accompany him to the end. He wanted to convince the ancient god tribe and show his strength. This way, he would be able to gain more benefits from the ancient god descendants. Boom! Guzhua attacked. His muscles bulged, and his body seemed to have turned into steel. Although he had not awakened the ancient god body, the power of his divine body was not to be underestimated. He attacked continuously, and his fists tore through the air and blasted towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not take out his spear, and he also used his fist to fight. However, Lu Ming's fist contained 6 divine powers, and the battle art had tripled his combat strength. Lu Ming's strength was already shocking, and he had completely suppressed his opponent. Dong! Dong! The two exchanged a few blows, and Guzhua could not withstand Lu Ming's attacks, so he quickly retreated. Just like the square-faced young man, he was also suppressed by Lu Ming. Impressive, really impressive. Guzhua is a 9th level true god, but he is no match for him. The strength of the ascetic cultivators is indeed terrifying. Can he fight with a heavenly god? Many ancient god descendants were shocked by Lu Ming. The dozen young men who had challenged Lu Ming looked at each other. Guzhua was the strongest among them. If even Guzhua was no match for him, there was no need for the other sex to challenge him. "Is there anyone else who wants to spar with me?" Lu Ming asked. The dozen young men remained silent. They had already acknowledged Lu Ming's strength. The descendant of the ascetic cultivators is indeed the descendant of the ascetic cultivators. Your strength is amazing. How about I spar with you? At this moment, a voice came from afar. Then, a figure flashed, and a handsome young man appeared in the air. The young man's aura was vast and mighty. He had reached the 1st level heavenly god realm. "Brother Gu Ming, it's Brother Gu Ming." The young men were shocked. "Gu Ming, you are one of the strongest geniuses of the 8th tribe. You are also a 1st level heavenly god and have awakened the ancient god body. It is not appropriate for you to spar with Lu Ming." Gu Hongshan stepped forward and said, "Brother Hongshan, I am itching to spar with Lu Ming because of his strength. If Lu Ming does not want to spar with me, I will not force him." Gu Ming said with a smile. He was indeed itching to spar with Lu Ming. Seeing how powerful Lu Ming was, he could not help but want to spar with Lu Ming. He wanted to see what other skills the descendant of the ascetic cultivators had. But Gu Hongshan was still hesitant. After all, Gu Ming was much stronger than Lu Ming. "Brother Hongshan, it's okay. I also want to spar with you to understand the power of the ancient god body," Lu Ming said. He had seen Gu Hongshan and the others using the ancient god body. He only knew that it was very powerful. However, he had not tried it himself. He was also very curious about the power of the ancient god body. "In that case, you can spar with me. However, Lu Ming, you have to be careful. Gu Ming has awakened the ancient god body. It is the orange-armored ancient god body," Gu Hongshan reminded. "Orange-armored ancient god body? Come on." Lu Ming exuded a strong battle intent. "Haha, Brother Lu Ming is very forthright. However, if you want me to use the orange-armored ancient god body, let's see if you can force me to use it." Gu Ming smiled. The aura of a heavenly god was completely released. A 2-meter-long mace appeared in his hand. It looked extremely ferocious. Chapter 2840. The mace in Gu Ming's hand was as thick as a person's waist. It was covered with sharp spikes and looked extremely ferocious. "Lu Ming, you go first." Gu Ming looked at Lu Ming and said, with his cultivation of heavenly god realm, it was already embarrassing for him to fight with Lu Ming. At this moment, he did not want to take advantage of Lu Ming. All right, Lu Ming nodded. The 6 divine fires in his body burned fiercely, and the battle formula was triggered to quadruple his combat strength. 3 devastating blows, sky-piercing. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. A dazzling spear, radiance tore through the void and stabbed toward Gu Ming. So powerful. As soon as Lu Ming made his move, many descendants of the ancient gods were shocked. The power of Lu Ming's attack had reached the level of heavenly god realm. It was much more powerful than when he had attacked with Gu Zhuo and the rest. Gu Ming's eyes narrowed and he looked dignified. Exploding spirit strike. Gu Ming shouted and unleashed all of his strength. He waved his mace and brought about an endless gale as he attacked Lu Ming. Dong! Their attacks collided. It was as if millions of explosives had exploded in the void, causing a terrifying vibration. Buzz! Buzz! The long spear in Lu Ming's hand vibrated violently. Lu Ming felt a surge of power, and he quickly retreated. Similarly, Gu Ming's figure also retreated rapidly, retreating more than Lu Ming. So powerful, so powerful. Lu Ming actually forced Gu Ming to retreat. Gu Ming is a heavenly god. What terrifying combat strength! Without using his ancient god body, Gu Ming would not be able to defeat Lu Ming. Indeed, the descendants of the ancient gods were all shocked. Gu Ming looked dignified, but his fighting spirit was stronger. Lu Ming, you are so powerful. It seems that even if I don't use my ancient god body, I am no match for you. You have to be careful. As soon as Gu Ming finished speaking, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. Roar! A roar came from Gu Ming's body. It was as if an ancient god was roaring. At the same time, Gu Ming's body rapidly grew. He grew to more than 20 meters at an astonishing speed. Moreover, unlike Gu Hongshan and the rest, Gu Ming's body was covered with orange scales that shone under the sun. The mace in his hand also grew in size along with Gu Ming's body. A giant appeared in front of Lu Ming. This was the orange armor ancient god body. Exploding spirit strike. Gu Ming shouted loudly. He waved the wolf-fanged mace and charged toward Lu Ming again. The sky shook violently. The power this time was much stronger than the previous time. 3 Annihilation Strike Moon. Bang! The two sides collided for the second time. A terrifying sound wave spread out in all directions. Then, Lu Ming's body was blown away like a cannonball. He was thrown a few hundred miles away, creating a long air wave. Crack! Lu Ming had activated the 9 layers crimson gold armor. However, at this moment, cracks appeared on the 9 layers crimson gold armor. Lu Ming felt his entire body go numb, and he almost spat out blood. What a terrifying power! Lu Ming looked at Gu Ming's huge body in front of him. He was shocked. Gu Ming's power was beyond his expectation. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to resist Gu Ming's power. Is this the power of the ancient god body? Lu Ming muttered. He was looking forward to it. Gu Ming's ancient god body and his ancient god body were like 2 different people. The difference in power was too great. This was the orange armor ancient god body. If he awakened a stronger ancient god body, how strong would he be? Lu Ming was very excited about the ancient god body. Lu Ming, do you still want to come? Gu Ming's deep voice rang out. Of course. This is just the beginning. Lu Ming laughed. He had not used his skills yet. Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming performed the Garuda technique. In a flash, he appeared above Gu Ming's head. 9 ice chains flew out and wrapped around Gu Ming. At the same time, a 9-clawed dragon appeared and pounced on Gu Ming with a roar. Good timing. Gu Ming waved his mace and attacked the ice chains and the 9-clawed dragon. However, as Lu Ming's cultivation level increased, the power of the ice chains and the divine dragon aspect technique also increased significantly. Now, it was not so easy to defeat them. Clang! Clang! Although the ice chains and the 9-clawed dragon were repelled by Gu Ming, they were not defeated. After they were repelled, they continued to attack Gu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming also performed the moon slashing technique and attacked Gu Ming. It could be said that Lu Ming had used all his means and unleashed his abilities to the extreme. However, he was still no match for Gu Ming. He could not get close to Gu Ming to form an effective attack. Every time he attacked, Gu Ming would repel him with his terrifying strength. However, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. His means were complicated and varied. It was impossible for Gu Ming to defeat Lu Ming in a short period of time. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows, and the outcome was still a draw. All right, let's stop. It's meaningless to continue fighting like this. After a while, Gu Ming suddenly shouted. He waved his mace and repelled the ice chains and the nine-clawed dragon. His body quickly retreated and shrunk to the size of an ordinary person. Lu Ming's mind moved. The ice chains flew back to Lu Ming's body and disappeared. The nine-clawed dragon was also defeated. The orange-armored ancient god body is indeed powerful. Lu Ming exclaimed, You're the powerful one. You haven't awakened the ancient god body, and your cultivation is only at the 5th level of true god realm. You're so powerful. You're sick, Gu Ming exclaimed. However, his eyes were filled with admiration. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. He relied on various secret skills and the combination of divine skills to fight Gu Ming. He was definitely not Gu Ming's match in a head-on collision. Although Gu Ming's cultivation was only at the 1st level of Heavenly God Realm, his combat strength increased tremendously when he transformed into the ancient god body. He could probably crush a 2nd level of Heavenly God Realm and was comparable to a 3rd level of Heavenly God Realm. However, his weakness was his slow speed and lack of changes. Otherwise, Lu Ming would definitely not be Gu Ming's match. Let's spar again when you awaken the ancient god body, Gu Ming said. All right, Lu Ming nodded. At this moment, the other descendants of the ancient god were discussing among themselves. They were shocked by Lu Ming's strength. Is this the strength of an ascetic cultivator? Isn't it too terrifying? It's indeed shocking. An ordinary ascetic cultivator would definitely not be this powerful. I reckon that Lu Ming is a peerless genius even among the ascetic cultivators. Definitely. Everyone nodded. If an ordinary ascetic cultivator was this powerful, it would be a huge blow to them. They did not doubt Lu Ming's various means. In their opinion, ascetic cultivators traveled to all kinds of dangerous places to train themselves. It was normal for them to have all kinds of strange means. Chapter 28:41. The sparring session came to an end, and Lu Ming witnessed the power of the ancient god body. Lu Ming returned to his residence and waited patiently. 7 days later, the blood pool was officially opened. Lu Ming and more than 20 young men of the 8th tribe followed a few old men to a huge stone palace. In addition to them, many people from the 8th tribe had gathered outside the stone temple. They were all here to watch. Blood pool open, an old man shouted softly. Then, a few old men stepped forward and condensed strange runes in their hands. The runes flew toward the gate of the stone palace. The gate opened with a rumble, revealing a dark entrance. Go in. Remember, do your best. The longer you stay in the blood pool, the more bloodline power you absorb and the stronger your awakened ancient god body will be. An old man warned. Yes, the 20 or so youths nodded in unison and then walked towards the door. Lu Ming was among them. When they entered the gate closed with a rumble. When the gate was closed, the gate glowed and an image appeared above the gate. It was the image of Lu Ming and the others in the stone palace. They could see everything from the outside, which was why so many people came to watch. I wonder how many people will awaken the ancient god body this time. About half. Every time it's about half. I hope it's more this time. I hope someone can awaken the orange ancient god body. I wonder what level of ancient god body Lu Ming will awaken. He has condensed the ancient god heart, so he'll at least have the orange ancient god body. It's not impossible for him to awaken the yellow ancient god body. Once the yellow ancient god body is awakened, his future will be limitless. Many people were watching and talking about it. After Lu Ming and the rest entered the door of the stone hall, they saw a pitch-black passageway. They walked along the passageway. After walking for 100 miles, the light in front of them lit up. They actually came to a huge space. This space was very bright, and there was a small lake on the ground. The water was blood red, and there was a terrifying energy rippling out. Is this the blood pool? It's a lake. Lu Ming sighed. Let's go in. Remember, hold on for as long as you can. There's only one chance, so we have to seize it. Guzhua warned everyone. Everyone nodded and slowly walked down the blood pool. Lu Ming also stepped out and entered the blood pool. As soon as he stepped into the blood pool, a strange, powerful energy rushed toward Lu Ming. It entered Lu Ming's skin and entered Lu Ming's ancient god heart. This is the aura of an ancient god. Lu Ming could sense that the energy pouring in from the blood pool contained a rich ancient god aura. Lu Ming quickened his pace. Soon, his entire body was submerged in the lake. From all directions, even more energy rushed towards Lu Ming and surged into the ancient god's heart. The ancient god's heart started thumping. As the energy poured in, the ancient god's heart beat even faster. It even released a burst of energy to absorb the energy from the outside world. Outside the stone hall, everyone waited quietly. About 3 hours later, splash! The lake water churned. A youth rushed out of the lake and landed on the shore, gasping for breath. I failed. The youth's eyes were filled with disappointment and loneliness. He had not awakened his ancient god body, but he could not withstand the energy in the blood pool. This meant that he had failed. There was a strange energy in the blood pool. Each person could only enter once. If they entered a second time, they would be expelled by the energy. If he did not succeed this time, he would not be able to awaken his ancient god body again. Gu Feng failed. Sigh. Although I knew that his chances of success were low, I still had a glimmer of hope. What a pity! Outside the stone hall, someone sighed. It was Gu Feng's family. Gu Feng's failure was just the beginning. Following that, more and more people failed and rushed out of the blood pool. Once they entered the blood pool, a powerful energy would rush into their bodies. When the energy accumulated enough, it would even cause their bodies to explode. Therefore, many people could not withstand it. This was a test of one's willpower and the density of their ancient god bloodline. The denser one's ancient god bloodline was, the easier it was to absorb the energy. Take Lu Ming, for example. His ancient god heart was constantly absorbing the energy. He did not feel any pressure at all. As time passed, more and more people failed. After half a day, half of the people had failed. These people who had failed all had ugly expressions as they sighed in despair. The people outside the stone hall became nervous. That was because those who could stay in the blood pool for half a day had a high chance of awakening their ancient god body. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar came from a direction of the blood pool. Waves of blood surged in that direction, forming a whirlpool. At the same time, a huge figure appeared out of thin air. This figure was not real, but a phantom. This was the true phantom of the ancient god. The phantom of the ancient god raised its head and roared, exuding an aura of supremacy. Then, a loud roar came from under the lake. Then, the figure of a young man appeared. His body began to swell. He was originally about 2 meters tall, but soon he grew to 3 meters, then 4 meters. Crimson scales also appeared on the surface of his body. Someone had succeeded. He had successfully awakened the red-armored ancient god body. Finally, the young man's body stopped growing when he was 8 meters tall. As his cultivation increased in the future, when he transformed into the ancient god body, his height would also increase. At this time, the phantom of the ancient god in the sky disappeared. It turned into a ray of light and entered the young man's body. The young man's body began to shrink to the size of a normal person. He landed on the shore with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Gu Tatong. Congratulations on awakening the ancient god body. On the shore, the young men who had failed came over to congratulate him. They were all envious. Outside the stone hall, many people were also happy. Every tribe member who awakened the ancient god body would strengthen the strength of the 8th tribe. This young man's success seemed to be the prelude to success. Following that, more and more young men succeeded. 2 days later, a total of 11 young men and women had awakened the ancient god body. However, they were all red-armored. None of them had an orange-armored ancient god body. 2 days later, only 2 people were still in the blood pool. One was Lu Ming, and the other was Guzhua. Guzhua is very talented. I wonder if he can awaken the orange-armored ancient god body. Let's wait and see. If he can stay in the blood pool for 3 days, he might awaken the orange-armored ancient god body. It's hard to say. Gu Ming stayed in the blood pool for 5 days. Outside the stone hall, many people were looking forward to it. Chapter 2842. Generally speaking, if one could stay in the blood pool for 3 days, it meant that he had absorbed enough energy to awaken the orange-armored ancient god body. Of course, it was not 100% certain. The longer one stayed in the blood pool, the greater the chance. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Lu Ming and the others had been in the blood pool for 3 days. Many people began to feel nervous. It had been 3 days. Lu Ming and Guzhua had both stayed in the blood pool for 3 days. Lu Ming and the others were not worried. Lu Ming had the ancient god heart, so it was not a problem for him to awaken the orange-armored ancient god body. They were worried about Guzhua. Would he be able to awaken the orange-armored ancient god body? Time passed slowly while everyone was looking forward to it. Soon, 4 days had passed since Lu Ming and the others had been in the blood pool. 4 days. It's been 4 days. Guzhua is more likely to awaken the orange-armored ancient god body. I hope he can awaken the orange-armored ancient god body successfully. Once the orange-armored ancient god body was awakened, one would become a peerless genius. No matter which tribe he was in, he would be a top genius. Only by awakening the orange-armored ancient god body could one have a glimmer of hope to enter the immortal king realm. Those who did not awaken the orange-armored ancient god body had almost no hope of entering the immortal king realm. Roar. At this moment, a roar was heard. An ancient god shadow suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake. This ancient god shadow was several times larger than the ancient god shadows that had appeared before. It was extraordinarily mighty. Then, Guzhua's body appeared on the surface of the lake. As soon as he appeared, he let out a roar. His body quickly expanded and swelled. Dense orange scales appeared on the surface of his body. Orange. It's orange scales. It's the orange-armored ancient god body. Haha. Guzhua has successfully awakened the orange-armored ancient god body. The 8th tribe has one more ancient god body in orange armor. Many people laughed and were excited. Guzhua's body did not stop growing until it was more than 10 meters tall. He stood on the surface of the lake, looking extraordinarily powerful. After a while, the ancient god shadow turned into a beam of light and disappeared into Guzhua's body. His body began to transform into human form and landed on the shore. His face was full of smiles. He had finally succeeded in awakening the orange-armored ancient god body. Moreover, his cultivation had also increased to the peak of level 9 true god realm. He was not far from the heavenly god realm. There was no need to mention how envious the other youths on the shore were. Who else is in the blood pool? Guzhua asked, and Lu Ming. Someone answered. Guzhua nodded. He had expected Lu Ming to be in the blood pool. After all, Lu Ming was someone who had condensed the ancient god's heart. Lu Ming, what level of ancient god body can you awaken? Orange armor or yellow armor? He whispered in an ancient voice. Those who had awakened the yellow-armored ancient god body from the very beginning were extremely rare in the 10 tribes of the ancient god's descendants. Everyone continued to wait. 5th day, 6th day, 7th day. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had stayed in the blood pool for 8 days. It's been 8 days. He has already awakened the orange-armored ancient god body. However, it's still a little short to awaken the yellow-armored ancient god body. Yes, he needs at least 10 days to awaken the yellow-armored ancient god body. I wonder how many days he can stay in the blood pool. Some people discussed in low voices, revealing looks of anticipation. Time passed by day. 10 days, 11 days, 12 days. Soon, Lu Ming had stayed in the blood pool for more than 10 days. However, he still had no intention of coming out, and there was no sign of him awakening the ancient god body. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in the blood pool for a month. At this moment, everyone could not remain calm. Their eyes were wide open and their breaths quickened. 1 month, he had stayed in the blood pool for a month. According to their ancient records, the one who had stayed in the blood pool for the longest time among the descendants of the ancient god was the 33rd heaven. Lu Ming was close to this record. Will Lu Ming be able to break the record of the 33rd heaven? Back then, the genius from the first tribe who stayed in the 33rd heaven almost awakened the green-armored ancient god body. Will Lu Ming be able to awaken the green-armored ancient god body? Many people looked at each other. In the history of the descendants of the ancient god, no one had ever awakened the green-armored ancient god body after awakening the ancient god body. Everyone's heart was beating fast. They were nervous and expectant at the same time. Time passed by day. 31 days, 32 days, 33 days. In the blink of an eye, 33 days had passed. Lu Ming had tied the record. However, it was not over yet. Lu Ming was still setting a new record. 34 days, 35 days. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had stayed in the blood pool for 45 days. 45 days, more than the previous record by 12 days. Roar. At this moment, a roar finally came from the lake. It was as if the ancient god had been reborn. It shook the vast universe. The entire stone palace shook violently. In the blood pool, blood waves surged wildly and bloodlight filled the air. At this moment, not only in the 8th tribe, but also in the blood pools of the other 9 tribes of the descendants of the ancient god, blood waves surged and divine light filled the sky. What's going on? Why is there a change in the blood pool? I don't know. What's going on? Could it be that someone has awakened the terrifying ancient god body? It seems that the 8th tribe has been opening the blood pool recently. Send someone to the 8th tribe immediately and ask for information. The other tribes of the ancient god clan issued orders. In the 8th tribe, blood waves surged in the blood pool. In the blood waves, Lu Ming's figure emerged. Roar. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shocking bloodlight. He looked up to the sky and roared. The ancient god's heart surged with terrifying energy and poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body began to swell rapidly. His height grew very quickly, and at an astonishing speed, he began to grow rapidly. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. He grew crazily and finally stopped when he was 100 meters tall. The surface of Lu Ming's body was covered with green scales. Green-armored ancient god body. He has awakened the green-armored ancient god body. Oh my god. He has awakened the green-armored ancient god body as soon as he awakened it. This is the first time in history. No wonder his strength is so amazing. He is so talented. I was wondering how all the ascetics could be so strong. He must be the most talented among them. Green-armored ancient god body. His future is limitless. Will he be able to break through to the divine king realm? Oh my god. Outside the stone palace, there was an uproar. Everyone looked at the scene in the sky in shock and could not stay calm. On the shore of the blood pool, the other youths were dumbfounded and speechless. Chapter 28:43. Green-armored ancient god body. It's a green-armored ancient god body. How powerful is it? Gu Ming exclaimed in the crowd. At the same time, he had a strong desire to fight. He wanted to see how powerful the green-armored ancient god body was. Green-armored ancient god body. Not bad. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that he was filled with endless power. He was much stronger than before. It was as if he could destroy a star with a punch. Of course, this was an illusion. Lu Ming couldn't be so powerful now. It was an illusion caused by the surge in power. My cultivation has also broken through to the 6th level of true God realm. Lu Ming smiled. When he awakened the green-armored ancient god body, His cultivation also broke through to the 6th level of true God realm. At this moment, the ancient god shadow turned into a ray of light and rushed into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. With a thought, Lu Ming's body shrunk rapidly. The scales on his body disappeared. Lu Ming turned into the size of a normal person. He stepped on the air and landed on the shore. Lu Ming, congratulations. Lu Ming, you're amazing. Immediately, the people on the shore walked toward Lu Ming with deep envy and admiration. No one was jealous. When a person's achievements exceeded their own, there was no jealousy. There was only envy and admiration. I was lucky. Let's go out, Lu Ming said with a smile. Then, the crowd followed the passage and left the place. After leaving, Lu Ming was warmly welcomed by the 8th tribe. Lu Ming, I think you'd better be single. My tigress is very good. She can do anything. Do you want to consider her? My area is also good. She's smart and beautiful. I think you two are a good match. Suddenly, a group of aunties surrounded Lu Ming and started to matchmake for Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a headache coming, especially when he looked at the girls whose arms were thicker than their waists. He broke out in cold sweat. Big sister, you call this beautiful? Isn't our sense of beauty too different? Lu Ming wailed in his heart. He pointed to the sky and swore that he already had a wife and a child. Only then did the aunties let Lu Ming go. They sighed. In the end, the 8th tribe held a banquet to celebrate Lu Ming's awakening of the green-armored ancient god body. Lu Ming sighed. He felt a little embarrassed. He didn't belong here, and he would leave sooner or later. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Ming, now that you have awakened the ancient god body, you should cultivate the ancient god technique. Only by cultivating the ancient god technique can your ancient god body improve and become stronger. An elder said to Lu Ming. This man was the 8th tribe. Ancient God's technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had heard of ancient God's technique, but he hadn't seen it before. Yes, only by cultivating ancient God's technique can you control the ancient God body freely. Come with me. The 8th tribe's leader said, and then walked in a direction. Lu Ming followed. Not long after, they arrived in front of cave. Ancient God's technique is inside. Go in and meditate. The 8th tribe's leader said. Thank you, leader. Lu Ming thanked him and then walked into the cave. Inside the cave was a huge cavern. Words were carved into the walls of the cavern. That was the ancient God's technique. Lu Ming began to meditate. While Lu Ming was comprehending the ancient God technique, the other 9 tribes sent people to the 8th tribe to inquire about the situation. When they learned that a descendant of an ascetic had awakened the green-armored ancient god body in the 8th tribe, the 10 tribes of the descendants of the ancient god were all shocked. Many masters flocked to the 8th tribe, wanting to meet Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't know any of this. He was focused on the ancient god's technique. 3 months later, Lu Ming finally understood the ancient god's technique. In the future, he only needed to practice harder. Although the ancient god body can be upgraded, it is too difficult to do so. The conditions for upgrading are also very harsh. After meditating on the ancient god's technique, Lu Ming understood that in theory, cultivating ancient god's technique could upgrade the ancient god body, but it was very difficult. In fact, among the descendants of the ancient gods, there were not many who could upgrade the ancient god body by cultivating ancient god's technique. After meditating for a while, Lu Ming left the cave. Lu Ming is out. As soon as Lu Ming left the cave, the news immediately spread to the 8th tribe. Initially, Lu Ming intended to return to his residence. However, he was stopped by someone halfway through his journey. Lu Ming, let's have a competition. Gu Ming stopped Lu Ming with a fervent look in his eyes. Sure, Lu Ming smiled. He also wanted to find someone to test the power of the ancient god body. Come on. Gu Ming rushed to the sky. Lu Ming also rushed to the sky. Lu Ming and Gu Ming are going to fight again. The news that the two of them were going to spar quickly spread. Immediately, many people appeared in the sky to watch the fight. Ancient god body. This time, Gu Ming was very direct. He used his ancient god body and turned into a 20-meter tall, orange-armored ancient god. He held a mace in his hand and looked very majestic. Let's try the power of the ancient god body. Lu Ming also had an idea. He operated the ancient god's technique. His body quickly grew and turned into a 100-meter-tall, green-armored ancient god. Gosh, it's really a green-armored ancient god. Terrifying. There were people from other tribes in the area who were watching, and the shock they felt was hard to imagine. Exploding Spirit Strike. Gu Ming roared angrily and charged toward Lu Ming. This was because Lu Ming's ancient god aura was constantly emitting from his body. This aura made Gu Ming feel frightened. This was the suppression of a superior to a subordinate. He was afraid that if this continued, he would lose the courage to fight. Therefore, he had to make the first move. Come on. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he swept it out. This time, Lu Ming did not activate the battle formula. He only activated it with his divine power and the power of the ancient god body. A huge long spear like a mountain range charged at Gu Ming. Boom! The long spear and the mace collided. Heaven and earth shook. Buzz! As the long spear vibrated, a terrifying and boundless force erupted. Gu Ming's body was sent flying backward for more than 1,000 miles. Lu Ming was like an adult hitting a baby with a stick. Gu Ming flew for more than 1,000 miles before he stopped. His body was trembling, and he almost lost his grip on the mace. Again, Gu Ming bellowed and charged toward Lu Ming again, exerting all his strength. However, Lu Ming pulled out his spear, and Gu Ming's body was sent flying again. It was an absolute suppression. Baidu, search translator, Zefizi editor, Defizo. No advertising message. Chapter 2844. This time, Lu Ming had not activated the battle formula, and he was already able to suppress Gu Ming. In terms of strength, Gu Ming was no match for Lu Ming. I wonder if the battle formula can be combined with the ancient god body. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Instantly, he activated the battle word manual, which increased his combat power by 3 times. Wong. The long spear that was a few thousand meters long was whipped out, causing the void to explode. Bam! This time, Gu Ming's body was sent flying thousands of miles away. He crashed into a huge mountain, shattering it into pieces. Lu Ming was shocked. He was afraid that Gu Ming would be whipped to death. The battle formula could indeed be combined with the ancient god body. When combined, the power would be even more shocking. Fortunately, the ancient god body of a descendant of the ancient god body was too tenacious. Gu Ming rushed out from the mountain. However, he was in a miserable state. The scales on his body were shattered and blood flowed out. He looked like he was on his last breath. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. You pervert. I'm not fighting anymore. Gu Ming shouted from afar. If their strengths were similar, they could still fight. However, if the gap was too big, he would be looking for a beating. What was there to fight? I wonder what cultivation realm I can go against now that I've unleashed my full strength. Lu Ming measured his combat strength. When he was at the 5th level of True God realm and had not awakened the ancient god body, he could kill a 1st level heavenly god and fight a 2nd level true god. When he broke through to the 6th level of True God realm, he could probably suppress a 2nd level true god or even kill a 2nd level heavenly god. Generally, those who could break through to the heavenly god realm had mastered king grade divine power. Of course, the peerless geniuses who mastered saint grade divine power were an exception. In other words, Lu Ming estimated that he could suppress or even kill a 2nd level heavenly god if he did not use the ancient god body. However, once he used the ancient god body, his strength would skyrocket. He could even kill a 4th level heavenly god. Once he used the ancient god body, his strength would skyrocket by 2 levels. Moreover, it was 2 levels of the heavenly god realm. This was Lu Ming's estimation of his strength. The strength of the ancient god body was too strong. Of course, this was because he had a green-armored ancient god body. A low-level ancient god body would not have improved as much. Amazing, truly amazing. If my strength were to increase by another 2 levels, even if I were to encounter Tian Hong Floating Light, and the others, I would be able to contend against them. Lu Ming revealed a confident expression. Although the Tianhong Saint Sun and Fuko Seiko were both 4th-level celestial gods, they were Kongxian School's Saint Sons. Naturally, their battle prowess couldn't be judged based on cultivation. Is this the green-armored ancient god body? What terrifying strength! So powerful. Gu Ming is no match for him at all. If he breaks through to the heavenly god realm, I wonder how powerful he will be. The surrounding ancient god descendants were also amazed. Whoosh! At this time, a few figures appeared not far from Lu Ming, carefully sizing up Lu Ming. Lu Ming, they are from another tribe. Gu Hongshan flew over and said, "Oh, they are from another tribe. It seems that the news of me awakening the green-armored ancient god body has spread." Lu Ming nodded. He thought that the news of him awakening the green-armored ancient god body was spread by the people of the 8th tribe. In fact, he naturally did not know that when he awakened the green-armored ancient god body, it had caused a huge commotion. "You are very powerful. How about sparring with me?" Another young man stepped out. This person had a majestic build, like a heavenly pagoda. It's Gu Tian, the top genius of the 3rd tribe. As soon as the young man stepped out, he was recognized. "All right, let's spar." Lu Ming nodded. He had just gained control of the ancient god body and needed to familiarize himself with it. Roar! With a roar, Gu Tian unleashed his ancient god body. As the top genius of the 3rd tribe, Gu Tian had awakened an orange-armored ancient god body, and his cultivation had reached the 3rd-level heavenly god realm. Although it seemed that he had just reached it, his strength was much stronger than Gu Ming's. "Fight! Fight!" Lu Ming and Gu Tian took action right away. The two of them transformed into two giants, fighting and colliding with each other crazily. Gu Tian's cultivation was much higher than Lu Ming's. In the beginning, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. However, as Lu Ming became more familiar with the control of the ancient god body, Lu Ming was able to execute all his god skills and secret arts with the help of the ancient god body. Lu Ming slowly turned the tables around and fought Gu Tian to a standstill. After exchanging a few hundred blows, both of them were covered in sweat. "Awesome, awesome," Lu Ming's eyes glittered. The descendants of the ancient gods were indeed battle-hungry. The battle with Gu Tian had allowed Lu Ming to unleash his combat abilities to his heart's content. His application and comprehension of various divine skills had improved to a higher level. Impressive, let's fight another day. After fighting for so long, Gu Tian was almost exhausted. He had no choice but to call it a day. Lu Ming nodded and returned to his residence to meditate. In the following days, either the experts of the ancient god clan would come to Lu Ming to spar, or Lu Ming would take the initiative to fight with the experts of the ancient god clan. He continued to hone his combat strength and the use of various god skills and secret arts. Gradually, Lu Ming became more familiar with the use of various god skills and secret arts that he had mastered. They worked together seamlessly. In this way, Lu Ming stayed in the tribe of the descendants of the ancient god for 5 years. In these 5 years, he had visited the 10 major tribes of the descendants of the ancient god. The descendants of the ancient god were very forthright. They had completely treated Lu Ming as one of their own. Lu Ming had also made many friends here, such as Gu Tian and Gu Ming. They would spar with each other from time to time. In these 5 years, Lu Ming hadn't met anyone from the Qin Tian star area. However, he knew from the other descendants of the ancient god that the people from the Qin Tian star area were still in this world. They hadn't gone out, but were hiding in various places. Lu Ming guessed that the door to the outside world hadn't been opened yet. Therefore, Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry. 5 years later, Lu Ming planned to go to the North Wasteland Devil Field in this world. "Lu Ming, you want to go to the North Wasteland Devil Field?" When Lu Ming told Gu Hongshan his plan, Gu Hongshan's expression changed. The North Wasteland Devil Field was in the extreme north of the ancient god world. It was said that there were countless demons there. Moreover, the demons there were different from the demons that Lu Ming and the others had encountered when they had just entered this world. Many demons there had intelligence and were more powerful. The demons in the North Wasteland Devil Field had always been the sworn enemies of the descendants of the ancient god. The two sides had been killing each other for countless years. Therefore, Gu Hongshan's expression changed when he heard Lu Ming's words. Lu Ming, I know you're the descendant of the ascetic cultivators. You need to go into all kinds of dangerous places to train yourself. However, the North Wasteland Devil Field is very dangerous. You still need to be careful. Gu Hongshan warned him seriously. Brother Hongshan, don't worry. I know. Lu Ming nodded and said, although he could train himself here, he couldn't have life-and-death battles. After all, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to train himself here. Therefore, Lu Ming chose to go to the North Wasteland Devil Field. Baidu, search translator, Zephyz editor, Defizo. No advertising message. Chapter 2845. Lu Ming took his leave and embarked on his journey to the Northern Wasteland Devil Field alone. Cold winds howled, and the world was covered in a vast expanse. Lu Ming didn't fly, but walked on the ground at a steady pace. The resources on this land were more abundant than the area where Lu Ming and the others had just entered. Lu Ming had only been here for 7 days, and he had already obtained many heavenly treasures. He gave most of the divine medicines to the measuring character formula and gave most of the metal element materials to Xianxia. Roar. With a roar, a gust of demonic wind surged. At the same time, a giant creature pounced on Lu Ming. It was a tiger-shaped demon with a cultivation of level 3 heavenly god realm. In an instant, Lu Ming activated the battle character formula, which increased his combat strength by 3 times and swept out his spear. Clang! Lu Ming's spear struck the sharp claws of the tiger-shaped demon, producing a clang and sparks. Swoosh! Lu Ming retreated rapidly. He only managed to stabilize himself after retreating a few thousand meters. Descendant of the ancient god, how dare you come to the Northern Wasteland Devil Field? Die! The tiger-shaped demon roared and charged at Lu Ming again. Indeed, it has a high level of intelligence. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The demons they had encountered when they first entered the ancient god realm had no intelligence. It was said that some demons in the Northern Wasteland Devil Field had intelligence. Demons with intelligence were undoubtedly more terrifying. Xianxia. Lu Ming waved his hand, and Xianxia flew out. Its body was covered in lightning, and a bolt of lightning struck out. This bolt of lightning directly hit the tiger-shaped demon and sent it flying. Roar. The tiger-shaped demon roared. It was severely injured, but not dead. It struggled to get up with a look of fear on its face. Then it turned and ran. Demons are indeed stronger than ordinary cultivators. With a thought, Lu Ming moved and chased after the tiger-shaped fiendish demon. If a third-level celestial god from the Qintian starfield was struck by Xianxia's lightning, they would definitely die. However, this demon was only heavily injured and not dead. Lu Ming executed the Garuda technique and rapidly closed the distance between him and the tiger-shaped demon. Descendant of the ancient god, the one who will die today is you. At this moment, the tiger-shaped demon suddenly stopped, turned around, and roared ferociously. Not good. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart tightened as he sensed danger. Roar, roar, roar. At the side, roaring like thunder, a total of 4 demons rushed out and charged towards Lu Ming. Each demon had a cultivation of the 3rd layer heaven god realm. Their murderous intent was as sharp as a blade. They had been ambushed. Demons with intelligence were indeed terrifying. They had actually set up an ambush here in advance to lure Lu Ming here. Lu Ming had been too careless. He did not think that the demons would ambush him, which was why he had fallen into their trap. 4 third-layer heaven god realm demons charged at Lu Ming from all directions. This was a sure kill situation. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. If this was the extent of Lu Ming's means, he would be in danger. It would be the same even if he had Xianxia. Xianxia might be able to stop 1 or 2 demons, but it would definitely not be able to stop 4. However, Lu Ming still had a trump card. Ancient God Body. Lu Ming let out a low growl. His body swelled rapidly, transforming into a 100-meter-tall giant. His entire body was covered with green scales. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming shook his spear. The spear in his hand turned into 4 spear glows and stabbed from 4 different directions. Puff, 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 puff. The sound of 4 sharp blades piercing through flesh rang out. The 4 demons screamed in agony as their bodies were sent flying. Their bodies had all been pierced through, for bloody holes had appeared in their bodies. They lay on the ground, no longer breathing. 4 third-layer Heaven God Realm demons were killed in a single move. Ancient God Body, green-armored Ancient God Body. How is this possible? The tiger-shaped demon from before yelled in disbelief. Nothing is impossible, kill. Lu Ming yelled. He stepped forward and slashed his spear downward, killing the tiger-shaped demon. As such, the 4 demons were killed. There were no other demons around. Lu Ming's body shrunk to the size of an ordinary person. Demons with intelligence should not be underestimated. I should be more careful from now on. Lu Ming warned himself. He then continued to wander and train himself. Spring, winter, and autumn came. Time passed year after year. 50 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had been cultivating in the northern wasteland demon plain for 50 years. In these 50 years, Lu Ming seemed to have turned into an ascetic cultivator. Of course, Lu Ming had also benefited a lot in these 50 years. The resources in this domain were too abundant. The quantifying character formula had devoured a huge amount of divine herbs and transferred their energy to Lu Ming after refining them. Lu Ming's cultivation had improved from the 6th-layer True God Realm to the 8th-layer True God Realm. Moreover, after 50 years of fighting and tempering, he had made great progress in all kinds of divine skills. The 9 Heavens Kunping art, the 9-layered Crimson Golden armor, and the apocalyptic 3 strikes had all reached the 6th layer and the peak of the 6th layer. This allowed Lu Ming's cultivation to soar to a new height. It was worth mentioning that Xianxia's cultivation had improved by 2 layers after consuming a huge amount of metal-type materials. It had reached the 3rd-layer Heaven God Realm. Its improvement was even faster than Lu Ming's. Good wine. On a huge, ancient tree, Lu Ming was lying on a branch. He held a wine gourd and took a sip. He could not help but exclaim in satisfaction. The wine in the gourd was brewed by other demons using countless treasures. Lu Ming had obtained it by chance. It was a peerless wine. Lu Ming fell in love with it as soon as he drank it. Lying on the branch and drinking wine, Lu Ming felt extremely satisfied. Good. Unfortunately, I can't do that with my current cultivation. Lu Ming sighed softly. Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He saw a few figures flashing by not far away and flying toward the front. Those figures were not demons, but people from the Qin Tian Starfield. Experts from a mystic academy. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Judging from their clothes, those people were from the Mystic Academy. Why would people from the Mystic Academy appear in the Northern Wasteland? Strange. Let's go and have a look. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He then followed them carefully. Lu Ming followed them on the ground. Those people did not notice him at all. Lu Ming circulated his divine power to his ears and listened carefully to their conversation. Hurry up, Lord Deity King has summoned us. We can't be late. One of them said, I wonder why Lord Deity King has summoned us in such a hurry this time. Another person asked, It's all because of the ancient gods' descendants. Last time, the ones who attacked our base were the ancient gods' descendants. Moreover, the Divine King has found out that the ancient gods' descendants have a large number of treasures. There are even treasures that can transform a person into an ancient god's body. Therefore, this time, many forces of the Qin Tian Star Field have joined forces with the Northern Wasteland Devil Field to wipe out the ancient gods' descendants and seize their treasures. The first person said, Baidu, search translator, Zephizi editor, Defizo, no advertisement. Chapter 2846. I see. Haha. I hope we can get some soup when the Supreme Being eats the meat. A burly man from the Mystic Academy burst out laughing. The experts of the Qintian starfield have formed an alliance with the demon beasts of the northern wasteland demon plane to attack the descendants of the ancient gods. Lu Ming was shocked when he heard the news. Lu Ming did not expect such a thing to happen. After hearing this news, the first thing that came to Lu Ming's mind was to rush back to the tribe of the descendants of the ancient god and inform them. The tribe of the descendants of the ancient gods had lived here since ancient times. They did not compete with the rest of the world. When they attacked Lu Ming and his group, they only treated Lu Ming and his group as invaders. Therefore, they had to fight back. Besides, Lu Ming had stayed in the tribe of the descendants of the ancient gods for 5 years. He had learned a lot from the tribe of the descendants of the ancient gods and had treated them as his friends. He definitely wouldn't watch his friends get into trouble. Wait! Suddenly, an old man from the Mystic Academy yelled and came to a stop. What's wrong? The rest of the group was taken aback. Someone is following us. Who is it? Get the hell out here. The old man glanced in Lu Ming's direction with cold eyes. I've been discovered. Such sharp senses. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. You're courting death if you don't come out. The old man from the Mystic Academy was decisive. He made his move when he saw Lu Ming did not come out. His hand was like a saber as he slashed forward. A pitch-black demonic saber slashed at Lu Ming's direction. Whoosh! Lu Ming executed the Nine Heavens Kunping art and dodged the slash with a flicker. Rumble! The demonic saber slashed to the ground, leaving a deep ravine that stretched for a few 100,000 meters. 6th-layer Heaven God Realm. Lu Ming straightened his face. The old man was a 6th-layer Heaven God Realm expert. The old man saw Lu Ming as soon as he moved. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. It's that kid. The 5 people from the Mystic Academy unleashed cold, murderous intents. That being said, their eyes were filled with astonishment too. They did not expect to stumble into Lu Ming here. Ha ha ha. This is truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it by chance without any effort. So this brat was actually here. Just nice. I'll kill him and ask the Divine King for a reward. No, let's not kill him first. Let's cripple him first. My turn. A burly man took a few steps forward and transformed into a saber gleam, charging toward Lu Ming. He was a 5th-layer Heaven God Realm. If it was 50 years ago, Lu Ming could only turn and run when he encountered a 5th-level celestial god. However, Lu Ming was not the same Lu Ming's back then. Bang! Moon slashing. Lu Ming swung his spear, firing a crescent-shaped spear glow. Bang! There was a terrifying collision between the two sides. The crescent-shaped spear gleam shook violently and then shattered. Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly. However, although Lu Ming retreated rapidly, he managed to block the other party's move. What? The people of the Mystic Academy were astounded. Lu Ming managed to block the attack of a 5th-layer Heaven God Realm expert. Lu Ming actually possessed such strength? This kid. Their eyes were filled with great astonishment. Kid die. The bulky man saw Lu Ming blocking his attack. In the midst of his astonishment, he charged at Lu Ming with murderous intent. The pitch-black demonic saber slashed at Lu Ming across a distance of 10,000 li whoosh. Whoosh! Lu Ming executed the Nine Heavens Kunping technique and dodged the attack. Instead of advancing, he retreated and charged at the middle-aged, bulky man. Xianxia. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia and threw a punch. Xianxia had been in the form of a bracelet on Lu Ming's wrist. At this moment, dazzling lightning filled the air. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm shot out from Lu Ming's wrist and blasted toward the middle-aged, burly man. Petty tricks break. The middle-aged, bulky man was unconcerned. He slashed his saber to break the lightning. Oh no, be careful. The old man with sharp spiritual sense noticed the unusual lightning and warned Xianxia. However, it was too late. Bang! The lightning shattered the opponent's saber glow and landed on his body. The other party was sent flying. His entire body was char-black. He was already breathing more than he was breathing in. With Xianxia's current cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to kill a 5th-layer Heaven God Realm expert if he was caught off guard. Damn it! Let's attack together and cripple this kid. The remaining 4 cultivators of the Mystic Academy yelled and unleashed their murderous intent. They did not make a move previously because the middle-aged, burly man alone was enough to kill Lu Ming. There was no need for them to make a move. They did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. The remaining 4 people launched their attacks one after another and charged toward Lu Ming. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. 2 6th-layer heaven gods and 2 5th-layer heaven gods. Lu Ming's eyes glittered. His opponent's strength had far exceeded his imagination. Let's go. Lu Ming turned around and left. Try to run away? No one can save you today, kill. The 4 cultivators of the Mystic Academy chased after Lu Ming at a shocking speed. The 2 6th-layer heaven gods in particular had practiced speed-related god skills. Their mastery of them was higher than Lu Ming's. Thus their speed was faster than Lu Ming's. They rapidly closed the distance between them and Lu Ming. Humph, who said I'm running away? Lu Ming murmured in his heart. His eyes flickered with wisdom. He had never thought of running away from the beginning. He was planning to kill all his enemies at once. With his current strength, it wasn't impossible for him to cooperate with Xianxia. Xianxia, I'll leave the old man to you. Keep him busy. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia. Don't worry, leave it to me. Xianxia's voice was heard. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand, and Xianxia flew toward the old man at high speed. It then transformed into a huge metal ball. 2 battle sabers extended from its body and slashed at the old man madly. A metal life form died. The old man roared and slashed out with his demonic saber, trying to kill Xianxia. However, the 2 of them clashed continuously. His attack was blocked by Xianxia. At the same time, Xianxia would release lightning from time to time during the battle. With Xianxia's current strength, it could fight against a 6th-layer heaven god if it went all out. You guys go and kill that kid. The old man roared. Needless to say, the other 3 also chased after Lu Ming. Kid, you can't run away. Die, strange demon divine palm. The other 6th-layer heaven god was an old man in a black robe. He threw out a palm, and a pitch-black palm print flew toward Lu Ming with shocking power. Divine dragon aspect, moon slashing. Lu Ming roared and instantly used 2 of his strongest moves, the divine dragon aspect art and the 3 strokes of destruction. Chapter 28:47. Roar. A giant 9-clawed dragon appeared and lunged at the old man in a black robe. Meanwhile, a crescent-shaped spear glow slashed at the old man in a black robe. Bang! Bang! The 9-clawed dragon and the crescent-shaped spear glow slashed at the pitch-black palm seal, resulting in a great explosion and a great tremor. Crack! Bang! The 9-clawed divine dragon dharma characteristic and the crescent-shaped spear gleam shattered almost at the same time. The terrifying palm force surged out and blasted Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming gave a muffled snort, and his body retreated wildly. Cracks appeared on the golden red armor on his body. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could fight against a 4th-layer heaven god under normal circumstances, but there was still a huge gap between him and a 6th-layer heaven god. Now let's see what you've got. Die. The old man in a black robe said coldly. He continued to attack Lu Ming with the 2 5th-layer heaven god realm experts. Lu Ming raised his speed to the maximum. Apart from the ancient god flesh, he had used all his moves to defend himself, but it was useless. He was still vomiting blood from the attacks. He was severely injured. Kid, I was planning to cripple you, but I've changed my mind. I'll kill you once and for all. The old man in a black robe chuckled coldly. He was less than 100 li away from Lu Ming. In their eyes, 100 li was no different than a meter. He slashed with his saber, wanting to kill Lu Ming. Now's the time. There was a cold gleam in Lu Ming's eyes. He had been waiting for a chance like this. The old man in a black robe had let his guard down. He assumed that was all Lu Ming had. As a matter of fact, the old man in a black robe and the others were already astounded by the strength of an 8th-layer Heaven God Realm cultivator. They did not think Lu Ming had any other tricks up his sleeves. Lu Ming was waiting for his opponent to let his guard down and underestimate him. Otherwise, even if he had unleashed his ancient god physique, he might not have been able to kill a 6th-layer Heaven God expert. What he wanted was to catch him off guard and kill him with a single strike. At this moment, Lu Ming activated the ancient god tactic. His body expanded and turned into a green-armored ancient god. This is a descendant of the ancient god. Impossible. How could he be a descendant of the ancient gods? The black-robed old man and the other two were stunned. Even if Lu Ming had used other methods, they wouldn't have been so surprised. However, wasn't Lu Ming from the Xianxia star field? How could he transform into an ancient god? They were stunned. It was this moment of stupor that decided their life and death. Moon slaying. Lu Ming roared and swept out with his spear. A huge spear light swept towards the black-robed old man. The other party roared. He finally reacted and wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Puff! The black-robed old man was directly killed by Lu Ming. A 6th-level celestial god was killed by Lu Ming with a single strike of his spear when he had underestimated his opponent and was in a daze. Then, the 2 5th-layer heaven gods finally reacted and quickly retreated. However, how could Lu Ming let them retreat? He pressed his spear and attacked the 2 of them. When Lu Ming used the ancient god flesh, his strength was enough to fight against a 6th-layer heaven god realm expert. It was not difficult for him to deal with a 5th-layer Heaven God Realm expert. In addition, the other party was panicking and had no intention to fight. Thus, they were crushed by Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming was 100 meters tall. He roared into the sky like an ancient god being reborn. The terrifying aura of the ancient god spread out, causing the 2 of them to tremble in fear. Bang! One of them was swept by Lu Ming's spear and exploded in the air. Help! The remaining 5th-layer Heaven God Realm expert was scared out of his wits. He desperately rushed toward the old man who was fighting with Xianxia. How could this be? The old man was also scared out of his wits. This scene was completely out of his expectations. He was careless and was almost hit by Xianxia. He quickly blocked it. Die! Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. His huge figure seemed to follow the spear and turned into a ray of spear light, piercing out. Puff! The 5th-layer Heaven God Realm expert was pierced through by Lu Ming's spear and killed in the air. In this way, only the old man was left. Damn it, get lost, get lost. The old man was almost scared to death. He frantically attacked Xianxia, trying to push Xianxia back and escape. However, Xianxia's body was like liquid metal. It had many changes and was unpredictable. Its ability to entangle people was stronger than his battle strength. It tightly entangled the old man. At this time, Lu Ming had already arrived. Let me send you on your way. Lu Ming waved his spear and joined forces with Xianxia to attack the old man. There was no suspense in this battle. Both Xianxia and Lu Ming could fight the old man alone. The old man's fate was already decided when the 2 of them joined forces. The old man tried his best to resist more than 10 moves. Finally, Xianxia found an opportunity and struck his head with a lightning strike. Then, Lu Ming swept his spear and killed the old man. Let's go, let's leave. Lu Ming put away the storage rings of the 5 people of the Mystic Academy and quickly left with Xianxia. Lu Ming had to return to the tribe of the descendants of the ancient gods to inform them of the news. From the information that he had gathered, Lu Ming came to a conclusion. The door to the outside world had not been opened yet. Lu Ming went south and finally returned to the 8th tribe 7 days later. Lu Ming is back. Lu Ming's return caused a stir. Lu Ming, you're finally back. It seems that you've become stronger. If this continues, I'm afraid that I won't be able to defeat you soon. When Gu Hongshan saw Lu Ming, he patted Lu Ming's shoulder and laughed. There was a look of relief in his eyes. He was worried about Lu Ming going to the northern wasteland devil field. Lu Ming felt warm in his heart. He quickly said, "Where's the chief? I have something important to tell you." Something important? Come with me. Gu Hongshan nodded and led Lu Ming into the tribe. Soon, They saw the chief of the 8th tribe in a huge stone house. The chief of the 8th tribe smiled and said, "Lu Ming, you said that you have something urgent to tell me. What's the matter?" "Chief, I've discovered a big secret in the northern wasteland devil field. The outsiders have joined forces with the Demon Beast Alliance to attack our 10 tribes." Lu Ming told him the news he had heard. "What?" The chief of the 8th tribe, Guhong Shan, and the others were shocked. "Lu Ming, is what you said true?" The chief of the 8th tribe asked seriously. "It's absolutely true. I overheard it from a few outsiders." Lu Ming said, "Quick, spread the news to the other 9 tribes. Also, summon all the tribesmen who are training outside and prepare for the war." The chief of the 8th tribe gave the order without hesitation. Yes, Guhong Shan and several other high-level officials accepted the order and then left to make arrangements. Baidu Search 81 Chinese website. No advertising message. Chapter 2848. After that, Lu Ming also left. The other 9 tribes of the ancient god descendants also started to prepare for war after receiving the news. They gathered all the powerful clansmen back and set up heavy defenses around the tribes. The demons in the northern wasteland demonic plane were very terrifying and powerful. There were many demon kings, and their overall strength was similar to the 10 tribes of the ancient god descendants. That was why the 2 sides had been fighting for so long, and neither side could defeat the other. However, if the experts from the Qin Tian Star field joined in, the balance would be broken. More than a dozen god kings had come from the Qin Tian Star field. Moreover, they were all extremely powerful existences. More than a dozen powerful divine kings and countless heavenly gods joined forces with the demons from the northern wasteland devil plains. It was enough to annihilate the descendants of the ancient gods. This was a life and death crisis for the ancient god descendants. The 10 tribes were nervously preparing for war. Half a month had passed, but there was no movement in the northern wasteland demonic plane. There's no movement until now. Is the news fake? Yeah, have we been fooled? Some of the people in the 10 tribes started to discuss. But the roars of demons came from the north, completely destroying the doubtful opinions. Countless demons emerged from the northern wasteland demonic plane and attacked the 10 tribes of the ancient god descendants. The experts from the Qin Tian Star field could also be seen among the demons. Boom! Outside the 8th tribe, countless demons rushed toward the 8th tribe. There were so many of them that it was more than the number of demons that besieged the Ice Soul Clan's base a few decades ago. Roar! A few earth-shattering roars could be heard from the back of the army of the monster race and demon race. A few gigantic creatures could be seen looming in the distant void. However, the terrifying aura they exuded made everyone feel as though they were suffocating. That was the Demon King. The Demon King was equivalent to the King of Gods, the existence of the Divine King realm. Kill. Defeat the descendants of the ancient god for me. All the descendants of the ancient god will be at your disposal. A Demon King's voice spread across the battlefield. It was said that once the demons devoured the descendants of the ancient god and merged with the blood of the ancient god descendants, they would be able to develop spiritual intelligence. Now, the demons in the northern wasteland devil plane that had gained sentience had devoured the descendants of the ancient gods. It was no wonder that the demons had joined forces with the experts from the Qin Tian Starfield. They had benefited from each other. The demons wanted to devour the descendants of the ancient gods, while the experts of the Qin Tian Starfield wanted the treasures of the ancient gods. Rumble roar, roar! Countless demons roared and charged toward the 8th tribe with bloodshot eyes. Kill all these demons! The warriors of the 8th tribe roared. They stood on the city wall, took out their big bows, and shot out arrows one after another. These arrows were extremely powerful. Some of the stronger demons had their bodies pierced by the arrows and were nailed to the ground. However, the number of fiendish demons was endless. They continued to attack like a tidal wave. Soon, the 2 sides were engaged in close combat. Every descendant of the ancient gods who could transform into an ancient god body did so. On the city wall of the 8th tribe, tall and majestic figures appeared one after another. They roared and brandished all kinds of weapons, fighting with the fiendish demons. Lu Ming also transformed into an ancient god body and stabbed out with his long spear, killing the fiendish demons one after another. Roar! An earth-shattering roar was heard. The Demon King attacked from the sky. A terrifying aura covered the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Kill! A few figures rushed out from the 8th tribe. They were all over 100 meters tall. They were the divine kings of the 8th tribe. The divine kings from both sides engaged in a terrifying battle in the sky. It was hard to tell who would win. However, after a while, a figure the size of an ordinary person came from afar, exuding a terrifying aura. Divine King, another divine king. The divine king of the Mystic Academy. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Lu Ming was very familiar with this divine king. He was the one who led the people of the Mystic Academy to the Ice Soul tribe's base to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming would never forget. When the God Kings of the Hybrid Demon Academy joined the battle, the situation immediately shifted in favor of the monster demons. The God Kings of the 8th tribe were gradually losing ground. In the end, the Divine Kings of the 8th tribe could only retreat. They returned to the 8th tribe and activated the Grand Array to fend off the fiendish demon's attack. The 8th tribe managed to fend off the fiendish demon's attack with the help of the Grand Array. Swoosh! Outside the Grand Array, a few giant demon kings and the divine kings of the Mystic Academy stood outside and watched coldly. Suddenly, another tall figure walked over from another direction. The divine king of the invincible Kenzo. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Another divine king had arrived. The number of divine kings of the 8th tribe was no longer comparable to the divine kings of the 8th tribe. Attack! Break their Grand Array. The divine king of the invincible Kenzo said coldly. Then, a terrifying sword light soared into the sky and slashed at the 8th tribe as if it was going to split the universe in half. Rumble! The sword light slashed at the Grand Array, causing it to shake violently. Attack! At the same time, a few demon kings and the divine kings of the Mystic Academy also attacked. All kinds of terrifying attacks landed on the Grand Array, causing it to shake violently. If the divine kings of the 8th tribe did not work together to control the Grand Array would have been broken under the attacks of so many divine kings. Even so, it was still very difficult for them to withstand the attacks. Rumble! Outside, the attacks were relentless. After more than an hour, the attacks finally stopped. Retreat! Then, a demon king gave an order. Countless demon kings retreated and stood in the distance, looking coldly at the 8th tribe. The fiendish demons did not give up. They retreated just to recuperate. When they recovered to their peak state, they would definitely continue to attack. Sure enough, 2 days later, the fiendish demons, the Mystic Academy, and the invincible Kenzo launched another attack. After attacking for a while, they retreated again to recuperate. We can go on like this. The energy of the Grand Array will be depleted sooner or later. If the Grand Array is broken, we won't be able to stop them. In the 8th tribe, a group of experts gathered together to discuss matters. An elder sighed and said, "What should we do? Is our tribe really going to be wiped out this time?" Another elder said with a sorrowful expression, "Our tribe must not be wiped out. In our current situation, we can only retreat to the 1st tribe and ally with the 1st tribe. Only then will we have a chance to survive." The chief of the 8th tribe said, "What do you mean by retreat? Are we going to give up our ancestral land that has been passed down for countless years?" Someone said with a trembling voice, "The ancestral land of the 8th tribe had been passed down for countless years. There were all kinds of cultivation, sacred grounds, and blood pools. It was the root of their tribe's prosperity. It will be a great loss to give it up." Chapter 2849. No matter how important the ancestral land is, we need people to be alive. Only when people are alive can we ensure the survival of the tribe. The chief of the 8th tribe said with a firm voice. The other chief elders all sighed. In fact, not only the 8th tribe, some other tribes should also prepare to retreat to the 1st tribe. The 1st tribe is the strongest among the 10 tribes. Only by uniting all the tribes can we compete with the demons and outsiders. Otherwise, we will be defeated one by one. The chief of the 8th tribe said again. Okay, I agree to retreat. Me too. In the end, all the founding elders nodded and agreed to retreat. In such a situation, only by retreating could they survive. Otherwise, they would die sooner or later. Prepare to retreat. The order of the chief of the 8th tribe was soon spread throughout the tribe. Although many people were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. They had to retreat. The grand formation continued to be activated. All the people of the 8th tribe retreated to the 1st tribe through another exit. Lu Ming followed the army. The 1st tribe was the strongest among the 10 tribes. It was also the tribe with the longest history. It was said that it was close to the core area of the descendants of the ancient god clan. Lu Ming had come here to find experts to spar with. Without a doubt, the 1st tribe was also caught in the flames of war. However, the people of the other tribes kept retreating to the 1st tribe, which greatly increased the strength of the 1st tribe and finally stabilized the situation. But relatively speaking, the demons that besieged the other tribes also gathered. The 1st tribe was also facing a big problem and had to activate the grand formation to resist. As time went by, all the tribes retreated to the 1st tribe. Needless to say, those tribes were all occupied by the demons and the Qin Tian 13 sects. The people of the Qin Tian 13 sects, the Ice Soul tribe, and the Flaming tribe are almost all here. Standing on a majestic city wall, Lu Ming looked outside and saw the Qin Tian 13 sects, the Ice Soul tribe, and the Flaming tribe. However, he did not see any familiar faces. For example, Ouyang Qingxiang, Yuling Long, and Bing Qing. Outside the 1st tribe, the demons were roaring and attacking desperately. On this day, Gu Hongshan found Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the chiefs are looking for you. Gu Hongshan said. The various patriarchs are looking for me. Lu Ming was a little stunned. The chiefs of the major tribes wanted to see him. What do you want with him? I'm not sure either. The patriarch told me to look for you. Gu Hongshan was also confused. Let's go. Lu Ming nodded and followed Gu Hongshan to a huge stone palace. Lu Ming, go in alone. You can't go in without my orders. Gu Hongshan said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and walked into the main hall, puzzled. In the main hall, there were 2 rows of seats, each occupied by some people. Above, there was another person sitting on the main seat. These people all looked rather old, but their auras were exceptionally powerful. They were as unfathomable as the abyss. There were 10 people in total, including the chief of the 8th tribe. Patriarchs of the 10 major tribes of the ancient god, Clan Lu Ming understood that these were the chiefs of the top 10 tribes of the ancient god clan. Lu Ming greets the chiefs. May I know why you're looking for me? Lu Ming brought his fists together and said to the 10 chiefs. Their eyes scanned Lu Ming as if they were trying to see through Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're not a descendant of the ascetic cultivators, but an outsider. Suddenly, the chief of the 1st tribe spoke, which made Lu Ming's heart beat rapidly. Exposed. Lu Ming's first reaction was that his identity had been exposed. What should he do? Lu Ming thought quickly, but he did not say anything. Lu Ming, although you can fool others, you can't fool us. Your tricks show that you're from the outside world. You should be from the tribe guarding the world gate. The chief of the 1st tribe spoke again. The other 9 chiefs looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. What do you mean by guarding the world gate? Are they talking about the descendants of the ancient god mountain? That must be the case. The bronze gate is the world gate they're talking about. The descendants of the ancient god mountain are guarding that gate. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He nodded and said, not bad. I knew you were from the Guardian tribe, but it's been so many years. Is your tribe still doing well? Asked the 1st tribe chief. Lu Ming shook his head. Not good. My tribe is very weak in the outside world, and many of our inheritances have been lost. I don't even know many things about the descendants of the ancient god mountain. Since they thought he was from the Guardian tribe, then he might as well pretend to be from that tribe. Furthermore, Lu Ming had interacted with that tribe before. If they didn't even know about the Bronze Gate, then they probably didn't know about the world and secrets behind it. Clearly, too much time had passed, and many of their inheritances had been lost. No wonder, but it's been so long. It's lucky that your tribe still exists. The 10 tribe chiefs nodded, agreeing with Lu Ming's words. Apart from that tribe, who else could condense the heart of the ancient god? This was also the reason why they let Lu Ming stay here, and even taught Lu Ming the ancient god technique. After all, the Guardian tribe outside was also a descendant of the ancient god mountain. Tribe chiefs, I'm looking for Lu Ming today because of this matter. Lu Ming asked again. That was because he had a feeling that the gathering of the 10 clan chiefs was not as simple as it seemed. No, we're looking for you because of another matter. The first tribe chief paused for a moment, then said, "We need your help." My help? Lu Ming was stunned. These tribe chiefs were all divine kings. Why would they need a true god's help? Lu Ming was puzzled. Right now, my tribe is facing the joint attack of the demons and outsiders. The situation is very unfavorable. If this continues, my tribe won't be able to hold on for long. The first tribe chief said. Lu Ming didn't say anything and listened quietly. He knew that the other party had more to say. Now, there's only one way to save my tribe and defeat the enemies, and that is to awaken the ancestor spirit. The first tribe chief said. Awaken the ancestor's spirit? Lu Ming was puzzled. Yes, in the center of my tribe, there's an ancestral land. Legend has it that the ancestor's spirit of the ancient god is sealed there. As long as the seal is broken, the ancestor's spirit will be able to come out. The souls of our ancestors have terrifying power. If we set up a formation to control them, it will be enough to repel the attacks of the demons and outsiders. It might even be possible to completely eliminate the threat of the demons in the northern wasteland. The first tribe chief said. Chapter 2850. Seniors, what do you need me to do? How can I release the ancestor's spirit? Lu Ming asked. The ancestor's soul is sealed in a bronze altar in the ancestral land. This bronze altar is located in the depths of a devil lake. That devil lake contains a mysterious power. The stronger one's cultivation base is, the stronger the repulsive force will be. The weaker one's cultivation base is, the weaker the repulsive force will be. Furthermore, only those with a strong ancient god bloodline can enter. Since ancient times, none of the descendants of the ancient gods have been able to step into the bottom of the devil lake and release the ancestor spirit. And you awakened the green-armored ancient god physique the moment you awakened it. This is unprecedented in the history of the descendants of the ancient gods. Only you can enter the bottom of the devil lake, break the seal, and release the ancestor spirit. The first patriarch explained in detail. Lu Ming finally understood. It turned out that the ancestral land of the descendants of the ancient gods was located in a devil lake. The repulsive force of the devil lake differed depending on one's cultivation. The stronger one's cultivation, the stronger the repulsive force. It was no wonder that even the divine king couldn't do it and had to beg Lu Ming. Patriarchs, I can enter the ancestral land and release the ancestor's spirit, but if I succeed, you have to promise me one thing. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, What is it? The first patriarch asked. To be honest, I have some friends in the outside world. Some of them came to this world this time. My condition is that if I release the ancestor's spirit, you have to promise not to harm my friends. Lu Ming said. He was still worried about Ouyang Qingxiang, Yuling Long, and the others. That's simple. What do your friends look like? When we see them, we can let them go. That's right. The 10 patriarchs nodded. This was a small matter to them. Thank you, patriarchs. Lu Ming cupped his fists in thanks. Then he took out a jade talisman and described Ouyang Qingxiang, Yuling Long, Wu Zifeng, and Hai, and the others' appearances and auras. Then he handed it over to the 10 patriarchs. All right, Lu Ming, come with us. The first clan leader took the lead and walked towards the back of the stone hall. Lu Ming and the others followed. After passing through a secret passage, they arrived at a barren land. Lu Ming, if you continue walking along this barren land, you will be able to see the Devil Lake. This place already has a strong repulsive force, so we won't enter, the first clan leader said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and then stepped out, walking alone into the depths of the barren land. Let's hope he succeeds. Once the souls of our ancestors are released, our race will truly be free of worries and become stronger and stronger. All right, let's go set up the formation. The 10 patriarchs sighed softly, revealing a look of anticipation. Then, they left to set up the formation. Once the souls of their ancestors were released, they would be able to control the souls of their ancestors. Lu Ming walked alone in the barren land. As soon as he entered, he felt a repulsive force acting on his body, as if it wanted to expel him. Roar! A roar came from Lu Ming's body. The ancient god's heart thumped loudly, and a rich ancient god aura spread out. The repulsive force actually disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming walked on the barren land with ease. The barren land was really a barren land. It was dead silent, and there was nothing in it. Lu Ming began to speed up and continued to fly forward. This area was surprisingly large. About half an hour later, a lake appeared in front of him. The lake wasn't big, but it was very strange because the lake water was pitch black. Along the way, Lu Ming had seen many strange things. He did not take it to heart. He circulated his divine power and surrounded his body. At the same time, he cast the 9-layered crimson gold armor. A crimson gold battle armor appeared on his body. Splash! Lu Ming jumped into the lake. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a powerful force coming from all directions toward Lu Ming, trying to expel Lu Ming. It was the same repulsive force, but the force in the lake was 100 times stronger than outside. Lu Ming's protective divine power and a 9-layer scarlet golden armor had no effect on this repulsive force. Lu Ming was almost expelled. Dong, dong, dong. At the critical moment, the ancient god's heart beat rapidly, emitting a rich ancient god aura. As soon as the ancient god aura came out, the repulsive force outside weakened a lot, allowing Lu Ming to barely withstand it. Go down. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He adjusted his body and dived toward the bottom of the lake. As Lu Ming went deeper, the repulsive force at the bottom of the lake became stronger. After diving for a few thousand meters, the repulsive force had reached an astonishing level. Even the aura of the ancient god's heart couldn't withstand it. Ancient god tactic. At this moment, Lu Ming used the ancient god tactic. His body swelled rapidly, transforming into the body of an ancient god. After transforming into the body of an ancient god, Lu Ming's resistance increased greatly. He blocked the repulsive force around him and began to dive faster. The demon lake was very deep. Lu Ming dived for 8,000 meters before he finally reached the bottom of the lake. A bronze altar, Lu Ming thought. The bottom of the lake was pitch black. Even if Lu Ming circulated his divine power, his vision could only see a few dozen meters away. Lu Ming still had to slowly search for it himself. Immediately, Lu Ming began to search at the bottom of the lake. After searching for more than an hour, he still found nothing. Why isn't there anything? Lu Ming frowned and continued to search patiently. That is, suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a ray of light in front of him. It was a metallic luster. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Perhaps he had found a bronze altar. Lu Ming strode forward. However, when he got closer, Lu Ming was disappointed. It wasn't a bronze altar at all. It was a bronze coffin, a purple bronze coffin that was emitting a dim luster. It looked extremely old and ancient. Lu Ming was speechless to find a purple bronze coffin at the bottom of the demon lake. I want to eat. I want to eat. Xianxia's voice rang out. He actually pounced on the purple bronze coffin, opened his fangs, and bit the top of the coffin. Crack! The sound of metal breaking could be heard. However, it wasn't the purple bronze coffin that broke. It was Xianxia's fangs. Xianxia's teeth shattered all over the floor. It hurts so much. What is this thing? It's too hard. Xiao jumped back onto Lu Ming's wrist and turned into a bracelet that trembled. Lu Ming was shocked. Lu Ming was very clear how good Xiao's teeth were. Any metal that fell into his mouth would make a crunching sound. Even the many god kings were unable to damage the bronze door at all. Xiao could still bite off a piece of it. However, Xiao was unable to bite through the copper coffin at all. It did not even leave behind a single tooth mark. Chapter 2851. Amazing, this purple copper coffin is amazing. Lu Ming exclaimed, and his eyes lit up. The material of this purple copper coffin was definitely amazing. It was probably even better than the bronze door. Who is buried in this purple copper coffin? Could it be an ancient god? Lu Ming began to think. However, he did not have an answer. Forget it. Since I found it, I'll take it away first and study it later. Lu Ming made up his mind. As a cultivator, there was nothing taboo about going against heaven. Since it was a treasure, he should not miss it. Lu Ming tested it and found that the purple copper coffin was not dangerous, so he was relieved. He held the purple copper coffin with both hands and wanted to put it into his storage ring. However, it did not move at all. Lu Ming could not carry it. Lu Ming was now in the state of the ancient god body. His strength was so strong that Lu Ming could even lift a continuous mountain range in the primitive universe, let alone a copper coffin. However, Lu Ming could not lift it no matter how hard he tried. I'd better put it in my storage ring. Lu Ming thought and took out a storage ring. A strong suction force appeared and shrouded the purple copper coffin. Whoosh! The purple copper coffin was indeed sucked into the storage ring. It worked. Lu Ming was overjoyed. However, before he could rejoice, the storage ring suddenly emitted a cracking sound. Cracks appeared on the surface of the storage ring. Then, with a bang, the storage ring exploded. Boom! The purple copper coffin fell to the bottom of the lake again with a loud bang. The bottom of the lake shook violently a few times. It crushed the storage ring? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Back then, when Lu Ming obtained that ball of cold liquid, the cold liquid relied on the extreme cold power to freeze and shatter the storage ring. Now, the purple copper coffin was able to crush a storage ring with its weight alone. Lu Ming was speechless. However, this was also the reason why Lu Ming's storage ring wasn't high enough. If he took out the storage rings used by god kings, he might be able to store it. More importantly, Lu Ming didn't have such a high-grade storage ring. What should we do? Don't tell me you can't take it away? Lu Ming was speechless. Back then, Lu Ming had been able to refine the icy liquid with the ice shackles. However, Lu Ming wasn't able to refine the copper coffin. Kid, use this picture scroll. There's a space within the picture scroll. It should be able to hold it. At this moment, Gu Mo's voice sounded. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Ming was speechless. If you didn't ask, why should I tell you? Bone said disdainfully. Lu Ming was speechless. Then, Lu Ming controlled the picture scroll to fly out and roll it toward the copper coffin. As expected, the copper coffin was sucked in. Lu Ming waited for a while. The painting was safe and sound. There were no problems. Lu Ming was overjoyed and put the picture scroll away. Then, Lu Ming began to search at the bottom of the lake. Another hour passed. Found it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He finally saw a bronze altar. The altar was as tall as a person and was made of bronze. It was very similar to the material of the bronze gate. However, it looked very old and had no spirituality. The first clan leader said that I can break this altar with the ancient god body and release the ancient god soul. I don't know if it's true. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming pondered. He then took a step forward and punched the altar. Boom! The altar shook and runes appeared on it. These runes intertwined to form a formation. However, this formation did not stop Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming's fist went through the formation and hit the altar. It's working. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He guessed that if it was not someone from the ancient god tribe, the formation would have blocked it. However, if it was someone from the ancient god tribe, the formation would be fine. Or if it was someone with a strong ancient god bloodline, the formation would not block it. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw out continuous punches. His huge fists bombarded the altar continuously. The altar kept shaking. Soon, a cracking sound came from the altar. Lu Ming saw that there was a crack on it. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the altar, and a strong ancient god aura came out of the crack. It's really the ancient god soul. Continue. Lu Ming continued to bombard the altar. Finally, there was a loud bang, and the altar exploded. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came out. At the same time, a powerful aura soared into the sky. Then, Lu Ming saw a huge figure appear between heaven and earth. Splash! This figure was simply too huge. Just the soles of its feet were already taller than the 8,000-meter lake. The water of the entire lake was stirred up into the sky and disappeared. Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared in a huge pit. An ancient god stood between heaven and earth. It was really an ancient god. This ancient god was indomitable. It was at least 1,000,000 meters tall, and its body was covered in black scales. This is the ancient god soul. It's too big. Oh my god. Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Boy, you really haven't seen the world. This is nothing. Let me tell you, this is just a wisp of the ancient god's remnant soul. A real ancient god is much bigger than this. Much, much bigger. Do you understand? Quantum Formula seized the opportunity to mock Lu Ming. How big is it? Lu Ming asked subconsciously. Your planet of life must be very big. I have seen an ancient god whose fist is bigger than your planet of life. Quantum Formula said, his fist is bigger than a planet of life? Lu Ming was really speechless. It was too terrifying. He was afraid that a planet would explode with one punch. And the huge ancient god in front of him was just a wisp of the ancient god's remnant soul. Why are his scales black? Lu Ming was puzzled. According to the ancient god's tactics, the highest level of cultivation should be the purple scales. But the scales on the surface of the ancient god's remnant soul were black. It's normal. This is the original color of this ancient god. The ancient god tactics you cultivate to purple scales is far from a peak. After cultivating to the peak, they will also be black, but the power at that time, TSK, will be amazing. Quantum Formula said, it turns out that purple scales are not the highest level. Lu Ming looked expectant. If he cultivated the ancient god tactics to the highest level and his scales turned black, would he have the power of an ancient god? Exploding a planet with one punch, that kind of strength was really terrifying. Roar! The ancient god's soul roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire world was shaking. Then the ancient god's soul stepped out and walked in the direction of the first tribe. Chapter 2852. At this time, somewhere in the first tribe, the 10 patriarchs had gathered. They had already set up a large formation. Suddenly, the 10 patriarchs looked in the direction of the barren land with ecstasy on their faces. Success! Lu Ming has succeeded. Ha ha ha! The ancestral spirit has come out. Our ancient ancestors sealed the ancestral spirit with the purpose of protecting our tribe when we face a crisis. Now it has finally come out. The 10 patriarchs were overjoyed. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced. The ancestral spirit was sealed by the almighty of the ancient god descendants. The purpose was to prevent the ancient god tribe from facing a great calamity in the future. However, the ancient god tribe had withered until now, and no one could break the seal. This time, if it weren't for Lu Ming, even if they had the ancestral spirit, they wouldn't have been able to release it. Boom! Boom! The ancestral spirit stepped on the ground. Every step it took caused the ground to rumble as it walked out. This also alarmed the people in the ancient god tribe. What's going on? Why is there a violent vibration in the depths of the tribe? Did something happen in the depths of the tribe? Many of the ancient god descendants were a little flustered. Don't worry. This is the ancestral spirit released by the patriarchs to deal with external enemies. Don't worry. A senior figure comforted the crowd, and everyone was relieved. In the barren land, Lu Ming watched the ancestral spirit slowly walk away. He was about to follow it to see what was going on. I want to eat, I want to eat, Xianxia shouted and flew out. He grabbed a piece of broken bronze from the bronze altar and ate it. Crunch, crunch, Xianxia ate with relish. Soon, a piece of bronze was finished by Xianxia. Then, he rushed to another piece and ate it. This ball is really lucky. This bronze is not inferior to the bronze of the Bronze Gate. After he digests it, I'm afraid he will be greatly improved. Guillemot said with some envy. Lu Ming was also overjoyed. He waited here with peace of mind. The ancestral spirit walked step by step, and soon it was not far from the first tribe. Formation, activate. The 10 patriarchs activated the array at the same time. The array emitted boundless light, and in the end, an ancient god phantom condensed. This ancient god phantom turned into a ray of light and flew towards the ancient god soul. Finally, it entered the ancient god soul's forehead and disappeared. Souls of the ancient gods, kill, shouted the chief of the first tribe. They controlled the grand spell formation, and then the souls of the ancient gods stepped into the air and headed out of the first tribe. That is an ancient god. All the descendants of the ancient god were shocked as they watched the soul of the ancient god fly out of the first tribe and rush towards the army of demons. What's that? At this moment, the demons and the outsiders were all astonished. Roar! The soul of the ancient god roared, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Amidst the roar, mountains began to crumble. Boom! Then, the soul of the ancient god attacked and slapped the fiendish demon army. The palm of the ancient god's soul was enormous. With a single slap, at least tens of thousands of fiendish demons were smashed into meat paste. Ancient god's soul. It's the ancient god's soul. Damn it! A fiendish demon king roared. So what if it's the ancient god's soul? Watch me destroy it. A tiger-shaped demon king, whose body was so huge that it looked like a mountain, stared ferociously at the ancient god's soul. Whoosh! In the next moment, the tiger-shaped demon king pounced on the ancient god's soul, bringing with it an endless gust of wind. This demon king was extremely ferocious and wanted to tear the ancient god's soul to shreds. Although his body was not as tall as the ancient god's soul's knees, his aura was monstrous. Kill! The ancient god's soul shouted coldly and pressed down with its palm. This palm directly broke all the tiger-shaped demon king's attacks. It pressed the tiger-shaped demon king's body to the ground as if it was a toad. Rumble! The ground exploded, creating a huge crater. Countless fiendish demons on the side were affected and died tragically. Ah! The tiger-shaped demon king screamed and vomited blood. It was severely injured in an instant. At this moment, countless fiendish demons, demon kings, and the god kings of Xianxia Starfield were all shocked. That demon king was a god king expert, but it was suppressed just like that. Quick, come and save me, save me. The tiger-shaped demon king screamed in horror. Kill! The ancient god's soul shouted. It grabbed the tiger-shaped demon king with both hands and tore it with all its might. The tiger-shaped demon king's soul was destroyed by the terrifying power. Dead. A demon king was killed just like that. Countless fiendish demons, demon kings, and the experts of Xianxia Starfield were all shocked. Roar! The ancient god's soul roared and stepped forward. It clenched its fists and punched out continuously. A large number of fiendish demons were directly blasted into pieces. Run, run quickly! Countless fiendish demons fled frantically. Want to escape? Kill, kill, kill! In the first tribe, the 10 patriarchs shouted in unison. They controlled the ancient god soul to kill the demon kings and the god kings of Xianxia Starfield. The ancient god soul was too powerful. It was so powerful that it could destroy heaven and earth. With a punch, it killed a demon king in the air. Run, run! This time, the demon kings and the god kings of Xianxia Starfield were all frightened and fled for their lives. The ancient god's soul ignored the ordinary fiendish demons and focused on the demon kings and the god kings of Xianxia Starfield. Bam! Bam! The soul of an ancient god could kill a god king with a single punch. With 2 consecutive punches, another 2 demons were killed. After that, it set its sights on a god king from the Qin Heavenly Star Field and chased after him. No, no, this god king was the one from the Mystic Academy. At this moment, he was extremely frightened and was running for his life. However, how could his speed be compared to the ancient god's soul? The ancient god's soul caught up with him in a few steps and punched with both fists. Bam! Bam! The god king of the Mystic Academy was smashed into the ground by the ancient god's soul. He coughed out blood, and his body almost cracked. It had to be said that the godly monarchs that had come from the Qin Sky, Star Domain this time, were all extremely strong. The other demons were killed by the ancient god souls with 1 punch each. However, the godly monarchs of the Hybrid Demon Academy were still alive after 2 punches. However, he was severely injured and on the verge of death. Save me! Save me! The God King of the Mystic Academy screamed in agony. He wanted to call for help. However, the others were all running for their lives. Who would care about him? Bam! Then, the ancient god soul took a step forward and stomped on the body of the God King of the Mystic Academy. This time, the God King was stomped into meat paste. He was dead. Then, the ancient god soul continued to chase after the other experts. The next one was the God King of the Invincible Kenzo. This person was also very powerful. Unfortunately, he did not manage to escape and was killed by the ancient god's soul. He followed in the footsteps of the God King of the Mystic Academy. Chapter 2853. The ancient god soul was invincible and powerful. Coupled with its incredible speed, it could easily kill ordinary supreme beings. In just a short while, 10 supreme beings and 5 supreme beings from the Qin Tian starfield had been killed by the ancient god's soul. Boom! The ancient god's soul charged towards another supreme being. It was the supreme being from the Ice Soul tribe. I'm doomed! The supreme being from the Ice Soul tribe roared in his heart, thinking that he was doomed. However, when the ancient god's soul arrived before him, it did not continue to attack. Instead, it glanced at him coldly before actually charging past him and killing the God King from the Flare clan. In just a few moves, the God King from the Flare clan was killed. The supreme being from the Ice Soul tribe was exhausted after surviving the ordeal. At the same time, he was puzzled. Why didn't the ancient god's soul kill me? That's strange. Forget it. I'll retreat with my tribesmen. The supreme being from the Ice Soul tribe secretly rejoiced. Then, he quickly left with some of his tribesmen and fled in the direction of the base they had built. Naturally, he did not know that the reason the ancient god soul did not kill him was because of Lu Ming. Previously, Lu Ming had given the images of the people he wanted to protect to the 10 tribe leaders. The 10 tribe leaders could control the ancient god soul and see what the ancient god soul could see. The supreme being from the Ice Soul tribe was one of the images Lu Ming had described. That was why the ancient god soul did not kill him. Kill all the demons. At this moment, an elder from the first tribe roared. Kill. Then, the army of the ancient god's descendants swarmed out and charged towards the army of demons. At this moment, the army of demons was defeated. They could not resist and fled in all directions. Soon, the army of the ancient god's descendants caught up and killed them. The supreme beings from the 10 tribes cooperated with the ancient god soul to kill the demon kings and supreme beings from the Qin Tian starfield. It was a massacre that lasted for half a day before it came to an end. As the ancient god soul was too far away from the first tribe, it was difficult for the 10 tribe leaders to control it. The army of the ancient god's tribe returned to the capital. The first tribe was in a sea of cheers. It was a glorious battle. More than 20 fiendish demon kings were killed. The total number of demon kings in the northern wasteland devil plain was only around 40. More than half of them had died, and the demon kings were greatly weakened. They were no longer a match for the descendants of the ancient gods. More than 10 god kings from the Qin Heavenly Star Field also died. The others had all fled. When Lu Ming came out of the barren land, there were celebrations everywhere in the first tribe. Looks like it's a huge victory. Lu Ming smiled. Afterwards, the 10 tribe leaders met with Lu Ming and expressed their gratitude to him. They even gave Lu Ming a pile of heavenly treasures, including many ancient divine flowers. Lu Ming naturally accepted them without any hesitation. Not long after, the armies of the other tribes began to return to their own tribes. Lu Ming also returned to the 8th tribe. The demons of the 8th tribe and the experts of the Qin Heavenly Star Field had already left. The 8th tribe was in a mess. All the treasures had been plundered. Even the blood pool had been plundered, and it had almost dried up. Someone entered the blood pool to awaken the ancient god body. The leader of the 8th tribe frowned. Lu Ming was shocked and said, "Can someone who is not a descendant of the ancient gods awaken the ancient god body?" However, Lu Ming immediately thought of himself. He himself was not a descendant of the ancient gods. After a series of opportunities, he also awakened the ancient god body at a surprisingly high level. Yes, but it's very difficult. Talent, willpower, and opportunities are all indispensable. The leader of the 8th tribe nodded. Then he ordered his subordinates to organize the 8th tribe. Lu Ming stayed in the 8th tribe for another 10 days. At this time, Lu Ming said goodbye to the leader of the 8th tribe. After all, he did not belong here. Sooner or later, he would have to leave. Lu Ming, it's been hard on you to guard the gate of this world. If there's a chance in the future, send some talents here to cultivate. The leader of the 8th tribe said, "Okay, thank you, leader." Lu Ming nodded. He wondered if the leader of the 8th tribe would slap him to death if he knew that he was not a descendant of the ancient gods. After that, Lu Ming said goodbye to Gu Ming, Gu Hongshan, and the others. Then he went alone in the direction where they first entered this world. Nothing happened along the way. Half a month later, Lu Ming returned to the base of the Ice Soul clan. Another base had been built here. The people of the Ice Soul clan were guarding this place. During this time, the 10 tribes of the ancient gods' descendants did not pursue the experts of the Qin Tian Star Field. During this time, the army of the 10 tribes went north and fought with the remaining forces of the demons. "Who is it?" someone shouted as soon as Lu Ming approached. It was a critical time. The people of the Ice Soul clan were on high alert. "It's me, Lu Ming. I want to see your 9th young lord." Lu Ming said loudly. "It's you, young lord Lu Ming." The people of the Ice Soul clan recognized Lu Ming. "Wait a moment. We'll go and report to the 9th young lord." The people of the Ice Soul clan went in to report. Soon, Bing Qing flew out with her people. Lu Ming was relieved to see that Bing Qing was fine. "Lu Ming, you're fine. That's great." Bing Qing was happy to see Lu Ming. "Brother Bing, how'd you been all these years?" Lu Ming and Bing Qing entered the base and chatted. After chatting, Lu Ming learned a little about Bing Qing's experience over the years. Back then, after they were separated, Bing Qing followed a few experts from the Ice Soul clan and hid in the forest. Later on, after the Ice Soul clan's divine king gathered them, they gathered together and acted in secret. Later on, they participated in besieging the descendants of the ancient god. After they were defeated, Lu Ming fled to this place and had been vigilant. This time, the major forces of the Qin Tian Star Field suffered heavy losses in the attack on the descendants of the ancient god. There were 15 forces and 15 divine kings. 10 of them died in the battle, and only 5 survived. Fortunately, the divine king of the Ice Soul clan is still alive. "We're so lucky." Bing Qing sighed. Lu Ming smiled. He knew what was going on and did not say much. Later, Lu Ming learned that the divine kings of the Mystic Academy, Invincible Kinzo, and Flaming Flame Race were all dead. Lu Ming sneered in his heart. This was just some interest. Lu Ming would not let go of their previous conflict. However, although the major forces suffered heavy losses this time, those who survived also gained a lot. Many of them obtained great opportunities when they attacked the tribes of the ancient gods' descendants. Bing Qing said, "Great opportunities?" Lu Ming was puzzled. "Yes, some of them are so lucky that they cultivated the ancient gods' descendants' ultimate technique, the ancient god body. Once they activate it, They can transform into the body of an ancient god, and their strength will increase tremendously. Bing Qing explained with envy in her eyes. Chapter 28:54. What? Someone has cultivated the ancient god body? Lu Ming was shocked. Lu Ming did not expect that there would be others who had cultivated the ancient god body apart from him. That's right. As far as I know, there are 4 people who have cultivated the ancient god body. One of them is a divine prince from the imperishable sword sect, one of the holy sons from the alien demon academy, one of the peerless geniuses from the flaming tribe, and the last one is my 7th brother. Bing Qing said, there are actually 4 people who have cultivated the ancient god body. Lu Ming was also secretly amazed by this. Lu Ming knew how difficult it was to cultivate the ancient god body. Even he himself had to go through a series of coincidences, coupled with the help of the quantifying character formula and the bone demon, to finally succeed. The fact that the 4 of them were able to cultivate the ancient god body meant that their talents, luck, and opportunities were definitely top-notch. From their names, he knew that the 2 people from the Mystic Academy and the invincible Kenzo who had cultivated the ancient god body were both divine sons. Those who could be called divine sons were people who had mastered divine-grade, divine powers. At the same time, Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Since others could cultivate the ancient god body, he would not have to worry about using the ancient god body in the future. If others could cultivate it, he could cultivate it too. Whoosh! At this moment, there was a burst of cheers from the base of the Ice Soul clan. Then, a few figures flew toward Bing Qing and Lu Ming at high speed. What's going on? Bing Qing asked. Ninth Young Lord, there's good news. The gate is open and the exit has appeared. We can go out now. One of them said happily. The gate is open. Bing Qing's eyes lit up. She was also ecstatic. That's right. We just received news that the gate is open. Many people are already heading toward the gate. One of them reported. Come, let's go out too. Bing Qing said hurriedly. Needless to say, the divine king of the Ice Soul clan had already ordered everyone to leave. The members of the Ice Soul clan flew toward the exit like a swarm of locusts. He had stayed in this world for dozens of years. During these dozens of years, he had lived in fear and trepidation every day. His life was in danger at every moment. Especially now that they had been defeated, the descendants of the ancient god clan could come to kill them at any time. Now that the gate was open, everyone was excited and couldn't wait to leave. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, the huge vortex in the sky had reappeared. It floated in the air and slowly rotated. Countless figures flew into the whirlpool and disappeared. In just a short while, more than half of the people had entered the exit. Ouyang Qingxiang, Yuling Long. Lu Ming looked around and saw Ouyang Qingxiang, Yuling Long, and the others rushing into the vortex. Lu Ming rejoiced in his heart. Ouyang Qingxiang and the others were fine, so he was relieved. Brother Bing, I'll take my leave first. After bidding farewell to Bing Qing, Lu Ming shot into the air and followed Ouyang Qingxiang's group into the vortex. The world spun, and a moment later, Lu Ming discovered that he was back on the ancient god planet. Nearby, he flew out of the Bronze Gate. The Bronze Gate. The moment he saw the Bronze Gate, Lu Ming thought of the red copper coffin, and then the altar that sealed the soul of the ancient god. After eating the bronze piece of the altar, Xianxia had fallen into a deep slumber, and no one knew when it would wake up. But even if Xianxia woke up, it wouldn't be able to eat the Bronze Gate. Many god kings were watching the gate. Lu Ming, saying, at this moment, a few happy voices could be heard. Then, a few figures flew toward Lu Ming. They were Ouyang Qingxiang, Yuling Long, Wu Zifeng, and Hai, and Lu Chong. Zhao Feng was nowhere to be seen. It's great that you're all fine. Lu Ming also smiled. Sacred son, alas, Zhao Feng is dead. Lu Chong sighed. Zhao Feng's dead? What happened? Lu Ming hurriedly asked. And Hai, Zhao Feng, and Lu Chong were the first 3 from the Kongxian school to join Lu Ming. Lu Ming valued them quite a bit. It was the great sky saint's son. He was the one who killed Zhao Feng. Some time ago, we were defeated by the ancient god race, so we scattered and fled back to the base. As we approached the base, we ran into the great sky saint's son. He suddenly attacked us and killed Zhao Feng. Anhai said angrily. Tianhong. Lu Ming's body suddenly emitted a terrifying killing intent. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. I wanted to stop you, but it was too late. Ouyang Qingxiang said, It's none of your business. Lu Ming waved his hand. With the heavenly Hong saint's son's cultivation and battle prowess, even Ouyang Qingxiang would find it difficult to stop him if he suddenly wanted to kill someone. Tianhong, you're truly seeking death. Lu Ming's eyes shone with cold light as he asked, Where is Tianhong? The chilling killing intent radiating from Lu Ming's body made Ouyang Qingxiang, Yuling Long, and the others tremble. Lu Ming, don't be rash. Even if we find Tianhong now, we can't do anything to him, Ouyang Qingxiang said. Yes, that's right, sacred son. We must take revenge for Zhao Feng, but not now. And Hai also advised, Tianhong, where is he? Lu Ming's eyes chilled as he asked, his voice resolute and unquestionable. The great sky saint's son had attacked him time and time again, wanting to kill him. Lu Ming had wanted to kill him for some time now. Now that the great sky saint's son had killed Lu Ming's killing intent toward the great sky saint's son had reached its peak. He would avenge this grudge now. Seeing Lu Ming like this, and Hai and Lu Chong hesitated for a moment before pointing in a certain direction. I just saw the great sky saint's son leading people in that direction. Very good, Lu Ming coldly said as he stepped into the air and charged in that direction. Let's go. Let's follow. Ouyang Qingxiang grimaced and hastily called for several people to follow. In her mind, although Lu Ming's talent was frightening, he was still no match for the great sky saint's son. After flying for a while, they arrived at a mountain. There were around 7 or 8 people on this mountain. Lu Ming scanned the area, but he did not see the great sky saint's son. However, these people were all from the Tenho Seiko faction, as Lu Ming had seen a few of them before. Boom! Lu Ming charged over, his powerful aura pressing down on the mountain. Lu Ming! It's Lu Ming! Those people on the mountain also saw Lu Ming, and their eyes flashed with murderous intent. Tell me, where is great sky saint's son? Lu Ming asked coldly. He stood on the mountain peak, looking down at them. Lu Ming, you are really bold. This is the ancient god planet, not the Kongxian school. How dare you look for the saint? An old man sneered. Let me ask you, where's great sky saint's son? Lu Ming asked again. Brat, what's with your attitude? How dare you talk to me like this? Get down here and kneel down. The old man shouted coldly. His aura surged and condensed into a large hand that grabbed at Lu Ming. Chapter 2855. The old man from the Tenho Seiko faction gathered a giant hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. They were not in the Kongxian school, so he had no scruples. Lu Ming was courting death by coming to them. Besides, he was treating them with such a superior attitude. How stupid. He wanted to make Lu Ming kneel in front of him and kill Lu Ming. He was a third-level celestial god. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to deal with Lu Ming? Stop it. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qingxiang and the others had arrived. Ouyang Qingxiang yelled and was about to lend Lu Ming a hand. However, Lu Ming was quicker than her. Buzz! A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand, which he swung forward. A giant spear glow burst out and fired at the giant hand that the old man had gathered. Bang! The spear glow collided with the giant hand. The giant hand shuddered vigorously before crumbling into pieces. The spear glow continued to press down on the old man. The old man was astounded. He did not expect the giant hand that he had gathered with his third-layer Heaven God Realm cultivation was shattered by Lu Ming's spear. Mountain-shattering hand. The elder let out a furious roar and unleashed all his divine power. He unleashed a divine skill and blasted out a few consecutive palms. A huge palm print blasted toward Lu Ming. There was a violent explosion before it managed to block Lu Ming's attack. However, Lu Ming had already executed his second attack, sky-shattering. At this moment, Lu Ming had already activated the quadruple combat power and executed the apocalyptic 3 strikes. A bright spear gleam burst forth and charged toward the elder. Whoosh! The dazzling spear light was like a meteor from outer space, piercing through all of the old man's defenses. Then, the spear light pierced through his body and nailed him to the ground. The old man was not dead yet. He let out a cry of agony as he was nailed to the ground by the spear. At the same time, he was deeply astonished. He was still no match against Lu Ming when he attacked with his full strength. Lu Ming was able to suppress Lu Ming's strength. Had Lu Ming's strength reached such a level? The others, including Ouyang, Xianxia, and the others were stunned too. They did not expect Lu Ming to be so strong. The scene had completely exceeded their expectations. However, Ouyang Xianxia soon reacted. She stood on the mountain with a flicker and unleashed a powerful aura, suppressing the others from Tianhong faction. They did not dare to move. The strongest among them was only a 4th-layer Heaven God Realm cultivator. They were no match against Ouyang Xianxia. "Speak, Tianhong, where is he?" Lu Ming asked again in a cold voice. "Holy Sun, the Holy Sun has already returned to the profound sky sect. The old Tianhong, the sun. I went back first." "Very well, I'll send you on your way," Lu Ming said coldly. "No," the old man roared and struggled. However, Lu Ming's spear shook and a terrifying energy burst out from the old man's body. Bang! The old man's body was torn into pieces and he died on the spot. The others from Tianhong faction were pale and they were drenched in cold sweat. They were afraid that Lu Ming would kill them too. "Get lost!" Lu Ming waved his hand and put away his long spear, shouting coldly. Yes. The few of them nodded and bowed as though they had just been pardoned. Then they ran away in a sorry state. "Let's go. Let's return to Kongxian School," Lu Ming said. Having said that, he soared into the sky. Ouyang Xianxia and the rest glanced at one another before following Lu Ming and soaring into the sky. Lu Ming took out the space battleship in the sky. The group boarded the space battleship and flew to another planet with a teleportation formation. "Lu Ming, are you going back to look for Tianhong?" Ouyang Xianxia couldn't help but ask in the space battleship. "Why not?" Lu Ming said. "Lu Ming, Tianhong is not an ordinary person. His combat strength is far beyond an ordinary person. He's not that easy to deal with," Ouyang Xianxia explained. "Has his cultivation base improved in the past few years?" "What's his current cultivation base?" Lu Ming asked again. "He should still be a level 4 heavenly god, but he has reached the peak of level 4 heavenly god," Ouyang Xianxia said. "If he's still a level 4 heavenly god, then it's easy. Let's go back and kill Tianhong." Lu Ming laughed. Ouyang Xianxia and the others looked at each other, not knowing why Lu Ming was so confident. Although Lu Ming's combat power was very strong and he could easily crush a 3rd-level celestial god expert, Lu Ming was not a match for him. However, the Tianhong saint was not an ordinary person. He could kill a level 3 heavenly god with one move. Soon, they arrived at a planet near the ancient god planet. They then took the teleportation formation and rushed back to the Kongxian School. As soon as they arrived at the Kongxian School, Lu Ming went to the Tianhong saint's residence. Like Ouyang Xianxia, the Tianhong saint's residence was also a huge mountain. There were many magnificent palaces built on it. There were many people from the Tenho Seiko faction guarding this mountain. "Who's there?" As soon as Lu Ming and the others approached, they were discovered by the people from the Tenho Seiko faction. "It's Lu Ming and Saintess Xianxia." Then, a group of people recognized Lu Ming and the others. "Where's Tianhong? Ask him to come out." Lu Ming stood in the air and shouted. "Lu Ming, how dare you?" One of the people from the Tenho Seiko faction was furious. "Shut up. Tianhong, come out and face your death." Lu Ming's roar was like thunder. His voice reverberated around the area. "That's Lu Ming." Lu Ming dared to provoke the saint. "He's courting death. He must be tired of living." Lu Ming's voice alerted the other people from the Tenho Seiko faction. Many of them flew out from the buildings and stared at Lu Ming maliciously. Many of them mocked him. Lu Ming. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. A young man stepped out from a luxurious palace and stood in the air. He was emitting cold, killing intent. The Tianhong saint had appeared. Tianhong, you're really here. Very good. Lu Ming said coldly. Hee. Lu Ming, you're really lucky. You didn't die in such an environment. I have to admire your luck. Now, why are you looking for me? The Tianhong saint sneered. He then looked at Hai, Lu Zhang, and the others and said, Oh, by the way, I killed one of your men. You're not here to avenge him, right? Ha 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 ha. After saying that, the Tianhong saint laughed exaggeratedly. I'm now officially challenging you to a battle of life and death. Do you dare to accept? Lu Ming said word by word. His voice spread far and wide. The scene quieted down. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming actually wants to challenge the Tianhong saint to a battle of life and death? Many people thought they had heard wrongly. What was Lu Ming's cultivation level? He was only a true god. He could become a saint because the sect leader made an exception for him. Now, he actually wanted to challenge the Tianhong saint to a battle of life and death? A true god? Lu Ming, don't be impulsive. Ouyang Qingxiang hurriedly transmitted a message to Lu Ming. At the same time, Yuling Long, Wu Zifeng, and Hai, and the others also transmitted messages to Lu Ming, advising Lu Ming not to be impulsive. P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Tingzhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, zero ads, and multiple reading modes. Readers, please follow. Chapter 2856. Ouyang Qingxiang, Yuling Long, and the others all believed that Lu Ming had challenged the Skybright Saint Sun in a fit of rage over Zhao Feng's death. And Hai and Lu Chong were both extremely moved. How could they not be moved by someone treating a subordinate like this? They silently swore to themselves that they would serve Lu Ming to the death. Okay, I agree. The Skybright Saint Sun himself paused for a moment before immediately responding. What a joke. How could he miss such a good chance to kill Lu Ming? He immediately agreed, afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his word. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. He took out a piece of paper, forced out a strand of blood, and wrote the words Life and Death Dual Scroll. He then signed his name. With a wave of his hand, the Life and Death Dual Scroll flew toward the Skybright Saint Sun. The Skybright Saint Sun received it, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Lu Ming's decisiveness and calmness made him feel a little uneasy. So what? He's still a true God Realm cultivator who only joined the sect 100-some years ago. How strong can he be? I'm overthinking it. The Skybright Saint Sun shook his head, dispelling the uneasiness in his heart. He then forced out a strand of blood and signed his name on the Life and Death Dual Scroll. Lu Ming waved his hand, putting away the Life and Death Dual Scroll, and said, Skybright, in 3 days, let's fight to the death on the Life and Death arena. After saying this, Lu Ming turned and left. Ouyang Qingxiang and the others followed Lu Ming. Lu Ming, are you confident? Ouyang Qingxiang quietly messaged Lu Ming. 80%. Lu Ming replied. Ouyang Qingxiang's beautiful eyes flashed. Lu Ming actually had an 80% chance of defeating the Skybright Saint Sun. This shocked her. She could see that Lu Ming must have had a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to reach rank 8 True God. However, the difference between a rank 8 True God and the Skybright Saint Sun was still too great. Could Lu Ming really cross such a great distance and fight with the Skybright Saint Sun? The eyes of Ouyang Qingxiang and the others were filled with anticipation. Lu Ming, I will definitely kill you in 3 days. The Tianhong saint waved his sleeves and returned to the palace. Not long after, news of the life and death battle between Lu Ming and the Heavenly Hong saint spread throughout the Kongxian school like a whirlwind. The entire Kongxian school was shaken and it set off a huge uproar. Hearing this news, countless people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming is going to have a battle to the death with the Heavenly Hong Saint? Was this for real? Does he want to die? It's definitely true. They've already signed the agreement for a duel to the death. We'll fight in 3 days. Lu Ming is crazy, isn't he? Isn't he courting death? Who knows? Let's wait for a good show in 3 days. I'm afraid that the number of holy sons and holy daughters in Xianxia school will soon be reduced to 7. Many people were discussing in shock, but the public opinion was almost one-sided. They thought that Lu Ming was overestimating himself. Decades ago, when the sect leader had just conferred Lu Ming as the Holy Son, Lu Ming had displayed his combat strength. At that time, he was only able to fight with the experts on the True God list. How far was the True God list from the Heavenly Hong Saint's combat strength? Many people would not be able to surpass it in their lifetime, let alone decades. In Xianxia school, the experts of the various sects, holy sons and holy daughters, had all returned from the ancient god planet and were paying attention to this matter. Many elders even came out of seclusion to watch the battle between the holy sons. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, the Xianxia school's life and death battle ring was surrounded by people. Xianxia school's outer sect disciples, outer sect deacons, and outer sect elders. The number of inner sect disciples, inner sect deacons, and inner sect elders added up to more than 100,000 people. A sea of people had come to watch this great battle. This life and death battle was of great significance. One of the holy sons was destined to fall. If the Heavenly Hong Saint won and killed Lu Ming, then the Xianxia school structure would return to the past, with 5 holy sons, 2 holy daughters, and 7 major factions. And if Lu Ming won, then the structure of the Xianxia school would change drastically. Lu Ming would rise strongly, and many people would join Lu Ming's faction. Lu Ming would suppress the other holy sons and holy daughters, and even compete with the supreme holy sons. Not only these people, but almost all the other holy sons and holy daughters had come, but they were hiding in the dark. Who do you think will win, Heavenly Hong or Lu Ming? Holy Son Xianxia asked the other holy sons and holy daughters. Needless to say, it must be Heavenly Hong. More than 50 years ago, Heavenly Hong and I went to stop him in the ancient god world, but he didn't even dare to fart. He only survived with the help of Ouyang Qingxiang. Do you think he can fight Heavenly Hong? I think he had some fortuitous encounter in the ancient god world, and his strength increased. That's why he's so confident. Just wait for his death. Fuko Seiko sneered. The other holy sons and holy daughters were deep in thought. The Heavenly Hong Saint is here, someone shouted. Then everyone saw a group of people walking in the air. The person in the lead was the Heavenly Hong Saint. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked mighty and domineering. Behind him, there was a group of experts. Many of them were inner sect elders. A vast and majestic aura filled the air. It was awe-inspiring. The Heavenly Hong Saint stepped out first and landed on the life and death battle ring. Lu Ming is here, someone shouted again. In another direction, Lu Ming came with an Hai and Lu Chong. Compared to the Heavenly Hong Saint, the scene was too shabby. The Holy Son only has 2 subordinates. What a joke. When he's killed by the Heavenly Hong Saint, he'll only have 2 subordinates. He'll set a record for the Xianxia school. Ha ha ha. Some people who had a grudge with Lu Ming mocked him. Lu Ming sneered. Let's see if these people can still laugh after a while. Whoosh! Lu Ming stepped out and landed on the battle ring. Lu Ming, you really dare to come. Very good, very good. The Heavenly Hong Saint stared at Lu Ming with a sinister gaze. Very good indeed. Cut the crap. Make your move. Lu Ming sneered. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The Heavenly Hong Saint's eyes turned ferocious. His body began to swell, and scales covered his body as he transformed into a dragon man. Sun Dragon Claw, the Heavenly Hong Saint shouted. He took a step forward and swept toward Lu Ming like a gust of wind. His claws were no different from dragon claws as they clawed at Lu Ming. This was a terrifying divine skill that had been cultivated to the 6th level by the Heavenly Hong Saint. With the support of the Heavenly Hong Saint's 4th level Heavenly God Realm Divine Power, its power was terrifying. It could tear apart a mountain range that was a few million miles long. If the life and death battle ring hadn't been reinforced with a powerful array, it wouldn't have been able to withstand the Heavenly Hong Saint's attack. Boom! There was a violent explosion in Lu Ming's body. The battle art had quadrupled his combat strength. Lu Ming had activated it. At the same time, 6 divine fires burned fiercely, providing powerful divine power. 9 layers of crimson gold armor, apocalyptic 3 strikes. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming cast 2 types of divine skills. P.S. Dear readers, I'm the Shepherd Boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 ads, and multiple reading modes. Dear readers, please follow me. Chapter 2857. Lu Ming used 2 divine techniques, 9 layers of crimson gold armor, and apocalyptic 3 strikes. One was to protect himself, while the other was to attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming's long spear stabbed out a dozen times. In an instant, a dozen spear radiances appeared in the air like shooting stars, stabbing toward the Heavenly Hong Saint's sun. Clang, clang, clang. The spear radiances collided with the Heavenly Hong Saint's sun's dragon claws. There was a series of collisions, and sparks flew everywhere. In an instant, the two had exchanged more than a dozen blows. Bam! Bam! Then, a figure retreated frantically. He retreated more than a dozen steps before he could stabilize himself. This figure was Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated. He's losing. Terrifying. Lu Ming actually blocked the Heavenly Hong Saint's sun's attack. Even if he retreated, his strength is still shocking. This scene still shocked many people. They were not shocked that Lu Ming retreated, but that Lu Ming actually blocked the Heavenly Hong Saint's sun's attack. Many people thought that Lu Ming would be instantly killed by the Heavenly Hong Saint's sun. No wonder Lu Ming dared to challenge the Heavenly Hong Saint's sun and engage in a life-and-death battle with him. He's so powerful. However, he's still too confident and underestimated the Heavenly Hong Saint's sun. The Heavenly Hong Saint's sun probably hasn't used his full strength yet. That's right. The outcome is already decided. Some of the inner sect elders nodded and commented. Lu Ming, is this all you've got? You've improved a lot, but you still have to die. Kill. The Heavenly Hong Saint's sun shouted coldly. He launched a storm-like attack at Lu Ming. The dragon claws on his hands, and even the sharp claws on his legs, attacked Lu Ming continuously. Sky-piercing, sky-piercing, Lu Ming kept using sky-piercing. Streaks of spear radiances erupted and pierced toward the Heavenly Hong Saint's sun. At the same time, 9 ice chains flew out like 9 long snakes. They emitted a shocking chill as they wrapped around the great Hong Saint. Presently, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to 8th level True God. The power of the ice chains naturally became stronger too. This was especially true for the 9th ice chain. Its temperature was shockingly low. Even the Tian Hong Saint was wary of it. He had to carefully avoid the 9th ice chain, not daring to touch it directly. This was because every time they clashed, a terrifying chill would surge into his body, trying to freeze his divine power and blood. Dragon Wing Slash. The Great Sun Dragon Claw was not the only divine technique that the Great Sun Saint had cultivated. At this moment, he used another divine technique, the Dragon Wing Slash. A pair of fleshy wings extended from his back and slashed at Lu Ming like 2 heavenly sabers. This divine skill was both a speed divine skill and an attack divine skill. It was extremely mysterious. This kind of divine skill, combined with the Great Sun Dragon Claw of the Great Sun, was even more shocking. The strength of a saint was indeed formidable. Swoosh! Lu Ming used the 9 Heavens Kuan Peng technique. As he dodged, he fought with the great Sun Saint. For a moment, he was completely at a disadvantage. However, Lu Ming's divine skills, the ice chains, and the measure word formula continuously surged with divine power. Although he was at a disadvantage, it was not that easy for the great Sun Saint to defeat Lu Ming. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows consecutively. Lu Ming was in a perilous situation, but he managed to fend off the attacks. Lu Ming did not immediately use the ancient god body. Firstly, he wanted to see just how strong a saint was in terms of battle prowess. Secondly, he wanted to use the great Sun Saint to train his divine skills. Clearly, the great Sun Saint had seen through Lu Ming's thoughts. "Brat, you want to use me to train your divine skills? Go to hell." Divine Dragon Aspect Technique. The Heavenly Hong Saint roared and finally used his secret technique. A 7-clawed divine dragon appeared above the great Sun Saint's head. It was 10,000 meters long. 7-clawed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. In the past, the great Sun Saint's divine dragon aspect could only form a 6-clawed divine dragon. But now, he could form a 7-clawed divine dragon. It had to be said that the great Sun Saint was very talented. He cultivated the divine dragon aspect technique, but it was incomplete. Yet, he managed to form a 7-clawed divine dragon. Tear him apart. The Tian Hong Saint bellowed. He controlled the divine dragon Dharma idol and pounced on Lu Ming. Divine dragon aspect. Do you think you're the only one with it? Come out. Lu Ming roared. A divine dragon also appeared above his head. However, it was a 9-clawed dragon. Many people were shocked. They did not expect Lu Ming to know the divine dragon aspect technique. Moreover, the divine dragon he formed was a 9-clawed dragon. Roar. The 9-clawed dragon aspect roared and charged at the great Sun Saint's 7-clawed divine dragon. The two divine dragons wrestled in the air. However, Lu Ming's 9-clawed dragon aspect was at a disadvantage. The power of the divine dragon was related to the level of the divine dragon. The more dragon claws it had, the more powerful it was. However, it was also related to one's cultivation level. The higher one's cultivation level was, the stronger the divine dragon aspect would be. Even if a supreme being could only form a 5-clawed divine dragon aspect, he could easily crush a 9-clawed dragon aspect formed by God. The logic was the same. Although the divine dragon Dharma characteristic that Lu Ming condensed was a 9-clawed divine dragon, his cultivation was far weaker than that of the Tianhong Saint. Therefore, in the battle between the Dharma characteristics, the divine dragon Dharma characteristic that he condensed was at a disadvantage. So what if you formed a 9-clawed dragon aspect? You're still no match for me. Just wait for your death. The great Sun Saint roared, but he was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. He had cultivated for a long time and put in a lot of effort to form the 7-clawed divine dragon aspect. As for Lu Ming, he had formed a 9-clawed dragon aspect not long after obtaining the divine dragon aspect technique. It would be strange if the great Sun Saint was not jealous. As long as I kill him, the complete divine dragon aspect technique will be mine. Sooner or later, I will be able to form a complete 9-clawed dragon aspect. The great Sun Saint's eyes were filled with greed as he attacked Lu Ming with all his might. In an instant, Lu Ming was in imminent danger. Great Sun Saint, it looks like you've unleashed your full strength. However, I'm still far from unleashing my full strength. Lu Ming's mocking voice rang out. What? Many people were shocked. Lu Ming's full strength was still far from unleashing his full strength. Was he bragging? Lu Ming's battle with the great Sun Saint had already exceeded everyone's expectations. How could he still have not unleashed his full strength? They did not believe it. Most people did not believe it at first sight. Don't think you can mess with my state of mind with just a few words, the great Sun Saint said coldly. He also did not believe that Lu Ming still had not unleashed his full strength. He thought that Lu Ming was trying to trick him and mess up his state of mind so that he would have scruples and not be able to unleash his full strength. In fact, most people thought so too. Haha, you're too naive if you want to use this method to deal with great Sun Saint. Indeed, it's child's play. The saint of Xianxia and Fuko, Seiko sneered. However, in the next moment, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, zero ads, and multiple reading modes. Readers, please follow. Chapter 2858. Tianhong, open your eyes wide and see what it means to be a frog in a well. Lu Ming's indifferent voice resounded throughout the arena. Then, a powerful aura erupted from his body. His body swelled rapidly, becoming bigger and bigger until he was 100 meters tall. His body was covered with green scales, as if an ancient deity had appeared. Ancient God Body. Lu Ming had finally used the ancient God Body. After transforming into the ancient God Body, Lu Ming's strength skyrocketed. He felt as if he had endless power. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear swept out. It was as huge as a mountain, pressing down on the Tianhong saint. Dong! The Tianhong saint's dragon wing slash collided with the spear radiance. There was an earth-shattering explosion, and a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions outside the fighting ring. Swoosh! Then, a figure stepped on the void and retreated. This time, it was not Lu Ming who retreated, but the Tianhong saint. This is the ancient God Body. Oh my God, it's the ancient God Body. Lu Ming has also condensed the ancient God Body. He must have had a fortuitous encounter in the ancient God world. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. As far as I know, only the Mystic Academy's Divine Son, the invincible Kinzo's Divine Son, and the two supreme talents of the Ice Spirit race and Flaming race have had fortuitous encounters in the ancient God world. I didn't expect Lu Ming to have also cultivated the ancient God Body. Moreover, his scales are green. This is the 4th level of the ancient God Body. Terrifying. This is Lu Ming's trump card. Unbelievable. This battle will be incredible. Lu Ming's use of the ancient God Body caused an uproar. Many people had entered the ancient God world and knew about the ancient God Body. They were even more shocked. They did not expect that other than the 4 geniuses, someone from the Kongxian school had also had a fortuitous encounter and cultivated the ancient God Body. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. This was how most people felt. Ancient God Body, the Tianhong saint, was also shocked beyond words. To kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. With the long spear in his hand, he charged towards the heavenly Hong saint. So what if you have cultivated the ancient God Body? You still have to die. Kill, kill, kill. The Tianhong saint roared crazily and unleashed his strength to the extreme. The 7-clawed divine dragon roared at the sky and finally gained the upper hand. It tore apart the 9-clawed dragon that Lu Ming condensed and charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, the Tianhong saint used the great sun dragon claw and dragon wing slash to attack Lu Ming. Void piercing, moon slaying. Lu Ming brandished his long spear and used the Armageddon 3 strikes consecutively to fight with the heavenly Hong saint. Before Lu Ming used his ancient God Body, he was at a complete disadvantage against the great sky saint's son. However, after Lu Ming used his ancient God Body, his battle prowess skyrocketed, suppressing the great sky saint's son instead. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them clashed repeatedly on the battle platform. Every time they clashed, the Skybright saint stumbled backward. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. It had to be said that the great sky saint's son's battle prowess was extremely strong. If it were an ordinary 4th level celestial god, Lu Ming would have been crushed in one move when he unleashed his ancient god physique. However, the Tianhong saint was able to engage in an intense battle with Lu Ming. This was a testament to his strength. However, in the end, Lu Ming was still stronger. Ice Chain's divine dragon dharma form. During the battle, Lu Ming used the ice shackles and divine dragon aspect art to interfere with the great sky Hong saint. The heavenly Hong saint was already no match for him. Now, he was even less of a match. Bang! In a moment of carelessness, Lu Ming's nine-clawed dragon avatar clawed at his body, almost piercing through his body. The impact sent him flying, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. A bloody groove appeared on his body, and blood flowed continuously. Then, Lu Ming swept his spear across the Heavenly Hong Saint's body. Bang! Crack! Cracking sounds came from the Heavenly Hong Saint's body. Many of his bones were broken, and he slid a long distance on the fighting ring. Lying on the ground, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, unable to continue fighting. Defeated. The Heavenly Hong Saint's son was defeated. Everyone fell silent and watched in a daze. Some of them were even dumbfounded. This scene was beyond the expectations of most people. Before the battle, almost no one thought that Lu Ming could defeat the Heavenly Hong Saint's son. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming was seeking his own death. Who would have thought that this scene would unfold before their eyes? The fourth-level celestial god Heavenly Hong Saint's son was defeated by the eighth-level true god Lu Ming. He was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Bang! Lu Ming landed on the ground and strode toward the Heavenly Hong Saint's son. His cold, killing intent made the Heavenly Hong Saint's son tremble. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? The Heavenly Hong Saint's son shouted in fear. What am I trying to do? Of course, I'm trying to kill you. Do you still need to ask such a naive question? Lu Ming sneered. No, you can't kill me. I'm the saint of the Kongshin school. You can't kill a saint's son for no reason. The Heavenly Hong Saint's son shouted. This is a life-and-death battle. Don't make it sound so ridiculous. Lu Ming didn't stop walking. His killing intent became even colder. Stop it. You can't kill the Heavenly Hong Saint's son. At this moment, someone outside the fighting ring shouted. A powerful aura spread out and pressed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The person who attacked was an inner elder of the Kongshin school. He was Ying Tsang's master. He was at the peak of the Heavenly God realm and was a core member of the Heavenly Hong faction. He naturally couldn't watch the Heavenly Hong Saint's son die at the hands of Lu Ming. However, someone hoped that the Heavenly Hong Saint's son would die at the hands of Lu Ming. That person was from Ouyang Xianxia's faction. An inner elder from Ouyang Xianxia's faction also released a powerful aura and blocked the aura of Ying Tsang's master. The two saints have signed the life-and-death battle agreement and are going to have a life-and-death battle. No one is allowed to interfere. Don't break the rules. The inner elder from Ouyang Xianxia's faction said coldly. Ridiculous. Heavenly Hong is a saint. It's extremely difficult to give birth to a saint. How can we decide his life and death just because of the life-and-death battle agreement? Ying Tsang's master shouted. The life-and-death battle agreement is a rule that has been formed in the cultivation world for hundreds of millions of years. Who does Heavenly Hong think he is? How can we change the rules just because of him? The inner elder from Ouyang Xianxia's faction didn't back down. Lu Ming didn't want to waste any more time and directly attacked. Heavenly Hong, rest in peace. Lu Ming said coldly and stabbed his spear toward Heavenly Hong. Ah! The Heavenly Hong Saint's son screamed. How dare you? Ying Tsang's master shouted. However, he was blocked and couldn't help. As for the other experts, they were just watching from the sidelines. After signing the life-and-death battle agreement, life and death had to be determined. No one was allowed to interfere. Swoosh! The spear pierced through the air, making everyone's heart beat wildly. The Heavenly Hong Saint's son desperately wanted to dodge. However, he was seriously injured. How could he dodge? Poof! The spear directly pierced through the Heavenly Hong Saint's son's forehead. The Heavenly Hong Saint's son let out an unwilling scream. His eyes were wide open as his life aura rapidly drained away. In the blink of an eye, the Heavenly Hong Saint's son had lost all signs of life. The Heavenly Hong Saint's son had fallen. P.S. Readers, I'm the Shepherd Boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, zero advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Readers, please follow me. Chapter 2859. SSS. Gasps could be heard at the scene. Witnessing a saint being killed in front of their eyes was a shocking scene. The Tianhong saint had dominated the Kongxian school for a long time. In the Kongxian school, he could be said to be a true overlord, a peerless genius, and someone who had the potential to take charge of the Kongxian school in the future. But now, the Kongxian school's overlord battle had not even officially begun, and he had fallen at the hands of a new disciple who had only been in the sect for about 100 years. It was a tragedy. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming grabbed the Tianhong saint's storage ring. Damn it! Damn it! Ying Tsang's master roared. He was furious and wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Now that the Tianhong saint was dead, he could not achieve his goal. He had originally wanted to help the great sky sage ascend to the position of sect master. Once the great sky sage ascended to the position of sect master, his status would definitely rise, and he would definitely be able to suppress the other inner sect elders in the Xianxia sect. But now everything was ruined. Lu Ming, just you wait. Just you wait. Ying Tsang's master roared in his heart. Then he looked at the rest of the Tianhong faction and said, "Go. Take the saint's corpse and go." But no one moved. The eyes of the Tenho Seiko faction flickered. Now that the Tianhong saint was dead, there was no need for their faction to continue existing. It was definitely going to be disbanded. Since they were going to be disbanded, they had to find other backers. Lu Ming had killed the Tianhong saint. His talent was simply amazing. Among the other saints and saintesses, the only one who could compete with Lu Ming was probably the Supreme Saint. With Lu Ming's talent, the chances of him becoming the overlord in the future were very high. This made many people in the Tianhong faction think about it. They were even considering if they should directly rely on Lu Ming. What do you want? Ying Tsang's master was called Xianxia. At this moment, he was glaring at those people. Those people avoided Xiao's gaze and did not look him in the eye. Some of them were even unafraid of Xiao's gaze. After all, Xiao was not the only inner sect elder under the Tenho Seiko faction. Good, you traitorous bastards. Very good. Ying Tsang shouted angrily and left dejectedly with the Heavenly Hong Saint's corpse. Lu Ming's talent is truly unparalleled. Kongxian sect has never had someone like you since ancient times. I am Rong Hao, and I wish to pledge my allegiance to you and serve you in the future. I will help you become the sect master. Immediately, an old man flew out. You are of the Tianhong faction? Lu Ming swept his gaze over this person. I was in the past, but Tianhong was stubborn. He dared to go against the saint of Lu Ming. He deserved to die. To be honest, I have long admired the reputation of the saint of Lu Ming and wanted to rely on you. It was just that Tianhong had been suppressing me, so I did not. Rong Hao gave a flattering smile. Many people despised him. Rong Hao was really despicable. The saint of the Tianhong faction had just died, but he immediately sided with Lu Ming. He even degraded the saint of the Tianhong faction. However, Lu Ming smiled and did not reject him. Since you want to rely on me, then follow me in the future. There was no need to reject him in this situation. Lu Ming wanted to expand his influence, so he had to accept Rong Hao in public. This way, there would definitely be more people who would rely on Lu Ming, including the people of the Tenho Seiko faction. Many people of the Tenho Seiko faction had opposed Lu Ming in the past. They wanted to rely on Lu Ming, so they were naturally wary of Lu Ming's revenge. However, when they saw that Lu Ming had even accepted Rong Hao, their eyes lit up. The people of the Tenho Seiko faction knew that once the saint of the Tianhong faction died, they would either rely on other factions or remain neutral. However, in the Kongxian school, there were many factions. It was not easy to stay neutral. Since they wanted to rely on others, they might as well rely on Lu Ming. Indeed, many people's eyes lit up. I am willing to rely on the saint of Lu Ming. I am also willing to follow the saint of Lu Ming in the future and be at his beck and call. Immediately, many people stood up. They were all people of the Tenho Seiko faction and expressed their willingness to rely on Lu Ming. All right, Lu Ming nodded and accepted them one by one. This moved even more people. Many people who were originally neutral were also moved. Lu Ming's strong rise and unparalleled talent had moved many people who were neutral. They were considering whether to join Lu Ming's faction. Oof. Fuko Seiko snorted coldly. His eyes were extremely cold, but there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. His strength was on par with the Saint of the Tianhong faction. Now that the Saint of the Tianhong faction was no match for Lu Ming and had been killed, he was probably no match for Lu Ming. He knew that Lu Ming's rise was unstoppable. Fuko Seiko's face was gloomy as he turned and left. The other saints and saintesses also glanced at Lu Ming solemnly and left one after another. Lu Ming, the Saint of the Supremacy, opened and closed his eyes, flickering with a sharp light. In the past, the Saint of the Supremacy faction did not put Lu Ming in his eyes at all. He did not treat Lu Ming as an opponent, but now he felt a strong sense of danger. The Saint of the Supremacy faction's eyes flickered a few times before he turned and left. Everyone, the door of my faction is open for you. From today onwards, if you want to join Lu Ming's faction, you can register with Hai and Lu Chong. Lu Ming pointed at Hai and Lu Chong, his voice spreading throughout the area. Many people looked at Hai and Lu Chong with envy in their eyes. They knew that Hai and Lu Chong would be put in an important position by Lu Ming and become Lu Ming's trusted aides. In the future, they would be able to get whatever they wanted in the Kongxian school. They were envious. If they had known, they would have joined Lu Ming long ago. Both Hai and Lu Chong were trembling with excitement. They secretly rejoiced that they had sided with Lu Ming long ago. Although they had gone through some storms before, they had finally overcome them. After Lu Ming finished his announcement, he turned and left. In the following days, there was a violent upheaval in the Kongxian school. The Saint of the Tianhong faction had fallen, the Tenho Seiko faction had collapsed, and Lu Ming's faction had risen to power. It turned out that many experts of the Tenho Seiko faction had joined Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not reject them and accepted them all. In addition, many experts who were originally neutral came to join Lu Ming. Lu Ming's strength expanded rapidly, becoming a true saints faction. It even surpassed the other saints and saintesses, and showed signs of competing with the most eminent saint. In addition, Yuan Xiao led a group of people from the Tianhong faction to join the most eminent saint. For a time, the Kongxian school was filled with an undercurrent of tension. However, Lu Ming put all these aside and focused on cultivating. In the blink of an eye, another few months had passed. On this day, Lu Ming suddenly received a transmission from Autumn. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.